Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. Do you dream? What are dreams? What are they made of? Are they glimpses into the past? Or are they forebearers of a frightening future?
Don't you understand? I don't want to dream. Ever!
But I don't understand, Maya. Why are you so afraid to dream?
Because of what happens.
What happens in the dreams?
No. What happens in the real world after I dream.
Our mystery drama, Dream a Little Dream, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars, Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. It is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Consider the world of dreams. An unearthly place where anything can happen, and usually does. Dreams can be fleeting, a brief memory of a time before. And then there is the horrifying world of the nightmare.
No. No. Don't go near it. Please, Gerald. Don't touch it. Don't touch it!
It is a very terrifying nightmare, Miss Hastings. But it was only a dream.
No, Doctor. It was much more than that.
Please, call me Ted, or Theodore if you prefer.
Then why do you call me Miss Hastings?
Well, that's your name, isn't it? Maya Hastings.
It was.
Oh, did you get married?
Dr. Gilchrist. I've been coming in this office for the past year. You even met my husband once.
I'm sorry, but I've never had the pleasure.
It's happening. It's actually happening.
Miss Hastings, what is happening?
Doctor, you really don't remember meeting my husband, Gerald? Do you?
Oh, is that his name?
You know it is! Until today. I had the dream last night.
Yes, where your husband touches a bright light and then just disappears. As I said, simply a nightmare.
But it was much more than a nightmare. Don't you see? I dreamed that my husband Gerald vanished without a trace. And today, no one remembers him. It's as if he's been erased.
Miss Hastings, Maya, I know that dreams can seem real at times. Some of my nightmares have involved monsters and strange beings, but that's all that they are. Dreams.
Rain. So much rain. Haven't had rain in days. heavy weeks. And so heavy. Lightning. No. Stop it. The lightning. It destroyed the courthouse. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it!
Another nightmare, Miss Hastings?
Yes. I thought we were in the middle of a heat wave.
A heat wave? Oh, what I wouldn't give to see the sun again.
What do you mean?
Miss Hastings, it has been raining for almost a year. Oh, don't you remember? Something about a shift in the polar caps. The first storm started almost a year ago.
No.
The lightning was so bad it destroyed the courthouse. There were almost 100 people inside.
No! It's not possible!
John Irving once wrote, "Of all the things you choose in life, you don't get to choose what your nightmares are. You don't pick them, they pick you." I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Maya Hastings has been having nightmares that have seemingly been having an effect on the real world. But what is reality?
Doctor, I think that I'm losing my mind.
Miss Hastings, please calm down. It's going to be all right.
No, it isn't all right. Don't you understand?
I understand that you are under some sort of a strain. Now, let's just look at this logically.
There is no logic to any of this.
Please calm down. Now, you say that you had a nightmare in which your husband somehow vanished.
Yes!
And the next day it appears that you not only did not have a husband, but have never been married.
But Gerald was real!
All right, let me finish. Then you say that you dreamed the rain and the destruction of the courthouse?
Doctor, I saw the courthouse yesterday. We have been in a heat wave for over a month.
Miss Hastings, it has been raining for almost a year. Now, in my professional opinion, I believe that you're simply mixing up your nightmares with reality.
Doctor, I just want the dreams to stop. Can't you give me something that'll do that?
Well, I think that a mild antidepressant and something to help you sleep will be better.
And what happens when I dream tonight? What will be changed then?
Maya, just take the prescriptions and I'm sure that everything will be fine.
Mother? Father? What's happening? What are all these people doing in the house? So many of them. I can hardly move. Wait, what's going on? Oh my God! They're decaying? Becoming corpses? What? No! No! No!
Ah, Maya. So good to see you. It's nice to have someone to talk to again.
But I've seen you every day for the past week. And what about your other patients?
Well, except for you and Mrs. Smithers, who only wants to talk about her dog. Well, I have no other patients. The war took care of that.
War? What war?
Oh, now please, Miss Hastings, you do remember the war. The chemical bombs that were dropped, the retaliation by our own stupid government that wiped out almost 6 billion people. It took my own parents.
No, I only dreamed them dead.
Another nightmare? Well, I can fully understand. I still have nightmares about the people in the street, the blood pouring out of them, making the roads red.
Doctor, yesterday I came here and told you that I dreamed a storm. Last night, I dreamed that a multitude of people died, and now you're telling me that a war took them away?
Miss Hastings, I can no longer feed this fantasy of yours. You cannot dream things into existence.
But apparently I can! I have!
Well, fine. Then just dream all of the people back into the world.
I wish that I could. I cannot control what I dream.
Perhaps you can.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe if I hypnotize you and then give you a dream, perhaps that will do it.
Do you think that's possible?
Well, I believe that it is worth a try.
So you do believe me?
I don't know. Let's just wait and see.
Doctor, could you suggest that I dream of nothing?
Maya? Can you hear me, Maya?
Yes.
You are completely hypnotized. Do you understand?
Yes.
The only thing that you can hear is my voice.
Yes.
In a moment, I'm going to suggest a dream. It will be pleasant and soothing. Oh, wait. I can't tell her to dream of nothing. If what she is saying is true, what would happen to the world?
I see you, Doctor. You're standing by a large grandfather clock.
Maya, listen to me. You are going to dream.
The clock is starting to speed up, going faster and faster.
Maya, you must.
You're aging faster and faster.
Maya, stop it.
Faster and faster, older
Stop
and
it.
older. Faster and faster,
Stop it.
older and older.
Stop it! Stop it!
John Lennon once said that he believed in everything until it was disproved. Who is to say that dreams and nightmares aren't as real as the here and now? You be here when I return with Act 3. What dreams may come, asked Hamlet, but when dreams become nightmares, what horrors may invade the mind and the world?
Doctor? Are you all right?
Do I know you?
It's Maya. Maya Hastings. Remember?
Are you the new nurse?
I was your patient, remember? Yesterday I saw you. You hypnotized me. Yesterday you were a young man, only about 30 years of age.
My dear, I'm 87 years old. I'm in this hospital because my body is failing me.
I didn't mean for this to happen.
Who did you say that you were?
I was your patient. I was seeing you about my nightmares. Don't you remember?
Oh, I've had some horrible nightmares, but they eventually go away. I wouldn't worry about it.
No, Doctor. You don't understand. My nightmares really are changing reality.
I seem to remember a young girl who did have some nightmares, but that can't possibly be you.
Somehow I'll make all of this right. It seems easy enough. Self-hypnosis. I just have to relax myself. I have a recording of myself telling me to dream. To dream. It's the only way I know of. Maya, you can only hear my voice. You are in a deep sleep. You are about to dream. The only way to make things right is to dream back the way things were. The only way is to dream yourself out of existence. It will be the last dream and nightmare that you will ever have.
Yes, Miss Fairchilds. Didn't I have an appointment this afternoon? No? Are you sure? I could have sworn that someone was supposed to be here at 2. Oh, well, I can't remember her name. I remember that it was Maya something, but it's all I can remember. It's all I can remember. I'm sorry, Miss Fairchilds. Did I call down to you, or did you call me? What was I asking about? You don't remember either. Oh well, must not have been important. Just send up the next patient, will you please?
Maya Hastings was never heard from again. In fact, no one even remembers having heard or seen a Maya Hastings. She simply did not exist. I'll return shortly with a final word. The author George Packer wrote, "Pay attention to other people's nightmares because they might be contagious." And as the curtain closes on our little drama, ask yourself, what dreams may come to you? Our cast included Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
The rules are very simple. Follow them, and you both will be able to walk out of that room.
Just who the hell are you? What is this place?
Tim, what does he want?
You will notice that the only thing in this room is a table with a telephone. There are 2 buttons, a red and a green one. When the red one rings, Mr. Dalton will answer. The green one is from Mrs. Dalton.
What do you want? What do you want?
You will talk to me directly on the phone. The one rule to follow is, no matter what I say, you will not tell your spouse.
We don't keep secrets from each other, you maniac.
Are you so sure about that, Mr. Dalton?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. I begin with a question, mostly for married couples. How well do you know your partner? When people begin that journey down the road of getting to know one another, it can be a mysterious and stressful time. Secrets are hidden only to be admitted to as the couple grow closer.
The rules are very simple. Follow them, and you both will be able to walk out of that room.
Just who the hell are you? What is this place?
Tim, what does he want?
You will notice that the only thing in this room is a table with a telephone. There are 2 buttons, a red and a green one. When the red one rings, Mr. Dalton will answer. The green one is from Mrs. Dalton.
What do you want? What do you want?
You will talk to me directly on the phone. The one rule to follow is, no matter what I say, you will not tell your spouse.
We don't keep secrets from each other, you maniac.
Are you so sure about that, Mr. Dalton?
Our mystery drama, The Test, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars, Dave Arkhipov, Annie Mick, and Robert Jackson. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Permit me to introduce to you Timothy and Anna Dalton, an average couple who have been married for 10 years. As a matter of fact, Tim has made reservations at, well, a subpar restaurant where the food is just above that of a fast food restaurant. Both are currently on the phone talking with a friend.
Yes, it's been 10 years today. Oh, Marge, I'm surprised he even remembered. I don't know, Marge. He's been acting funny lately. I'm not sure. Just funny. Like he's been trying to avoid me. All I know is after tonight, he has got to go. And I don't mean just leaving. He's really got to go.
Yeah, Fred, I gotta do this anniversary thing tonight, so no poker. Oh, yeah? Does she have a sister? Oh, I'm sure that Anna will find fault with the place I picked out for our dinner. Hey, it was all I can afford. You know how she is, always wanting the best of everything. I swear, Fred, she's got to go. And I don't mean just leave. I really mean she has got to go.
Last of the big spenders.
What did you say?
Oh, please, Tim. Could you not have picked a cheaper place for our anniversary? I mean, The burger place across the street is still open.
What do you want from me? A 5-star place would have charged us $50 for breadsticks.
Yes, everyone, please meet my husband of 10 wonderful years, Diamond Jim.
Damn it, Anna. I'm doing the best I can with what I bring home. You would think that you would appreciate that.
Jim, you have been with that same company for 15 years. In all of that time, you have wants to get any kind of raise.
Can I help it if the economy's bad?
You've never even asked.
So sue me.
Maybe I should. For a divorce.
Fine. We can call an attorney in the morning.
You can barely afford me now. Divorce would bankrupt you.
Just keep it up, Anna. You might find yourself walking home.
Excuse me, but could you please lower your voices? We've been getting some complaints from the other diners.
I'm surprised you even have other diners.
If there's anything wrong with the mail, I'm sure we can...
Oh, it's not your fault. My husband, and I use that term very loosely, thinks that a can of tuna and some mac and cheese is a gourmet meal.
That's it. We're out of here.
Tim, please be careful.
Now you're going to tell me how to drive. It's just a little rain.
It's getting worse.
Will you please shut up and let me drive? Great. Now what's this idiot's problem?
What is it?
If this guy behind me gets any closer, he's going to be in the back seat.
Maybe he needs to get around us.
He can go take a flying leap. Hey! Go ahead, you moron! Turn your bright lights on. Blinding me helps so much.
What's he doing?
Hey, back off!
Tim?
Hang on! He's trying to bump me off the road. What the hell is wrong with this guy?
Tim! Watch out! Tim! Please wake up! Tim! Baby, please, you've got to wake up.
What happened?
We were hit by that car from behind. You ran off the road, and after that, I don't know what happened.
Oh, my head feels like a ton of bricks. Where are we?
I don't know.
We should be at a hospital somewhere.
I know. If this is a hospital, then we've been quarantined.
This isn't right. Hello? Hey!
I've tried that. There isn't anyone here.
Come on, let's get out of here.
I've tried that too.
What do you mean?
Tim, there isn't a door.
Oh, there has to be a door. Otherwise, how did we get in?
I'm telling you, there isn't a door or even a window. Baby, I'm scared.
It's going to be okay. Hey! Is anyone there? Hello?
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Dalton.
Finally. Where are we?
You are my guests. I bid you a welcome.
But who are you?
You may call me the Guardian.
Fine. How do we get out of here?
That entirely depends on you.
Just open the door.
As you can see, there is no door or window. No, your freedom depends on what happens during the test.
I have been subjected to tests during the course of my life. I don't recall ever being locked in a room with no visible exits for any sort of test, or being greeted by a disembodied voice over a small speaker. I shall return, however, with Act 2. Tim and Anna Dalton, after being in a car accident, find themselves in an empty room that has no doors or windows. They have been greeted by someone who calls himself the Guardian. Both are beginning to feel that creeping sense of fear.
Tim, what are we going to do?
Ceiling is at least 10 feet high. Square room. No furniture, except that one table with a telephone. Hey, did you try the phone?
While you were knocked out. Nothing.
Well, it's there for some reason.
Tim, what are we going to do?
I don't know. Look around. What do you want me to do? Sorry, hon. I just don't know.
Mr. and Mrs. Dalton, you have been brought here for a test. A rather simple test. There really is only one rule.
Just who the hell are you?
The Guardian, Mr. Dalton. Now please listen carefully. I do not wish to repeat myself. The telephone has 2 buttons on it, one red, one green. When the red one lights up, you, Mr. Dalton, will answer it. The green one is for Mrs. Dalton. I will speak to whomever answers. But a conversation cannot be repeated to your respective spouse. Do you understand so far?
Oh, God. What's happening?
Do you understand?
Yes. Red is for me. Green is for Anna. We can't tell each other what you tell us.
Very good, Mr. Dalton. Now that you understand the rules, we will begin shortly. I must warn you both. If either one of you breaks the rule, this chamber will fill with cyanide gas. It's a rather ugly way to die.
Wait. I don't know who you are, but I will damn sure find out. And when I find you, I'll kill you.
Mr. Dalton, look around you. Consider your options. Which are none?
Could we, please, have some water?
Look, Anna, up there.
What is that?
Looks like some sort of dumbwaiter dropping down from the ceiling. Maybe I could climb up there and get out that way.
I don't think you could fit in that tiny hole.
It's worth a try, isn't it?
Look, there's some water.
You're right. The size of that hole is no more than a small card table. No way I could fit through that.
Here, drink some. It will help.
Wait, how do you know it isn't poisoned?
I think if this guy wanted to kill us, he could have done it a long time ago.
I guess you're right. Red light. Guess I'd better answer that. Perkins Mortuary. You stab 'em, we slab 'em.
Very amusing, Mr. Dalton.
So what now?
Listen very carefully. Your wife, the lovely Anna, is having an affair.
What did you say?
While you were busy at work, her supple, naked body was squirming all over another man.
You liar!
Specifically your next-door neighbor. Mr. Harold Stanton. It's been going on for almost 3 months.
Tim, what did he say?
Nothing. He's a maniac.
Green light. Guess it's my turn.
No, I'll get it. Ow! Damn it!
What happened?
I grabbed the phone and it shocked me.
Green is for Mrs. Dalton. I suggest that you remembered that.
I'll talk to him.
Mrs. Dalton, I suggest that you be a little more prompt when answering.
Screw you.
Now let's be a little nicer. Your husband has been having an affair with his secretary, Joanne Graham.
You're a liar.
Well?
I don't believe it.
Wow, another red light. What now? Another lie?
She has been draining the bank account. She is planning on leaving you. My sources inform me that she is already talking to lawyers.
When the hell does this stop?
Anna, if I ask you something...
You maniac. Stop it. Just stop it.
Mrs. Dalton, your husband has been looking for someone to kill you.
What? What did you say?
Your husband has been trying to put a contract out on your life.
So what did he say? Anna,
We aren't supposed to tell.
The hell with him. What did he say?
Like you said, he's a maniac. A liar. How long have we been here?
I don't know. My watch is gone.
I'm getting hungry.
Try not to think about food.
Tim, do you love me?
What kind of a question is that?
One that a wife asks of her husband. Do you love me?
I don't think that this is the time to have that conversation.
Why? Afraid our friend might hear us?
Of course not.
Then why don't you answer? Do you still love me?
Anna, I don't know.
What kind of answer is that?
The only one I can come up with right now, okay?
We're going to die in here.
Now, why do you say that?
Look around, Tim. Do you really think that this guardian is really going to let us go?
I don't know. Do you still love me?
After 10 years of marriage, I thought that I did. I'm not sure either. Red light.
Now what?
Very shortly, Mr. Dalton, I will be sending the food down by the dumbwaiter. I suggest that you do not eat it. Prove your love to your wife by offering it all to her.
Why?
The food is poison. Her death will be swift and painless. You will be free to go.
What did he say? Oh, wait. You're not supposed to tell me. Green. I guess it's my turn.
Mrs. Dalton, I will be sending down some food in a few minutes. Prove your love to your husband and offer it all to him. You see, the food is poisoned. His death will be swift and painless.
I can't do that.
But Mrs. Dalton, I told you he wants you dead. Kill him instead and I will let you go.
You monster!
Agnes MacPhail once wrote, "Do not rely completely on any other human being, no matter how dear. We meet all of life's greatest tests alone." Tim and Anna Dalton have been given a test, and both are thinking very hard about it. You think about coming back for Act 3 when I return shortly. Tim and Anna Dalton are trapped in a room with no visible means of escape. They are being held by someone called the Guardian, who has given each of them a rather unique choice of freedom.
I thought...
What?
Nothing. Feels like it's been hours since he called.
It's been a long time.
I'm just so hungry.
Me too. Try not to think about food.
I can't think of anything else.
You asked me a question earlier. I didn't have a very good answer.
Neither of us did.
I guess that after 10 years, it seems that we grew apart. I don't know what happened to us. I do know that I want to try and fix whatever needs to be fixed between us.
You're right, Tim. I don't know what happened either. I do know that somewhere, deep down, possibly in both of us, we still love each other.
And it only took a maniac to show us that. Finally. Wow, What a wonderful anniversary dinner.
Couple of sandwiches, glass of water. Probably better than that meal in the restaurant. Tim, don't eat it.
I was just about to tell you the same thing. I think I can guess what the Guardian told you. The food is poisoned. It's what he told me.
Oh, Tim, what are we going to do?
Oh, God. Gas. It's coming down from the ceiling.
Tim, he's killing us.
Anna, come here. Let me hold you. I love you.
I love you, too. Yes, please hold me. I'm so scared.
Me too, my love.
Tim.
I love you.
Tim.
Anna.
Tim.
Mr. Dalton, you're okay. Can you hear me? Mr. Dalton.
Oh, my head. Where am I?
You're at Mercy General. I'm Dr. Matson.
My wife?
She's just down the hall. Do you remember what happened?
How did we get here?
Apparently you wrecked your car. A passing motorist just happened to see the car in the ditch and called an ambulance.
Where's the Guardian?
The Guardian? If you mean the person who called the ambulance, I have no idea. You're going to have some bruises, but I think that you'll be okay.
No, you don't understand.
Just try to stay calm. I'll go and get your wife.
Mr. Dalton?
Yeah?
I'm here with your discharge papers.
Oh, God, it's you!
I'm sorry?
I recognize that voice. You're the Guardian, you son of a...
I'm Derek, the discharge nurse. I understand that you have had quite an experience.
No, you are him.
Are you okay, Mr. Dalton? I'm just here to give you the papers so you can go home. Should I call for the doctor?
No, I'm okay. I could have sworn.
At least you don't have to stay in the hospital. I hear the food isn't the best in the world. A step above poison.
What did you say?
Give my regards to Anna.
Tim? Honey? Are you okay?
What the hell's going on, Anna?
I don't know.
I think that the Guardian was just in here.
You mean that male nurse?
Yes, I swear I recognized his voice. We need to talk to the police.
And tell them what? We don't even know where we were.
Perhaps we may never know.
All that I do know is that I love you dearly. We have some things to talk about, but I'm willing, if you are.
Anna, I was trying to have you killed.
I know, and you had good reasons. I've been having an affair, and it's over. Do you think that we can start over?
The comedian Andy Kaufman once asked, "What's real? What's not?" That's what I do in my act. Test how other people deal with reality. For Tim and Anna, perhaps they have passed the test, be it real or imagined. You decide, and I'll return shortly with a final word. I have known couples who had been together for upwards of 60 years, a lifetime with the same person. I often wonder what sort of secrets that they had that they never disclosed to their partners. Ask yourself, what secrets do you harbor, and how does that affect your relationship? Our cast included Dave Arkhipov, Annie Mick, Robert Jackson, Carter Sheriff, and William Stafford. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan, and the story was edited by Crimson McKenzie. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Are you insane?
It's quite simple. You spin the cylinder. There is only one bullet. You then hand me the gun, and I shoot you. You have a 5 in 6 chance of surviving.
This is a stupid dare.
Either do it, or I put all 6 bullets and then... and then... you will have no chance at all.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. Have you ever taken a dare? You know, when you were younger and perhaps less vulnerable, where you never once thought about the consequences.
Are you insane?
It's quite simple. You spin the cylinder. There is only one bullet. You then hand me the gun, and I shoot you. You have a 5 in 6 chance of surviving.
This is a stupid dare.
Either do it, or I put all 6 bullets and then... and then... you will have no chance at all.
Our mystery drama, The Dare Club, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast includes Robert Jackson, Crimson McKenzie, Raven Adams, and Ezra J.D. Emmons. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. I dare you. 3 small words that can cause not only emotional trouble, but physical as well.
Spin the cylinder. Now slide the gun to me. Now I cock the gun and point it at your head.
There! I did it! I'm in, right?
Oh no, we simply had another bullet.
That wasn't the dare.
I guess the roles have changed.
Daryl, stop it. Come on, he's done the dare.
Was anybody talking to you? He asked us to join our group. We didn't ask him.
The heck with the group. I don't need this.
Time for another bullet.
Hey, man, stop it.
Yeah, Daryl, stop it. Randy's had enough.
Shut up, Carl. Unless you want to play.
Damn it, Carl, do something.
That's enough, Daryl.
Oh, just one more bullet.
Stop it. Stop it. Both of you can go and...
Hey, buddy, come on. You did it. You're definitely in.
The look on your face when that blank cartridge went off was priceless!
You could have killed me.
Nah, no way, man. We wouldn't kill off one of the best computer guys in the business, now would we?
I heard that you two were pretty extreme, but I never dreamed that it would go that far.
Come on, it's just an initiation, that's all. You should have seen what this maniac put me through. Be glad he didn't do that to you.
Well done. And I understand congratulations are in order.
Excuse me, but this is a private table.
Oh, and I would never presume to intrude. My name is Jessica. Brody.
I'm Randy, and this is...
A private party.
Of course it is.
Oh, by all means, join us.
Huh. I know you. I know all of you. Daryl Strickland, millionaire several times over, close to joining the Billionaires Club with his business savvy. Carl Franklin, also a millionaire who seems to make money out of nothing. And now you have Randy Simmons, yet another millionaire. Now, what do you all have in common? I wonder.
I'm sure that you're gonna tell us.
I've been watching you. All of you. For the past several months. Especially Daryl and Carl. You know, Randy, I think that you're the first person that has actually taken them up on their dare. I wonder why you are so special.
Well, actually...
Is it that you want, Miss Brody?
Aw, haven't you already guessed? I want to become a member of your Whittle Club.
It's by invitation only.
And you weren't invited.
Oh, yes. Here's my card. And here are a few facts that I found out about you two. Very naughty. I'll be in the private room, expecting you in a few minutes.
Alright, we're here. Now what do you want?
I told you. I want to be a part of your little club.
And you think that blackmail is the way to get in?
I never said a word about blackmail.
This file says otherwise.
Gentlemen, I would never let something so trivial interfere with business.
Just what is your business?
All right. Cards on the table. I have a startup that I would like to grow in a very short amount of time.
What sort of business?
I am looking for rather affluent people who are looking to secure their holdings and businesses. For a small fee, I can do that for them.
You are running protection.
Oh, please! I don't have thugs running up and around the streets with ball bats, trying to knock someone's knees out for $50 worth of protection. That went out with the mafia, or whatever it was. No. I administer computer protection, data protection, identity protection.
If you have a good program, then it should sell itself. Why do you need us?
Simple. You have very influential friends. By joining your little club, I can be assured of acceptance into that world, yes?
And what if they don't want your services?
Oh, but they will. You see, I also have a wonderful team of computer hackers who can literally rain down hellfire and brimstone. By the time they have virtually destroyed someone, people are more than willing to secure my services. Although the price would be doubled since I have to undo all the damage that was done.
That you caused in the first place.
Precisely.
And what if we were to say no?
Then my hackers would have no qualms in raining hellfire down on you.
Accepting a dare is a rather childish way to show a person that you are not afraid of anything. The real hero knows when to walk away. Don't you walk away until I return with Act 2. Jessica Brody, entrepreneur and bully, has cornered Daryl, Carl, and Randy to let her be a part of the Dare Club, an exclusive members-only party.
Okay, so you want to be a part of the club.
Exactly.
Daryl, what are you thinking?
Well, Carl, we just initiated Randy here. Why not have someone else join our club?
Now you're talking.
Of course, you will have to take a dare.
I believe we can skip that part.
Oh, I see. You're all talk.
Yeah, just like a bully.
Watch your mouth.
Or what? You're going to expose us? Don't you get it? We don't just make you do a dare. We videoed the entire thing and uploaded it to our private channel so that everyone knows you are truly part of our club.
Of course. Randy's video has already gone out. All of our friends, and there's a lot of them, have seen it.
Are you kidding?
Yep, you should see the comments, Randy. Oh, boy. Oh, man. Wow, you're definitely a star.
I still don't think...
Don't if you don't want to.
I'm not gonna do some adult film with 20 other people.
Nothing like that. We have plenty of those films from willing participants.
All right. So what is my dare?
Meet us back here tomorrow night at 8. I'm sure that we can come up with something.
Gentlemen. Right on time.
Who's the ape?
Steady, Spencer. Spencer is, let us say, my insurance policy.
Doesn't he talk?
Does he have to? I see you can't even look him in the eye. Besides what he lacks in voice, he sure does make up in pure brawn.
He is rather large.
Now, let us get down to business. So, boys, what is my dare?
We figured that something simple should suffice.
You mean...
Don't you think that Miss Brody can handle that? I see you just had to bring your guard dog.
Spencer is with me always. As I said, insurance.
Well, you don't have to worry.
Where are we going?
You will see. And if at any time you want to back out, all you have to do is say so.
Oh, I'm sure that I have faced much worse. A cemetery?
Scared already?
Just tell me, what is this dare supposed to be?
Like I said, very simple. Do you see that crypt over there? The big one, with the angel on top?
What about it?
That's your dare. You spend the night inside. All night.
That's it?
That's it. We have a camera set up inside to monitor you.
Now there are conditions.
Which are?
You can't leave before sunup. All night, or nothing at all.
And we will even let you take Spencer to keep you company.
Yeah, if nothing else wants to.
What does that mean?
Well, the crypt is supposed to be haunted.
Supposedly some kids tried to spend the night in it on a dare years ago. They didn't last an hour.
I remember that story. There were 3 of them, right? All of them died within 2 days of entering the crypt.
Right. And now their spirits haunt the crypt and warn people away.
Some things should never be laughed at.
Fine! Come on, Spencer. Let's show these boys how it's done. Hey! Wait a minute. You didn't say anything about closing the door.
That's part of the dare. I mean, we could leave you here, then you could just walk out and tell us you spent the night in there.
Yeah, there are blind spots that the camera won't catch.
So we have to make sure. Don't worry. You see this hole in the door?
Yes.
The key to the door is hanging on a peg. All you have to do is stick your arm out, grab the key, unlock the door, and walk out. Of course, if you do it before sunrise, we will know.
Oh, you're not gonna be waiting outside?
Are you kidding? I don't like being out here now.
There's a sensor on the door over there. If you open it, it trips the sensor and we get a signal. After that, we come and get you.
But you don't complete the dare. In other words, the video will go up as a fail.
Then you can kiss all those potential clients goodbye.
Fine. Let's get this over with.
I remember as a child giving and receiving dares. It was a test of bravery, and in some cases, complete stupidity. As Jessica watches the heavy door close, she begins to wonder if this was really worth the risk. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. Jessica Brody has taken on the dare of spending the night inside of a crypt. Her bodyguard, Spencer, has also been allowed to go with her. The boys are now sitting in a van just outside of the gates of the long-forgotten cemetery.
Okay, Randy, did you set everything up?
It's all ready. I was able to hide the speakers inside the walls.
The sound effects I got from that movie studio filming in town.
And the big effect?
Mm-hmm. I had the special effects guys come out and set it up earlier today.
Kind of cheesy, don't you think?
Yeah, but I don't think Jessica will see it coming.
Well, Spencer, let's get comfortable. Oh, stop flailing your hands about. You know I don't know sign language. It's just a stupid dare. Don't be scared. Really? You're gonna have to do better than that. Spencer, calm down. They are trying to scare us. It's okay. Wow, great sound effect. I think the Haunted Mansion at Disney is scarier. Spencer, will you stop it? What are you staring at? The coffin? There isn't anything wrong with... What the hell? Spencer, what's the matter? Spencer! What is it? Hey, we have a medical emergency. Let us out! Let us out! Will you guys cut the crap? Something's wrong with Spencer! Oh! Want to get my hands on you? Spencer! Spencer! Oh, God. You're not breathing, are you? Spencer! I don't know what to do! Guys, I think Spencer had a heart attack! Get us out! What the coffin is opening up? The body is beginning to sit up. No. Guys, let us out! Wait, the key. This is crazy, stupid boy stuff. I can get the key. I can just fit my arm through the portal. There, I have the key. Ow! Damn it! I dropped the key. Wait. I dropped the key. Guys, I dropped the key. Get us out now. I know you can see me. Let me out! Let me out!
Where are we going?
As far away from here as we can.
You think she realized what happened?
By now, don't know.
She can get out, can't she? I mean, that is the right key.
How should I know? It was a key I found lying around the house.
Wait, what?
Carl, she was trying to muscle in on our deal. Maybe her computer program was better than ours. Who knows?
We couldn't have some bully taking over our business. Besides, we have worked too long and too hard gathering our clients. Even the ones who initially said no, until we hit them with that virus. Then they easily said yes to our system.
So, what did we just do?
Once I close that crypt door, it will never be open again.
Since no one comes out here, who's going to find her?
I'm just kidding, Carl. Don't look so green. Of course she can get out, if she wants to.
So it is the right key.
No, I told you. It's just one that I found.
Then how is she supposed to get out?
All she has to do is open the door. It's a crypt door. Who puts a lock on a crypt door?
Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Please! I know you can see me! Let me out!
Jessica Brody was never heard from again. It was the general belief that she had married Spencer, her bodyguard, and they were living somewhere far, far away. You don't go far away, as I'll be back shortly. Some people take on a dare to prove how brave they can be, putting themselves at risk, and sometimes others in harm's way. I personally know my worth, and have never had to prove it to others. Our cast included Robert Jackson, Crimson McKenzie, Raven Adams, and Ezra J.D. Emmons. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
And this is why you called me up here?
I know. It sounds fantastic, Leo. But the math doesn't lie. I've checked the figures over and over again.
Look, Pamela, you are one of the brightest and most brilliant astronomers that I know of. You actually believe that this meteor is heading towards the Earth?
It's not a question of, is it heading towards us? The question is, what is it?
I don't understand.
That's why I called you, Leo. I don't think it's a meteor at all.
Then what is it?
Something much, much worse.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit the like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
and please share it to all your friends.
Everybody.
With this key, You unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host for the Doorway to Nightmare. Have you ever looked up at the night sky, the billions of stars that surround our planet and the galaxy? Have you ever wondered, in the vastness of space, what could be out there?
And this is why you called me up here?
I know. It sounds fantastic, Leo. But the math doesn't lie. I've checked the figures over and over again.
Look, Pamela, you are one of the brightest and most brilliant astronomers that I know of. You actually believe that this meteor is heading towards the Earth?
It's not a question of, is it heading towards us? The question is, what is it?
I don't understand.
That's why I called you, Leo. I don't think it's a meteor at all.
Then what is it?
Something much, much worse.
Our mystery drama, They Have Been, They Will Be, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars, Brenna Faith, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Astronomy is a very specialized field in the world of science. It takes approximately 9 years to fully educate and prepare oneself to look up into the night sky.
Jennifer, do you have last night's photos?
Yes, Dr. Haller. I mapped out section 274 this afternoon.
Thank you, Jen. What would I do without you?
Run screaming into the night?
You're probably right.
I was also able to contact Dr. Fairfax. He said that he could be here this evening around 10.
Oh, I almost forgot.
How do you know Dr. Fairfax?
He was the head of Palomar when I interned there. Leo and I became close friends, and he always told me to contact him if I ever had a problem.
Do we have a problem?
I'm not sure. Did you also get batch 183 developed?
I left them on your desk as you requested.
Thank you, Jen. I need to take a look at them before Leo arrives.
Pamela, how is my favorite intern doing on such a beautiful evening?
Oh, Leo! It's so good of you to come on such a short notice.
Oh, I don't spend much time these days stargazing, unless it's in my backyard.
You mean they finally ran you off of Palomar?
Oh, no, I'm still the head honcho there. I just don't get to look into the big eye as much as I would like to.
Their pet name for the telescope. I'm surprised that it's still in use.
Well, the Hubble is fine, but I still prefer to gaze at the galaxy through the big eye.
Not much for the digital age, are you, Leo?
I still don't know how to send an email.
Still the same old Dr. Fairfax I used to get coffee for.
Speaking of which...
Way ahead of you. Here you are. 3 sugars, 2 creams.
You remembered. Delicious. Now tell me, what was so urgent that you needed me here tonight?
It's almost 11:13. We have already opened the dome and the computer is taking tonight's readings.
What is so special about 11:13?
I want you to see it for yourself.
Have you discovered some new star that we can name after you?
I'm not quite sure what I have discovered, All that I do know for certainty is that it is heading straight for Earth.
We have the coordinates programmed in, Dr. Haller.
Thank you, Jennifer. Oh, this is Jennifer Maynard. She's up for her master's and is interning here. Jen, this is Dr. Leo Fairfax.
It's an honor to meet you, sir.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine. Now, what am I supposed to be looking at?
I don't want to simply point it out.
The student becomes the teacher, eh?
Just look in the southern quadrant.
All right. I don't see anything unusual.
Keep looking.
45 seconds.
What happens in 45?
Just keep looking.
I still don't see... Wait. What is that?
11:13 on the dot, Dr. Haller.
Why, it's incredible. It seems to be glowing a green... Wait. What happened?
What did you see, Leo?
I'm not sure. But whatever it was, it has simply vanished.
I think you might need a little something stronger than coffee.
Ah, thank you. Now tell me, what exactly did I see?
First, I want you to take a look at these. I'm giving them to you in reverse order.
It's the same thing.
Exactly. And it's getting closer to Earth by the day.
A comet? Or a meteor?
That's what we thought, at first.
When was first?
About 2 weeks ago. Jennifer was monitoring that part of the sky when the telescope first picked it up. Of course, when she came to me, the thing was already gone. After a few days, we realized that it only appears at 11:13. And then, for no known scientific reason, it simply vanishes, as if it had never been there to start.
You do realize that what you are saying is quite impossible.
Don't you think I know that? But the pictures and the math don't lie.
So, Pamela, what do you think that it is?
Take a look at the pictures again.
All right, but what am I supposed to be?
Look at them very carefully.
I still don't Wait. But that is impossible.
What do you see now?
It's just not possible. Whatever that thing is, it seems to be changing its shape.
Exactly. We know that a meteor will rotate and we can get a different angle, but completely change its shape?
Have you talked to anyone else about this?
If you mean NASA or the White House, forget it. That's why I called you first. They would never believe me.
What are those things surrounding this shape?
In my honest opinion, they appear to be something like tentacles.
Oh, gases exploding from the meteor?
Gases that keep their shape? And is it just me, or does that resemble an eye?
Astronomy is probably the few exact sciences in the world today. Using mathematical equations and measurements, over 90% of the known galaxy has been mapped. But what, you may ask, could lie in the unknown 10%? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Stephen Hawking once said, "Look up at the stars and not down at your feet. Try to make sense of what you see and wonder about what makes the universe exist. Be curious."
It's almost 11:13, Doctor.
Thank you, Jen. Well, Leo, Would you like to do the honors tonight?
I believe so. Are all of the video stations running?
Yes, Doctor.
Why don't you just call me Leo? Too many doctors around here.
All right, Leo. 2 minutes before our friend appears.
Pamela, have you given it a name yet?
Not really. Its designation is X4390.
Almost time. Wonder what it will look like tonight.
Anything, Leo?
Not yet. Perhaps it has somehow changed its course. Oh, there you are. Can we get a little more magnification?
Coming right up. I'm increasing it 10 times.
Ah, yes. There it is. What the hell is that?
What do you see?
No. It can't be.
Now I need a drink.
Here are the latest pics. I've also transferred the video to your station in here.
Thank you, Jen.
Pamela, may I ask you something?
Of course.
What do you think that it is?
My dear Jennifer, that is what we're going to try to determine tonight.
What did you see tonight, Leo?
I can only think of one word to describe what I saw.
Which is?
A nightmare. All right, pause the video right there. There, do you see it?
I see it. I just don't believe it.
What exactly do you see?
It's almost like a gigantic octopus with hundreds of tentacles.
Anything else?
Yes. Eyes. Millions of eyes.
Jennifer, do you see it as well?
Yes, I do, Leo. But like Dr. Haller, I don't believe it.
All right. What do we know and what do we think that we know?
We know that there is something in the southern quadrant of the galaxy that only appears at 11:13 each evening. We know that it is traveling at a high rate of speed and heading towards the Earth.
And at an accelerated speed. Pam, have you managed to do the calculations as to when our visitor will arrive?
Working on them now. But they make no sense.
Does any of this make sense?
Let me know as soon as you get those figures.
Leo, I've seen that image somewhere else, but I can't place it.
Oh, I've seen it as well. It's in my library at home. It used to hang in my office at Palomar.
That's it! Some sort of weird painting you had that always seemed to give me the shivers. I often wondered why you even put up such a grotesque thing in your office.
To make the interns nervous?
Well, I simply thought of it as a work of art.
What was it?
An artist's rendering of the old ones.
What are the old ones?
Now wait a minute, Leo. It's only a story.
Are we so sure? You know, most fiction has a small hint of fact about it. How do we know that they did not exist?
But what are they?
The old ones were considered gods. According to legend, they were the ones who created this planet. And if you delve deep enough into theology, you will find that each religion contains a bit of similarity. But no one really knows which is the truth.
But what happened to them?
Well, it depends on who you ask. They simply disappeared. It wasn't until the early 1900s when they began to appear in stories, mostly written by H.P. Lovecraft.
Who?
A writer of horror who began publishing in 1923. He had an entire mythos about the old ones. These gods that gave us this planet.
And that's what our meteor looks like?
Can you deny the fact that it changes form each night? I've never known a meteor to do that.
All right, Leo. Let's just say that whatever that thing is out there, it's coming to Earth. Why? After all these billions of years, if you believe the stories, why would they come now?
That is the question, isn't it? More importantly, what would be their purpose?
What could be the purpose for any being not of this earth to come? Looking at the latest pictures, Leo's hands begin to shake. The answers that his mind are coming up with are creating a fear inside that he has never known before. I shall return with Act 3 shortly. For the past 2 nights, Leo, Pamela, and Jennifer have been seeing something that defies all scientific logic. They are currently waiting for the time of 11:13 when they will see the meteor again.
Everything is ready.
About a minute to go.
Did you get those calculations?
If it stays on course, it should reach the Earth in about 6 months.
With it constantly changing each night, I don't think there is any way to tell how big it actually is.
It's almost time.
I'm ready. What the hell? Well, that's just not possible.
What is it, Leo?
It seems to be much closer than it was last night. Give me the readings as soon as you can, Jennifer.
Well, Leo, your calculations are correct.
As well as yours from last night. You tell me 6 months, but where that thing is at now, it's only a matter of 6 days. Perhaps less than that.
Shouldn't we call someone?
And tell them what, Jen? A fictional god from the imagination of a horror writer is coming?
Thousands of meteors hit the Earth every day, Jennifer.
But you said that it wasn't like a meteor at all.
I'm not sure what it is. Perhaps by tonight, we will know.
Leo, tell me straight. What do you really think?
Pamela, Lovecraft believed in cosmicism. The belief that mankind is really insignificant in the grand scheme of the universe.
So what do you think is going to happen?
Well, if you believe in the mythos behind what Lovecraft wrote, then the gods are coming back. Perhaps to reclaim this planet that they once called their own.
And what happens to us?
I don't know.
Leo, why are you outside?
I don't think that we will need to use the telescope tonight, if our calculations are correct.
So we just stand here and wait?
I cannot think of anything better to do. Where is Jennifer?
She said something about going to see her parents before...
Every religion on Earth holds some belief in how the planet was created. Even science has its own theory. Of course, we will never actually know, since none of us were there.
It's almost 11:13. What do we do?
Whatever it is, it should appear in the sky. Over in that direction, I believe. I can only speculate as to why they have decided to return to the Earth.
Only a couple minutes to go. Your theory?
Perhaps they've been watching us for a long time. They saw what we have done to this paradise. Maybe, just maybe, they thought to themselves that they had been, and they will be again.
And so what happens to us?
In the grand scheme of the universe, does it really matter?
H.P. Lovecraft once wrote, The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. You have no fear that I'll return shortly. There have been many stories that depict the annihilation of our planet, from aliens to asteroids, and even mankind itself. I try not to dwell on it too much, and look forward to yet another day, another month, another year. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Brenna Faith, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Alex, maybe I shouldn't have taken on this case.
Having second thoughts, Sydney?
I have less than 3 days to find the evidence from a case that is over 5 years old.
Well, didn't Ferraro give you anything to go on?
Tony Ferrari is probably a part of this mess. Only 3 days, Alex. Then the state will execute a man. An innocent man.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit the like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
and please share it to all your friends.
Everybody.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. Raymond Chandler, creator of the fictional detective Philip Marlowe, once wrote, "The private detection of fiction is a fantastic creation who acts and speaks like a real person. They can be completely realistic in every sense but one. In life, as we know it, such a person would not be a private detective."
Alex, maybe I shouldn't have taken on this case.
Having second thoughts, Sydney?
I have less than 3 days to find the evidence from a case that is over 5 years old.
Well, didn't Ferraro give you anything to go on?
Tony Ferrari is probably a part of this mess. 3 days, Alex. Only 3 days. Then the state will execute a man. An innocent man.
Our mystery drama from the casebook of Sidney Chase, Ferraro's Favor, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and Crimson McKenzie, and stars Crimson McKenzie and Dave Arkhipov. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The mystery story is really two stories in one. On one side, you have what happened, and on the other, what appeared to happen. Sidney Chase, private detective, looks at both sides and tries to distinguish between the two.
Yes, I'm Dr. Alexander McDougall, friend and confidant of Sidney Chase, and I suppose that you have sought me out to learn more about her efforts to free a condemned man. It all began on a Wednesday afternoon when I went around to her home and office for our weekly game of chess. Sidney greeted me at the door.
Oh, Alex. I'm sorry. I forgot it was Wednesday.
Oh, the great Sidney Chase forgot?
I'm sorry. Really, I am. I don't feel up to a game of chess tonight.
Well, we can make it for another evening if you are not feeling.
It isn't that, Alex.
Perhaps I should come in and give you a quick examination. Have you been feeling ill?
Oh, you don't remember what day it is, do you?
Why, it's Wednesday, July... that day.
Why don't you come in? I really don't want to be alone right now.
Would you like me to fix the drinks tonight?
I'm 3 up on you, but please, go ahead.
I see you went on to the more medicinal drinks.
It isn't fair, Alex.
Cancer never is.
He was only 32. Why him?
I have no answers for you, Sidney. Your husband was a good man who was taken away by a dreadful disease. There isn't anything that I can say that will change that fact.
I think I need another drink.
I think that you need a case to work on.
Alex, you're sweet. But how many lost dogs can there be in this town?
In the meantime, why don't you take my advice and get your mind on something else?
Like a game of chess, Dr. McGoogle?
Oh, Sidney, I really wish that you would not call me that.
I'm just teasing, Alex. You know I only tease you out of love.
It's your move, Miss Chase.
Now who could that be? Sidney Chase, basket case.
Sidney, are you okay?
What is it, Tony?
Is there any way you could meet me tonight?
Why, Tony, you're a married man. I always knew you were sweet on me, but a date?
Sidney, I'm being serious.
Oh, I never expected you to swoop in and take me away from all of this. Shall we make it Vegas or the Bahamas?
Damn it, Sidney. Just meet me at the Slaughtered Lamb in 20 minutes.
Doesn't sound very romantic.
It's not supposed to be romantic. I need your help.
What's the matter, Tony? Did the body from the last homicide get up and walk away?
I take it that was Lieutenant Ferrero who called.
You take it right. I think I might have upset old Ferrari with that last crack.
Are you going to meet him?
I suppose I better. He actually said that he needed my help. Needed! How can I pass an obvious excuse to give him a hard time?
Over here, Sidney.
Hello, Tony. You handsome devil. And what a wonderful place to meet. How many eyeballs did they sweep up last night?
Sidney, please, this is serious.
Tony? I've never seen you like this. What's going on?
Do you remember Carlton Baggins?
Vaguely. They closed that case before I ever came to your squad.
I closed that case. What there was of it.
What about him?
His execution is in 3 days.
And?
I may have put the wrong man in the gas chamber.
Why do you say that? I mean, I know you're not the sharpest detective in the world.
Don't start with me, Chase. I'm a damn good detective. You know I was solving cases before you came along.
When did you start slipping, Ferrari?
Will you stop calling me that? It's Ferraro.
Oh, isn't that what I said?
Just forget it, Chase. An innocent man is going to die, and you want to make jokes.
Tony, this really is serious. What's going on?
This is the entire file. The evidence, the pictures, everything that we had. It was open and shut. After I heard yesterday that Baggins was getting executed, I went back and looked at it all again.
So, you had a good case, didn't you?
I'm not so sure now.
So tell me, what's on your mind?
Okay, Carlton Baggins was just an ordinary guy. He worked as a bookkeeper at a law firm here in town. You know, personal injury stuff. He was married to Tricia Adams, one of the attorneys. One night while working late, he manages to go home and finds his wife dead from multiple knife wounds.
And you deduced that he had killed his wife.
All of the evidence pointed that way.
Why would he kill her?
He found out that she was having an affair. We never did find the lover, but we sure found him, covered in her blood. He was lying on the sofa with a knife in his hands.
Just waiting for the cops to come?
He was passed out. Said that he'd gotten knocked out by someone, but there was no bruise on his head. We got the call shortly after his wife was murdered.
Pretty convenient if you ask me.
He always swore he was innocent, but the evidence was just too good against him.
And now you're having doubts.
Big ones. I can't put my finger on it, but... Sydney, can I hire you?
Sydney looks at Ferraro and notices the lines in his face are deeper, darker. A twinge of sympathy crosses her own features. I'll be back with Act 2. Sydney Chase has taken on an old case from her former boss, Lieutenant Anthony Ferraro, who believes that the man he sent to death row is actually innocent. While looking over the case files, she explains the story to Alex.
And you agreed to it?
Hey, Alex, a case is a case.
You mean you're actually charging him for this?
Alex! What do you take me for? Ferrari is, or rather was, a fellow officer who reached out to me for help. I couldn't say no.
How much?
Besides, the case intrigues me.
Sydney, how much?
My usual fee.
How much?
Okay, so maybe I doubled my usual fee. But we're talking about Anthony Ferrari.
Sydney!
Don't worry. I'm not going to actually charge him that much.
Well, that's good to know.
Maybe I should triple it.
Sydney!
I'm just kidding, Alex. Alright, so I told you all the facts as they were told to me. Why don't you start helping me by looking at the autopsy report? I'll start reading the...
Would you like me to get that?
Oh no, let me. Yes?
Miss Sydney Chase? I'm Eve Chesser. May I come in?
Of course. This is my friend, Dr. Alexander
McDougal. It's very pleased to meet you. May I offer you something to drink?
No, thank you. Miss Chase, are you available to take a case at the moment?
Well, I'll have to look at my calendar. Yep, I'm free.
I'll pay you whatever you want.
First, why don't you tell me what it is you would like for me to do?
Carlton is innocent. He didn't kill his wife.
Are we talking about Carlton Baggins?
He's my brother, and I know that he's innocent.
What makes you so sure?
Because of what his wife confided in me. My brother is not the best at holding on to a relationship. Tricia Adams was a bit of a fluke for him. Even I couldn't believe it when they got married. You see, my brother was a workaholic. Tricia was starving for someone. Anyone.
That was the basis for the homicide conviction. In a jealous rage, your brother killed her.
I didn't believe it then, nor do I believe it now.
Well, it would not be the first time that a husband killed his wife for having an affair.
But Carlton knew all about it. He was not the most sexual person in the world. He encouraged her to go out, and she made the most of it.
So he was okay with her having an affair?
Yes, so why would he kill her?
Maybe he really wasn't okay with it.
No, I think there was something more. You see, he even knew the man.
Really? Sydney, didn't you tell me that the police never found out who the lover was?
That's what Ferrari told me.
My brother knew. I believe that's why he was framed. You see, her lover was a cop, a detective in the homicide squad.
Do you remember his name?
Detective Anthony Ferraro.
By all means, please come right in and don't bother to knock.
You lied to me, Tony.
About what?
You were the lover of Trisha Adams.
What are you talking about? The first time I saw Trisha Adams was when the coroner took her away.
That's not what Carlton's sister told me last night. Swear to me, Tony. Swear that you didn't know her.
I can't do that.
Tony, you're a married man. I've known your wife for years. How could you...
It isn't what you think.
Oh, I'm thinking a lot of things right now.
Will you calm down and let me explain?
A simple, I don't think we should see each other anymore, was too much for you? Tony, did you kill her and frame her husband?
Are you finished?
Nope, but you might be.
Trisha Adams was my informant.
Informant? For what?
Trisha was having an affair, and her husband did know about it. It was with Detective Alan Simmons from Vice. Trisha went out a few times with him and noticed some rather strange things.
Like what?
Apparently, Simmons was taking money from our local drug trade to look the other way. He was investigated a couple of times by Internal Affairs, but they could never pin anything on him. She came to me, and I told her I needed evidence. She said she'd get it. Somehow.
And instead got killed. But how did you know her in the first place?
I didn't. Gladys, my wife, did. They used to get their hair done at the same salon.
So Gladys knows all about this.
Not everything, but enough.
Let's just say for the time being that I believe you. Do you think that Simmons killed her and framed her husband?
If he did, it was an excellent job. 3 days from now, Carlton Baggins will be put to death.
3 days, Alex. I've got to crack this thing within 3 days. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to do it.
Oh, I have faith in you, Sydney.
I need to talk with Alan Simmons. But I don't want it to look like I'm accusing him of anything, especially extortion or murder.
So, do you have a plan?
Well, I know that he frequents the slaughtered lamb. Maybe I could sort of bump into him there.
Sounds dangerous. Remember, if he is the one that killed Trisha, he wouldn't think twice about doing you in.
The glamorous life of a private detective. Don't worry, Alex. I'll be careful.
I certainly hope so, Sydney Chase.
The gleam in Sydney's eye tells Alex that she has some sort of a scheme floating around in her mind. He gives her a very worrisome look before returning to the autopsy reports. I trust that you will return here for Act 3. Sydney Chase has put on her most becoming and only dress and is now entering the Slaughtered Lamb, a rather seedy lounge. Seeing Detective Alan Simmons at the bar, she makes her way to the empty stool beside him.
Hi. Hello there.
Are you talking to me?
Buy a thirsty girl a drink.
Aren't I the one that's supposed to use a line?
I don't believe in typical social graces.
What would you like?
What's good here? I've never been here before.
Hey, Joe. Fireball for the lady. Now, why haven't I seen you in here before?
My first time, and I didn't particularly want to drink alone.
What's your name?
Scarlet.
Like the character in Clue?
Yes, but I'm so much better.
I'm Alan.
Pleased to meet you.
So, where's this going?
You tell me.
Well, you don't look like the local talent.
Oh, I'm not. And I don't engage in that sort of activity.
So what brought you down here?
In other words, what's a pretty girl like me doing in a place like this?
Something like that.
Can I be honest with you?
Of course.
I'm in business, just not the kind that you were thinking of.
Really?
Oh, yes. You see, I understand that you're the go-to guy for the type of business I want to start.
And just who told you that?
Well, it was some time ago, but Trisha Adams?
Is that right? You do know that Miss Adams is no longer among the living.
I just found out last week. You see, I've been, let's just say, on vacation.
For 5 years?
It was at State's expense.
Why don't we take this conversation outside? Too many ears in here. So, why don't you lay your cards on the table?
Let's just say that I have a supplier in Mexico who is interested in expanding to the area.
So why tell me?
You are a cop, aren't you? I was told that for 10% we could get some protection?
That's 20%.
Okay, 20%.
And when are you planning to start this business venture?
Not until I have everything in place. Probably in the next couple weeks.
You do realize that I could arrest you right now.
But I don't think that you will. Otherwise, a lot of nasty evidence might pop up.
What evidence?
You killed Trisha and then framed her husband.
You have been away for a long time. No, I didn't kill Trisha or frame her husband.
Not what Eve told me.
Oh, that murderer sister? So, you know her as well.
She had a lot of interesting things to say about...
Lady, you have no idea who you're messing with.
My, that is an awfully large knife. You think this is the first time that I've faced a knife?
Oh, I'm sure it's not. Just make sure you're not on the wrong end of it.
Sydney Chase.
Sydney, why didn't you tell me that you were hired by Baggin's sister?
Well, hi, Tony. I didn't think I had to tell you. Besides, I did tell you what she said about you.
She's dead, Sydney.
What?
Her body was found in the park a little while ago. Coroner's still counting the knife wounds. Sydney, what did you do?
No. No. Oh, God. I think I messed up.
Going undercover for the express purpose of capturing a criminal is something that can be very dangerous. Sydney Chase was willing to take on that danger, but never dreamed that it would lead to the death of her client. And now a preview of the conclusion of From the Casebook of Sydney Chase, Ferraro's Favor.
This isn't good, Alex. And it's too much of a coincidence.
I agree, Sydney, and I know that you do not believe in coincidence.
What have you learned from the autopsy report?
Oh, only that Trisha Adams was killed with a serrated knife, about 8 inches in length.
That can't be right.
Oh, the coroner did a thorough job.
I read the police report that Tony did. According to him, Carlton was found with a knife, which was what convicted him.
So what's your point?
It was an ordinary kitchen knife, like a paring knife. Single blade, not serrated, and certainly not 8 inches long.
I'll return shortly with a final word. The author, Ross MacDonald, once said that the detective's job is to seek justice for the corpse. Perhaps Sidney Chase will be able to do just that. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Dave Arkhipov, Annie Mick, and Ezra J.D. Emmons. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan, and the story was edited by Crimson McKenzie.
So, did you like it?
Yes, I did.
Why don't you hit that like button then?
Oh, I could do that.
Please leave a comment.
I think I'll share this to all my friends, too.
Yay!
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. P.D. James once said that what the detective story is about is not murder, but the restoration of order.
This isn't good, Alex. And it's too much of a coincidence.
I agree, Sydney, and I know that you do not believe in coincidence.
What have you learned from the autopsy report?
Only that Trisha Adams was killed with a serrated knife, about 8 inches in length.
That can't be right.
Oh, the coroner did a thorough job.
I read the police report that Tony did. According to him, Carlton was found with a knife, which was what convicted him.
So what's your point?
It was an ordinary kitchen knife, like a paring knife. Single blade, not serrated, and certainly not 8 inches long.
Our mystery drama, The Conclusion of The Casebook of Sidney Chase, Ferraro's Favor, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and Crimson McKenzie, and stars Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Sidney Chase, once a homicide detective and now a private investigator, was asked by her former lieutenant, Anthony Ferraro, to look into an old case. Ferraro was worried that he had possibly sent the wrong man to death row. Her friend, Alex McDougal, should take up the story from here.
The convicted man was Carlton Baggins, who was sent to death row for the brutal murder of his wife, Tricia Adams. He always had proclaimed his innocence, and 3 days before his said execution, Ferraro came to Sydney for help. Then Carlton's sister, Eve Chesser, hired Sydney to also look into the case. She told Sydney that Ferraro was having an affair with Tricia. When Sydney confronted him with this, he told her that Tricia was his informant, that she was dating a detective named Alan Simmons, who had been investigated by Internal Affairs for running a drug operation and providing protection. Naturally, Sydney had a plan to try and find out what she could from Alan Simmons. Unfortunately, this resulted in the death of Baggins' sister, Eve Chesser.
I really messed up, Alex.
Oh, Sydney, it's not your fault. You had no idea that Eve would be murdered.
I pushed Simmons too hard. I was acting like a first-rate rookie.
Now quit being so hard on yourself. Let's go over this case file and see what we can find.
I talked with Tony this morning about getting the files or anything that he may have on Alan Simmons. He said that most of the investigation was sealed, but that he would see what he could do.
I hate to say this, but it doesn't look like much hope for Mr. Baggins. According to his statement, he came home, found his wife on the floor, and was hit in the back of the head. When he came to, he was in custody.
And there was no sign of any bruise or bump on his head.
Yes, well, there are ways to knock a person unconscious without leaving a mark.
I know. I looked it up on Google, Mr. McGoogle.
Oh, Sydney, do you want my help or not?
I'm only kidding, Alex. Okay, so let's assume that Baggins was set up. The question is why.
Ferraro did tell you that Tricia was dating Alan Simmons, and she approached him about evidence against Alan. Perhaps Alan discovered what was going on.
But why kill her? He could have just stopped seeing her.
Well, maybe she already had the evidence that she needed.
Possible. Did you find anything in the autopsy report?
No, only the victim was stabbed multiple times with a large serrated knife, around 8 inches long.
Wait a minute. Let me see that.
Did you find something?
When they arrested Baggins, he was holding a knife. Where did I read? Here. It was a small carving knife that he had. Not a serrated and definitely not 8 inches long.
Now, how could Ferraro have missed that?
Ferrari? Who jumps to a conclusion faster than a Ferrari going from 0 to 60? Come on.
Sydney, I know that look in your eye. Now what?
Well, I think that I've actually seen that knife. I'm going to run down to the ME's office. Want to come?
Oh, I think that I shall wait here. I've seen enough corpses in my career.
Suit yourself.
Sydney! Sydney! Sydney, are you all right?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
My God, what happened?
I opened the door and saw a flash. I jumped and 2 bullets ricocheted off the door jamb.
Did you see anyone?
No, but I saw the car.
Did you at least get a license number off the plate?
I didn't need to. I'd recognize that old car anywhere. It was Anthony Ferraro's car.
Is Sydney Chase getting closer to the truth? Alex examines his friend to make sure that she is not hurt, while the anger inside of her grows. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Sydney Chase has just been shot at, and while she has not been hit, her anger grows. She recognized the car where her would-be assassin fired as that of Lieutenant Anthony Ferraro.
Shouldn't you be somewhere?
Where were you this afternoon?
Now, where do you think I was?
Answer the question, Ferraru.
I was sitting at my desk, going over an endless supply of reports, and trying very hard not to think that I've sent an innocent man to the gas chamber.
They use the needle now.
Baggins will be just as dead either way.
So you haven't left the office at all today?
Would you like the other half of the ham sandwich I brought from home?
Who has access to your car then?
No one. Look, Sydney, where is this going?
Could someone have taken your car today?
Who would want to take my car?
Tony! Someone took a shot at me and they were driving your car!
Here's my gun. I haven't fired it in over a month.
I believe you, but who would try to take me out?
Same one that wants Baggins to die.
Any leads on Eve's murder?
Not yet. Coroner says that she was stabbed at least 60 times. Whoever killed her was extremely mad at her.
Okay, another question. Did Trisha give you any hint that she might have some sort of evidence against Alan Simmons?
Not really. Oh, she did call me the day before her murder and said that she was really close, but other than that, she didn't have anything.
Well. If it isn't... well, let me guess. Oh, yes, Scarlett. Or should I say, Sydney Chase.
Do I know you?
Really? We're really going to play that game? Fine. I'm Detective Alan Simmons.
Sydney Chase, private investigator.
So, what did you and the lieutenant have to talk about?
Oh, didn't you know? He's taking me to Las Vegas this weekend. He has a bit of a thing for me.
I could see why.
Is there anything I can do for you, Detective?
It's Simmons. No, nothing really. But I would like to give you some friendly advice.
Ooh, my. What a gentleman you are. And what advice should I take?
Baggins killed his wife. He's gonna be executed for it. Leave it alone.
Who said that I was even looking into it?
I'm serious, Chase. Leave it alone, or you may find yourself on the wrong end of a knife.
Speaking of knives, you have a very interesting one. Serrated with a handle that has ruby inlays. Quite unique.
What's that got to do with anything?
Oh, just an observation. Alex? Are you here?
Yes, Sydney, I'm here.
Aw, you look like you just lost your best friend.
In a way, I believe that I have.
What's going on?
Have you heard the news?
About what?
They just arrested Anthony Pereiro for the murder of Eve Chesser.
What? But I just left his office.
It was on the news just before you came in.
Did they say where they were taking him?
I'm assuming to county.
Come on, Alex, let's go. Well, I wouldn't call it the Ritz, but at least you get 3 hots and a cot.
Only 2 hots. The city cut the budget again. And how were you able to get in to see me?
One of the guards is a lovely friend.
What?
It's best if you don't ask, Ferraro.
Fine, Sydney. I swear that I did not kill Eve Chesser.
Did they say what evidence they had?
Sure. A few bloodstains in my home and a knife with Chesser's blood all over it in the trunk of my car.
Was that all?
Isn't that enough?
Where is your car now?
I'm guessing the impound yard.
I really need to get a look at your trunk.
Got a friend working there as well?
I told you it was best if you didn't ask.
Sydney, please, you've got to help me.
I'll do what I can. Hold the light steady, will you, Alex?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you knew someone that works here.
I had to tell Ferrari something, didn't I?
I'm getting too old to be climbing over fences and searching the trunks of cars in the dead of night.
Just hold the light steady.
I'm freezing! Besides, isn't what we are doing a felony? Won't the cameras catch us?
You heard Ferrari? The city cut the budget. A friend told me that they couldn't afford to upgrade security here. Most of the cameras don't work anyway. Ah! Here it is!
What is it?
The evidence is going to save Baggins from the needle and get Ferrari out of jail! I hope.
Sydney smiles at Alex, who looks more perplexed than usual. The detective and the doctor make their way back to Sydney's apartment. I hope that you will make your way back here when I return with Act 3. Sidney Chase, after hearing about the arrest of Lieutenant Ferraro, checks where a vital piece of evidence was found, in the good lieutenant's car. With a smile, she picks up the phone and dials police headquarters.
"14th Precinct, Detective Simmons speaking."
Why, Alan! I wasn't expecting you to answer the phone. Demoted to switchboard now.
Miss Chase, to what do I owe the honor of hearing your angelic voice?
Oh, I think I have something that you would be very interested in.
And what is that?
Well, I happen to find something that belongs to you. Or, well, your knife anyway.
What about my knife?
Oh, you know the one. The serrated edge knife with the ruby inlays that I believe is missing one stone. I found it, and you'll never guess where. Do I have your attention now?
What do you want?
I think about $10,000 would be sufficient.
I don't think I have.
You've been getting protection money for a long time, Simmons. I think that you could dip into your early retirement fund.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fine. I can just take this to the DA and we will see.
No, wait. All right. I'll be at your place in an hour.
Make it 2. I want to get all dolled up for the great Detective Simmons. You really liked Scarlett, didn't you?
See you in an hour.
Sidney, are you positive he will be here?
Well, not positive. Pretty sure, though.
Only pretty sure?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of an educated guess.
An educated guess?
Okay, a calculated risk?
Sidney, this man has already killed 2 women and framed 2 different men. Do you actually think he would have second thoughts about doing the same to you?
Alex, don't worry.
Besides, I'm too old to be framed for your murder.
Promise it won't come to that. Now, make sure you have the camera turned on.
I have them running now.
Right on time. I love it when a killer is punctual. Get in the bedroom and be ready to call the cavalry if I am wrong. Detective Simmons, please do come in.
All right, Chase. What do you think that you have that is going to cost me 10 grand?
You got the money?
Right here. Count it if you want to.
I don't think we have to do that. Why don't we have a drink first?
Just show me this evidence.
My, aren't we in a hurry? Come on. One teeny tiny little drink.
I've just about had it with you.
Okay. Chill. Breathe. Breathe. It's just one of the rubies that fell off your knife when you were planting evidence in Ferraro's car. You should have been a little more careful.
So should you, Miss Chase.
Really? Graduating to a gun?
Why not? Now, get that ruby.
Sidney! Sidney, look out!
What the... Oh!
Sidney, are you all right?
I thought you would never get here. Did you get him?
Yeah, I got him. I need to get the ambulance in here. Don't want him to die before the state gets its chance.
Alex, you okay?
Sidney?
Alex!
I believe that I have been shot.
Alex! No! Tony, get the ambulance here now!
On my way.
Sidney, as a doctor, I can tell you that there will not be any need for an ambulance.
No! Don't you die on me too!
I'm sorry, Sidney. I really...
Alex? Alex! 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 Alex, that is not the way it happened.
Well, it's the way that it should have happened, at least in my book.
You didn't die.
Look here, young lady, I took a bullet for you.
You came running out of the bedroom, saw the gun, and fainted right into me.
And I pushed you out of the way.
The bullet barely grazed you.
Well, they still had to rush me to the hospital.
'Cause you were screaming like a little girl.
I had to get stitches.
Stitch. Singular, as in
Well,
one lousy stitch.
I still saved your life.
Oh, Alexander McGoogle. Have I told you lately how much I love the dog poo out you?
Alan Simmons eventually confessed to the murders, and Baggins was pardoned by the governor. Ferraro never did thank Sidney for her help, and I have a suspicion that he never paid her for services rendered. As for Sidney Chase, well, I still play chess with her every Wednesday, and she is still waiting for her next big case.
And I will return shortly with a final word. As Gilbert K. Chesterton once wrote, the criminal is the creative artist. The detective is the critic. Sidney Chase continues to criticize the criminal every chance that she gets. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Dave Arkhipov, and Ezra J.D. Emmons. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
So did you like the story today?
Yes, I did.
Well, why don't you hit that like button?
I think I will.
Would you like to hear more stories?
I sure would.
Then why don't you hit that subscribe button?
Can I share it to all my friends?
Would you please?
Oh, thank you.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
And you're telling me that this great treasure is buried right under my house?
My dear lady, I can guarantee it.
Why, that's wonderful.
Of course, it'll require a measure of work to get to it.
Of course, Mr. McGrath.
Naturally, you will receive the majority of the treasure. All that I would want would be a small portion for my efforts.
Oh, I'm sure that you will receive everything that is coming to you.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. Consider the world of the con game. It has been with us for centuries. People who spin a good story in the hopes of getting something out of others have been around since the dawn of the human race.
And you're telling me that this great treasure is buried right under my house?
My dear lady, I can guarantee it.
Why, that's wonderful.
Of course, it'll require a measure of work to get to it.
Of course, Mr. McGrath.
Naturally, you will receive the majority of the treasure. All that I would want would be a small portion for my efforts.
Oh, I'm sure that you will receive everything that is coming to you.
Our mystery drama, Secret in the Cellar, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan, and the story was edited by Crimson Mackenzie. Our stars, Annie Mick, Brenna Faith, and Raven Adams. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The great showman P.T. Barnum once said that there was a sucker born every minute. He proved his point by displaying oddities of nature that he himself had created. He was perhaps the greatest con artist that ever lived.
May I help you?
I'm hoping that you can, dear lady. My name is Jason McGrath. By trade, I'm a surveyor.
Well, I really wouldn't know where I could put one.
Oh, oh no, I'm not selling anything.
Then what are you doing here?
Well, let me begin again. I'm Jason McGrath, and I've been surveying the area for a few weeks now, and I've made a great discovery.
Which obviously has something to do with me.
Exactly. Perhaps I could come in and explain better. No, thank you, Ms.
Lamar. Sylvia Lamar. Would you like sugar or lemon for your tea?
Thank you, Miss Lamar. Do you live here alone?
My daughter lives with me. She's in town doing the shopping.
Well then, at least you're not alone. Way out here in the middle of nowhere?
Excuse me, Mr. McGrath, but you were going to explain your business out here?
You are correct. Did you know that our Earth, this tiny planet that we make our home on, is filled with caverns, caves, and a vast tunnel system?
Really?
Oh, yes. I've been mapping this system for the last 5 years. There are tunnels that travel from coast to coast, and even around the world.
Is that so?
I've been mapping using the latest technology. This vast array of tunnels. And what do you think I've discovered?
Tell me.
Well, it is rather strange, but they all seem to converge right on your property.
Fascinating. More tea?
Oh, no, thank you. What I have discovered through my research is that directly under your home is a large cavern. And what do you think it contains?
I'm breathless with anticipation.
A fortune. A vast fortune of diamonds, rubies, perhaps the treasure of pirates?
And you say this treasure is right under my home?
I can almost guarantee it. Oh. Dear lady?
I've been pointing this gun at you for quite some time, under my apron. It is fully loaded, and I have just pulled the trigger back.
But, dear lady...
I suggest that you very slowly leave. I believe that you know where the door is.
I'm not just telling a story.
I don't know what you're telling me, but unless you want a bullet in your body somewhere... I'm not the best of shots. I believe that you should leave. Now.
Mama, I'm back.
Did you get everything?
Almost. They didn't have any ground chuck.
It's all right.
Who was that man running down the road when I drove up?
Oh, no one.
Well, I know what ground round does too.
It's all right, my child. Oh, Amelia, what will happen to you when I'm gone?
You are as healthy as a horse. Besides, you are probably going to outlive all of us.
As long as the feeding goes correctly, we both should be fine. Ah, Mr. McGrath. I had a feeling that you would be back. As you can see, I still have the gun.
Please don't point that thing at me. I've brought proof.
What sort of proof?
Mother, who is it?
It's that man again.
Hello, I'm Amelia.
Oh, dear child, do you think you could convince your mother to put the weapon down?
Mother?
Oh, all right. You were saying something about proof, Mr. McGrath.
This is a map that I got from the local library. And this is my map of the tunnels. And this is a copy of a diary that a certain William Lamar kept. I came across it at an estate sale.
But that's the name of my great-grandfather.
Exactly. He's also known as William Barty, or by his enemies, Black Bart.
A pirate? Lost treasure? And it all leads to the home of Sylvia Lamar? If Jason McGrath is a con artist, he is spinning a rather extreme story. But then, that is the hook. The story, to try and convince the mark that the con man is sincere. I sincerely hope that you will return for Act 2. They say that you cannot cheat an honest man. It is something that has never happened in the history of the confidence game.
So you think that my grandfather was this notorious pirate?
Oh, I'm sure of it, Miss Lamar. You see, William Barty left the life of a pirate and retired here. Now, naturally, he buried his fortune and then built this house over it.
What does that have to do with this tunnel system that you discovered?
Oh, nothing, my child. The discovery was simply a byproduct of my research.
Where do you think these tunnels come from?
Oh, who knows? The point is, they led me here, and I believe that your grandfather was this pirate, and his treasure is right under your feet.
So what do you intend to do? Dig up my basement?
That is my intention, if you will give me permission.
What do you think, Amelia?
We could use the money.
And of course, I would only require a small portion to cover my expenses.
Why can't I dig this vast treasure up myself?
If that is your wish, then perhaps you could personally cover my costs. I'll give you my research, that way you would know exactly where to dig.
How much is this research?
Oh, a mere pittance. Say, $1,000?
How about a counteroffer? How sure are you that there is treasure under my house?
100%, dear lady.
Then get started.
I beg your pardon?
Amelia, why don't you show our guests down to the cellar?
I don't understand.
There are several shovels down there.
Mother, are you sure about this?
Of course I'm sure. It beats having ground round and not ground chuck, doesn't it?
Amelia, correct?
Yes.
I'm being sincere. There really is a fortune buried here.
Then perhaps you had better start digging.
If you could just give me the money for my services.
My mother is actually a very good shot. I suggest that you start digging. Now.
Fine. I suppose I will have to prove it to you.
How far down do you think that it is?
I'm guessing about 3, perhaps 4 feet, maybe a little deeper.
You really believe that there is a treasure down there?
Oh, there has to be. All of my research.
It's a con, isn't it?
Are you calling me a liar?
My mother and I have had quite a number of you people out here. We know how to deal with you.
Well now, it seems that the worm has turned, an expression popularized by Shakespeare. What does Amelia mean about dealing with people like Jason? We shall all find out when I return with Act 3. The first rule of the con is quite simple. Find someone that wants something for nothing, and then give them nothing for something. Rather simple when you think about it.
How far has he gotten?
Far enough not to be able to climb out.
Good. Con me, Willie.
He did know about great-grandfather.
True. But that is something that anyone can find out about.
And the treasure?
Oh, my dear, he will find it. It may not be what he is exactly looking for.
Excuse me? Hello? Is there anyone up there?
We're here, Mr. McGrath.
Well, I've apparently dug myself into a hole and I can't get out. Do you think that I might get some assistance?
It's almost time, isn't it, Mother?
Only a few more minutes, child.
Or if you could perhaps lower a ladder down. I promise I will go away.
You will be going away very soon, Mr. Graff. It's almost feeding time.
What are you talking about?
Are you familiar with the story of Leviathan?
My dear lady, what are you talking about?
Oh, it is very fascinating. Leviathan was a sea serpent, even mentioned in the Bible. A terrible monster that, according to Greek legend, was defeated by the god Baal.
I still don't understand. There seems to be something...
That was the treasure that my grandfather found. Not rubies and gold, but an actual creature that he brought back here.
Could you please help me out of this hole?
We found out that it really likes ground chuck, but they didn't have any today. Ground round is okay, but fresh meat is even better.
There's something to...
Feeding time. There you are, my pretty. Apparently Jason McGrath did not know that Leviathan, being a sort of god, can survive not only in the sea, but deep in the earth as well.
As long as we feed it, it keeps us safe and brings treasure directly to us.
Amelia and Sylvia watch as a large tentacle begins to scoop dirt back into the hole, covering itself up again. They smile and wait for the next feeding time. I'll be back shortly. Another rule of the confidence artist is to know the potential victim. Research, a very integral part of any game. Perhaps Jason McGrath should have dug a little deeper before approaching his mark. Our cast included Annie Mick, Brenna Faith, and Raven Adams. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
He came in last night, and I can't get rid of the damn thing.
Jimmy boy, what are you talking about? There's nothing there.
You blind old fool! That raven! The largest I've ever seen! Are you telling me you cannot see it?
Jimmy, I don't know what's going on, but you need some help. I know several doctors, so...
No! I refuse to see a doctor when I know there's nothing wrong with me. That raven is real.
We can put the TV special off for a few months until you...
No, damn you. You will not rob me of my chance, raven or no raven.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. There are some secrets, according to Edgar Allan Poe, which do not permit themselves to be told. Secrets that, when exposed, can be devastating to the person who holds them.
He came in last night, and I can't get rid of the damn thing.
Jimmy boy, what are you talking about? There's nothing there.
You blind old fool! That raven! The largest I've ever seen! Are you telling me you cannot see it?
Jimmy, I don't know what's going on, but you need some help. I know several doctors, so...
No! I refuse to see a doctor when I know there's nothing wrong with me. That raven is real.
We can put the TV special off for a few months until you...
No, damn you. You will not rob me of my chance, raven or no raven.
Our mystery drama, Quoth the Raven, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Mark McLean and Dave Arkhipov. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The world of an actor usually revolves around stepping out of oneself and becoming someone else. It is a rather unique talent and is not for everyone. Stripping away your inner self can sometimes be too much for the average person.
Disassemble no more! I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here, here, it's the beating of his hideous heart.
Jimmy boy, that was wonderful. I've seen you do this over 100 times. You just get better and better.
Ben, I have insisted you call me James, because that is my name. James Thurgood Marshall. Now, no curtain calls tonight. I'm going to my dressing room.
Another banner night for your one-man play. Not an empty seat in the place.
Yes, all 120 of them. When are you going to schedule that road tour you promised me 6 months ago?
Oh, I got something much better planned for you. You know, when I saw you in that little theater over on Claremont Street, I was amazed.
Yes, I remember you came backstage and offered your services as an agent.
Best thing I ever did.
So, what is this deal that you have alluded to?
Jimmy, last year you couldn't get arrested. In another year, you're going to be a household name.
Just tell me, what is in that little mind of yours, and do please stop calling me Jimmy.
All right, all right. Do you know who was in the audience tonight?
Abraham Lincoln. I understand John Wilkes Booth was seated behind him.
Cut the jokes. Fred Tarkin, that's who.
Fred Tarkin?
That's right, Fred Tarkin.
Just who the hell is Fred Tarkin?
Oh, only the top programming guy for the #1 television network. Jimmy, he liked your play. He wants to schedule a television special live this Halloween. Now, how's that for being a manager?
Live? Halloween night? My show?
Your show. Imagine it. 20 million viewers, plus the studio audience watching you bring Edgar Allan Poe to life. They did the same thing with Vincent Price years ago. And Fred thinks it's time to do it again.
20 million viewers? Well, is it set in stone?
Well, not set in stone. There is still the negotiations about who pays what, the advertisement, not to mention your salary, rehearsals. None of that you have to worry about, Jimmy. I'm telling you, you're on your way to the top.
Oh, Jimmy, it's wonderful! A live special?
I haven't told you once, Lillian dear. I have told you 1,000 times. Please address me as James.
Listen, sport. I knew you as Jimmy 2 years ago when you were doing bit parts off Broadway plays, so don't get on your high horse with me. I know where the door is, buddy.
Then perhaps you should use it.
What did you say?
I do not believe that I stuttered. My star's on the rise, and perhaps I do not need someone hanging on to it.
Right. Now that's hurtful.
The truth, dear Lillian, is always hurtful. Besides, don't you have your own little play to attend to?
We're in rehearsals now.
At some small theater in Connecticut, I presume? Are the Hoboken players supporting your little venture?
You can stop this right now. The play is good, and after we begin, we're on the road to Broadway.
Oh, I'm sure. Is Stephen still struggling with the ending?
Stephen is a good writer. He just wants the play to be perfect all the way to the end.
Yes, a good writer. When he was writing commercials for radio station WAOR in Hayseed, Kansas.
Look, you little turd. It's not all about you. When did you become so...
As I believe I have pointed out before, you know where the door is. Besides, I need to rehearse. I'm having a problem with the Raven. Are you still here? I'm sure that you know how to use the door.
Oh, you are so right. It's the only thing that you have been right about. You'll learn soon enough.
Parting is such sweet sorrow. No matter. A little rehearsal. I did not particularly like my rendition of the Raven tonight, no matter what Ben says. Now, let me see. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. I told you, dear Lillian, I wanted to be left alone. Poor girl, can't take simple instructions. Now that I've told you that, no one here, but I could have sworn. No matter. Can't be at the window. I'm on the 13th floor. Unless someone has scaled the building and is on my balcony. What the devil? Go on, get out of here. Where did you come from anyway? Go! Leave!
Nevermore.
What did you say?
Nevermore.
Must be hearing things.
Edgar Allan Poe was going through a difficult time in his life when he penned The Raven. His wife was ill, he drank heavily, and was struggling to be a writer. Perhaps the Raven in our story is a foreboding omen to James, the actor. I'll return shortly with Act 2. James Marshall, renowned actor, is beginning to rise in the world of the theater. His one-man show of Poe stories and poems is a hit, and is soon to be, thanks to his agent, a television special.
Okay, Jimmy, I'm here.
I know it's late.
Late?
It's only 2.
In the morning? Hell, kid, that's early for me. I mean, just because I was in my bed with a rather attractive blonde I met last night doesn't mean that I can't jump up and come over here because, why did you call me?
Don't you see it?
See what?
That thing upon the top of the bookcase.
So get a maid. They can dust.
No, that huge black raven.
Jimmy, I've never known you to imbibe, but don't you think you ought to stop?
I haven't touched a drop of alcohol tonight.
I heard of pink elephants, but ravens?
I was rehearsing when the damn thing flew in.
Oh, you were rehearsing. Let me guess, the raven. And suddenly this black bird flew up, opened your window, came in and said, wait, don't tell me. Nevermore.
Well, I opened the window, but yes, it did.
Jimmy, take a pill, lay down, get some sleep. I'm going home.
But you can't leave. What am I going to do with that creature?
Call animal control. Maybe they'll be able to see your raven.
All right, Jimmy. I'm here. Against my better judgment, since you threw me out of your life last week. What is the big emergency?
You mean you can't see it?
See what? How big your ego's gotten?
Up there! On the bookcase!
What do you think that you do see?
That rather large, black raven sitting there, staring at us with its devil eyes.
You don't have to do that dramatic thing with me. How much have you had to drink tonight?
I haven't had anything for over a week. the night that winged monster came in.
Oh, Jimmy! You really are losing it. There's absolutely nothing there.
Winged monster from hell. It spoke to me that first night. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I tell you that there is a raven up on that bookcase.
Fine. There is a raven. So what do you want me to do about it?
Thank God I didn't have to perform this past week. Ben made all the arrangements so that I could concentrate on the television special. But that beast is distracting me.
The only one who is distracting you is you! Call me if you really need me. Although, I don't think you need anyone.
Foul creature! What demon has sent you to me? When are you going to disappear from my abode?
Nevermore.
You are simply a figment of my imagination. I shall will you away. Like so! You go gone!
Nevermore.
I said be gone!
Nevermore.
You wretched beast! Get out of here! Go away! I'm not some drunken rider trying to scratch out a living. I'm a theatrical star. Get out of my life before I...
Jimmy?
What? Oh, Ben. I didn't hear you come in.
How long have you been like this?
Ben, you must believe me. Surely you heard that raven talk to me.
It's okay, Jimmy. I believe you. You've been in that little theater for so long that you grew comfortable. Now we are talking about a major change. It's just nerves.
I'm telling you, it isn't nerves.
Jimmy, do you trust me?
Implicitly.
Then come with me to your future. You see, this is your future. I'm rather proud of myself for the deal I got you. In 1 week, we signed the contracts. I got you a 6-figure paycheck, and the studio has already made the sets.
Impressive. Very impressive.
See, over here, the set for the pit and the pendulum. They even have a real working pendulum. Don't worry. It's made of cardboard, but look at the realism.
Yes, I see.
And then the next set, the cask of Amontillado. You see the wall where you start placing the bricks to wall up Fortunato? They are made of styrofoam that fit rather nicely.
Quite realistic.
Over here, the library set for the Raven. Look up there, a fully animatronic Raven. It even says nevermore.
I have one in my apartment.
And finally, the empty bedroom, where you have deposited the remains of the old man with the vulture eye in the telltale heart. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Jimmy? A lot of money's gone into this thing. I'm counting on you.
I don't intend letting you down.
You already have, kid. You're cracking up. Maybe you just aren't ready for success.
But I am. I'm ready.
No, you're talking to invisible birds. You've been holed up in your apartment for over a week. You've missed 6 performances already.
No, I was off this entire week.
Only in your mind. Do you know how much money I've had to refund to people because the star of the one-man show did not show up?
I had no idea.
I'm canceling the special. I'm going to get you some help.
Canceling? No, this is my opportunity. You can't take it away.
I just did, kid.
You wretched old fool. You won't take this away from me.
Jimmy, just cool it. Do you know who you're talking to?
Yes, a decrepit old man who has forgotten his place.
Don't give me that look. You look like you're going crazy. Hey, Jimmy, stop coming at me. Have you gone insane?
Oh, I could just kill you.
Stay back. Don't come any closer.
I'll kill you.
Stop it, Jimmy. I can't breathe.
That's because I'm choking you, Ben. I'm killing you. You won't stand in my way. I will have the 6-figure income and you will be going 6 feet under. Die, Ben, die. No, Paul. just break your neck to make sure. Now, to hide the body. What better place than the set of the Telltale Heart? You shall be a star, Ben. The body of the man with the vulture eye.
Actors are a different breed of human being. They have been known to let success overwhelm them. But to drive someone to murder? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The world of the stage is unlike any place that you have ever been. The magic of being transported to a different time or place is quite intoxicating. For the performers who are a part of such a world, it can also be quite intimidating.
Hi, hello, James.
Well, at least you have learned to use my name.
I simply came to wish you good luck tonight.
Never wish an actor good luck, dear Lillian. That is almost assuredly wishing him a horrible performance.
Well then, break a leg.
Thank you. Besides, luck has nothing to do with it. I shall shine like the star that I am.
Where's Ben? I thought he would be here by now.
I haven't seen or heard from him since last night. Do you think that something is wrong?
I hope not. Ben saw one of my rehearsals. He's agreed to represent me as well.
You could not have a better agent. And my soul, from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor, shall be lifted.
Nevermore.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now a performance of one of Poe's greatest horror stories, The Telltale Heart. No, you fools, not yet. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Our sound effects engineer is so excited to get to the sweet meat of the story that he's a little ahead of himself.
James, knock it off! What are you doing?
Please? Could we please have silence on the set? What idiot have you hired for sound effects? Can we please cut the beating heart?
James, there isn't anything playing. There's no sound on besides you.
Don't you hear that? The beating heart's not supposed to start until I begin to go mad. Cut the sound. Cut it.
James, there's nothing playing.
Nevermore.
We've done that part already. What sort of people are running this program?
Nevermore.
James, what are you doing?
The heart. The beating heart. Stop it. Stop it.
James!
Villains, I admit to the deed. Tear up the blanks. Here and here, do you see? You see it is the beating of his hideous heart.
What have you done? Thank you, George, for bringing me home.
Oh, it was my pleasure. If it's one thing I cannot stand, it's funerals.
Ben was a great man.
It taught me everything I know. Now, Lillian, I hate to bring it up, but, well, I've been working on some contracts for you. I'm working very hard to make you a star.
I appreciate that. But if you don't mind, I'd rather wait until tomorrow to discuss business.
Oh, sure. I'll let myself out. You know, with Jimmy gone, you're the next in line to be the top star. Now don't look so surprised. You call me if you need anything.
A star? Oh, poor depraved Jimmy. You just could not handle success. Amazing what a little hallucinogenic mushroom can do in a salad. And oh, did he love his salads. A little here, a little there. And you start seeing ravens. Maybe that bird wanted a little bite of your expensive lettuce. Of course, I never dreamed that you would kill poor Ben. Oh well, the price one pays for fame and fortune. What is that? Something at the window? Oh my. A raven. An honest-to-God raven?
Nevermore.
No!
Nevermore.
No!
Lillian watches as the raven lands and settles on her bookcase, its black eyes staring as if seeing something dark deep within her soul. I'll return shortly. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Our cast included Mark McLean, Dave Arkhipov, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan, and our story was edited by Crimson McKenzie. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Happy, darling?
Oh, David, it's the most beautiful house that I've ever seen. Yes, I am very happy. And the view from the cliff, it is like the end of the world, and beyond is only ocean.
Oh, which is why I built the house here, right on the cliffs.
Oh, I couldn't be happier.
Just promise me something.
Anything, my love.
Promise me that you won't come to Horizon Point alone.
I don't understand.
Just promise me. I don't ever want to lose you.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. My soul is full of longing for the secrets of the sea, and the heart of the great ocean sends a thrilling pulse through me. The poetry of Longfellow. You can almost hear the rolling ocean, feel the tide, and be mesmerized by the sound.
Happy, darling?
Oh, David, it's the most beautiful house that I've ever seen. Yes, I am very happy. And the view from the cliff, it is like the end of the world, and beyond is only ocean.
Oh, which is why I built the house here, right on the cliffs.
Oh, I couldn't be happier.
Just promise me something.
Anything, my love.
Promise me that you won't come to Horizon Point alone.
I don't understand.
Just promise me. I don't ever want to lose you.
Our mystery drama, Horizon Point, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and Dave Arkhipov. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. If you happen to be driving along the coast, you may come across a solitary road. By taking this little detour, you may find yourself on top of Horizon Point, a cliff that overlooks the ocean from over 1,000 feet above. It's a rather picturesque place to be, unless you are there alone.
The sea, the raging sea. It makes such a thunderous sound against the jagged rocks below. The crashing of the waves, and the feel of the wind. Cold wind against my cheeks. I was so happy. Only a month ago, I was so happy.
Happy, darling?
Oh, Dave! I just can't believe it! How could I have let you talk me into marriage?
Sandra, I told you, I'm a very persuasive fellow.
Whom I hope will be happy with his new wife.
Oh, you make me very happy, Sandra.
If this house that you keep talking about is as handsome as you are, we're gonna have a lifetime of happiness. It was a beautiful house, sitting atop of Horizon Point by the sea, the pounding sea. At night I could hear the waves crashing, and the sound would lull me to sleep. But my happiness did not last for very long.
Still not sleeping?
Oh, Dave, I don't know what's wrong with me. Every night for the past week, I've been hearing the strangest sounds.
Well, the ocean does sound a little more mysterious at night. I suppose I don't notice them anymore. Something that you will eventually get used to.
No, David. It's not the sound of the ocean. It sounds like someone whispering. I can't quite make out the words, but it definitely is someone saying...
Oh, darling, let's be reasonable. This house has been battered by storms and rain since it was built. It's probably just the wind blowing through the small holes that have been created.
It's just unnerving.
Well, there isn't a lot I can do about it, dear. Now don't worry. It's only the wind and the sea.
Afternoon, Mrs. Winwood.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vincenzo. I've been meaning to tell you how beautiful the grounds are. You do remarkable work.
Thank you, ma'am.
This is the first chance I've had to talk to you. It really is quite beautiful up here.
So you are the new Mrs. Winwood.
Well, I am the Mrs. Winwood.
Mr. Winwood never told you about his first wife?
Oh, yes. I believe her name was Rebecca.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that she committed suicide.
Leapt right off Horizon Point.
Poor girl.
That is, if you believe Mr. Winwood.
What do you mean?
I talked to her the morning that she jumped. She told me some things that, well, perhaps I've said too much already.
No, please, tell me.
She had been roaming around the grounds for days looking for something. Said there must be someone else here who tries to talk to her at night. I assured her that no one else, except for myself, lived on the grounds.
Did she tell you what that someone said?
Yes, ma'am. She told me that the voice kept saying, "Peace, no more."
I have lived by the ocean in my lifetime and, like Sandra, found the sound of the waves quite soothing and peaceful. I have never heard a voice whispering to me. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. John F. Kennedy once said, "We are tied to the ocean, and when we go back to the sea, whether it is to sail or to watch, we are going back from whence we came."
Oh, the sound fills my ears and penetrates my brain. It fills me with such sadness as I stand here on Horizon Point, watching the waves so far down below. So far below, crashing into the rocks. Oh, Dave, why did you not believe me? Why didn't you tell me?
Well, there was nothing to tell. Rebecca was, well, a very sick young woman. She imagined all sorts of things.
Like a whispering voice in the night?
Are we on that again? It's only the wind.
Then what would have driven her to suicide?
I don't know. She was always sort of a sad girl, always talking about feeling depressed. I tried, believe me, I tried to get her help, but she refused.
And what about me? Am I just a silly, sad girl?
No, of course not. The only thing that you have in common with Rebecca is that neither of you were accustomed to living anywhere near the ocean. The sea has its own language that speaks to its residents in different ways. I mean, what is it with all the questions about Rebecca? Oh, wait a minute. You've been talking with Mr. Vincenzo, haven't you?
He did mention something about...
My first wife committed suicide. She walked up to Horizon Point, and for some reason that no one, not even Mr. Vincenzo, knows, why she decided to take her own life. I see no reason to drag it all up again.
I'm sorry, darling.
No, I'm sorry. Oh, it was devastating to me. And then I meet you. And for the first time, I finally felt normal again. I love you, Sandra.
And I believed you, David. I truly believed you. You knew nothing of my inheritance, and you never even asked if I had money. Not not like the other suitors in my life. You were different. Or at least I thought so.
Oh, here you are, Sandra. I brought you a nightcap.
Oh, Dave, you're so sweet. I don't think I need one tonight, though.
And now, come on. It might help you sleep. You haven't been sleeping well, and I thought this might help.
Thank you, David.
Are you still taking the pills?
Yes, and I am very tired.
The doctor said that they should help you sleep. You know I just want you to get better.
What? Who's there? I can't see anyone. Who's there? No. Stay away. Stay away! She doesn't want me here. I've intruded and married the man that she loved. Sleep no more. I can't sleep anyway. And the ocean calls to me. Calls to me.
Then go to it! Why couldn't you have just jumped like Rebecca?
You would think that it would now be the end of our story. The murderous David Winwood has gotten away with his crime. I can assure you that terror awaits ahead when I return with Act 3. It is said that the waters are the beginning and end of all things on earth. They certainly were the end of Mrs. Sandra Winwood. It has been a week since her fall from Horizon Point. The funeral has been held, and the mourners have all gone to their respective homes, including David Winwood.
Mr. Winwood?
Yes? Oh, Mr. Vincenzo.
I'm sorry about Mrs. Winwood.
Yes, quite a shock.
She always seemed to be going to Horizon Point. Never understood why. But then, first Mrs. Winwood used to do the same thing. Didn't she, Mr. Winwood?
I'm not really sure what you are driving at.
I'm just saying. It seems funny, you losing both of your wives to suicide.
Perhaps you had best be careful what you were saying, Mr. Vincenzo.
Oh, I'm not saying anything.
Oh, be sure that you don't. Sandra's death was ruled as a suicide, and that should be the end of it.
Guess you might want these back then.
Oh, what is it?
Oh, just a bottle of pills I found out by the point.
What?
Weren't these the ones that Mrs. Winwood was taking?
What are you getting at?
I showed them to a friend of mine, a pharmacist. Told him they'd been prescribed to me for sleeping. He told me to find a new doctor. These pills are downers. They can cause depression in a normally happy person.
Well, perhaps your friend made a mistake.
Maybe. But I didn't mistake the small speakers I found, did I?
I think that I've just about had enough of...
Along with a tape that had a woman's voice saying, "Sleep no more"?
What are you after, Vincenzo?
Just enough to live comfortably, say $1,000 a week.
Oh, you're insane if you think...
Did I mention my good friend the pharmacist? He's holding a package for me with instructions on what to do in case something happened to me. You understand now? Mr. Winwood.
Farewell, Sandra. Though we are parted, I promise to live my life with your memory in my heart. And your money in my pocket.
David?
What? Who is that?
It's me, David. Your beloved. Don't cry.
No, I wasn't, but how?
We took our vows. And when I repeated, till death do us part, I whispered, longer. I want you for all time and beyond.
No, you're dead.
And what of me, David?
Rebecca?
Was it I your love? Why, David?
No, don't come near me.
But we love you, David. Don't you want us anymore? Yes, David. Look at us. Look how beautiful we are.
Ah! No! Both of you! Stay away from me!
Mr. Winwood, come away from the edge.
Vincenzo! Help me! Don't you see them?
Mr. Winwood, there's no one here. Step away from the edge.
You will be with us, You David. Will be with us. With us, David. You will be with us. All time.
No! You're both
Mr.
dead!
Winwood!
No!
Look out!
Stay away from me! Stay away from me!
David.
Please, stay away! Don't...
You will be with us.
No! Stay away from me! Stay...
Eternity begins and ends with the ocean's tides. For David Winwood, his eternity is just beginning. I'll return shortly for the final word. David Winwood's death was ruled as a suicide due to the testimony of Mr. Vincenzo. However, something was erased from the transcript that the groundskeeper had testified to. He swore that he indeed saw two females pushing David over the edge of Horizon Point. Our cast included Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and Dave Archipov. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
This is a one-time offer which terminates almost immediately.
You ain't real.
Oh, I assure you that I am very real. You said you want to be the greatest musician alive. I can make that possible. All it takes is a simple signature.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these, please hit that like button and share with your friends.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. The author Stanley Victor Pascovich wrote, "I've heard many say, I'll sell my soul to the devil in hopes of gaining money, power, or fame. Why do they think that they have that much worth over any other person? And the devil, if there is one, wouldn't simply wait for them to condemn themselves on their own."
This is a one-time offer which terminates almost immediately.
I must be stoned, man. You ain't real.
I assure you that I am very real. You said you want to be the greatest musician alive. I can make that possible. All it takes is a simple signature.
Our mystery drama, Ironclad Contract, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and Crimson McKenzie, and stars Crimson McKenzie, Robert Jackson, and Winslow Swan. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The story is a rather old one. A person who wants something so badly that they are willing to sell their soul to the devil to attain it. Ah, the devil. That fallen angel who tempts and promises treasure beyond our wildest imagination. But for what price?
Oh, wow, man. We really rocked it tonight. Man, that was freaking awesome.
Do you really think so, Philbin? You honestly can stand there, look me in the eye, and say that we were awesome?
Hey, Dave, come on, man. We were hot.
Can you open your eyes all the way and say that? Yeah, well, me and the others don't think so. I mean, what is wrong with you?
Hey, man. I'm great. Maybe you and the others should start backing me up a little better.
We have been for the past 3 years. You've been stuck in this dive, not going anywhere, and you've been getting worse.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's a load of crap, and you know it.
No, Philbin, you're a load of crap. The guys have been thinking about replacing you.
Replacing? Me? But it's my band! I'm the lead, baby, the #1 guy.
You were #1 at one time. You've been getting sloppy. Coming in drunk or high, missing chords, forgetting entire verses to songs. It's gotta stop.
Yeah, well, Dave, you ain't been exactly playing up to par either. Who am I kidding? He's right. They're all right. I swear, I would sell my soul if I could just be the greatest musician alive.
Why not?
Hey, who are you? How did you get in here? Oh, what is that smell?
Sorry, the brimstone sort of linked us. You said that you wanted to be the greatest musician alive. Well, here I am.
Yeah, so what are you, some kind of an agent?
I am much more than a mere agent. I can make it all possible for you. Of course, you need a lot of work, a lot of practice.
You mean you just can't snap your fingers and make it all happen?
Oh, you watch way too many movies. The ability is already in you. We just have to bring it to the surface.
Yeah. Alright, so what do I have to do?
Everything that I have said and more is all here in this contract.
Looks like the book they send out from Medicare.
Read it carefully, then sign it in blood.
Nope, and there it is. So you must be the devil.
Did the trademark smell of brimstone not give it away? I go by many names. For the time being, you may call me Mr. Tobias.
You know, you don't have a whole lot of luck with musicians. I sort of remember another...
We do not discuss that.
Okay. Chill. So, what do I get for signing this?
Everything you want. You will be successful beyond your wildest dreams. However, there is a time limit.
Really? How long?
I will give you 10 years? Yeah, 10 years. After which, I will come and collect my payment.
Yeah, you know, that's real tempting, but,
Remember, you called me, and you will have to work very hard to achieve your greatness.
Okay, man, I tell you what. How about we make a little wager?
You intrigue me, Philbin. What sort of wager do you propose?
No. Just get a stupid signature. What does everything have to be a game with you? Just get the signature and leave. Is that so hard?
But Philbin intrigues me. Oh, now please, Philbin, tell me of this wager that you are thinking of.
Okay. You're supposed to be this all-powerful demon, right?
Well, within certain limits.
Okay, so if in 10 years I can come up with something, say, physical, that you can't do, you forfeit the contract.
Something physical.
Is it a deal?
I'm done. I am so done. Go on, take the stupid bet.
If you're so worried, Miss Lilith, then you can be Philbin's agent.
Oh, no. You are not going to do that to me again. I thought handling Mozart was bad, and then there was Hoss Greeley, the country singer. And now you want me to handle this toad?
Hey, let's don't get personal.
Enough! I accept your challenge. Now, sign.
As someone once said, the devil does not come in a red cape with pointy ears and a long tail. He comes as everything that you could ever wish for. Why don't you come back for Act 2? Philbin has signed the contract that includes a small wager. It has now been 3 years since Mr. Tobias entered into a deal with the rock singer Philbin.
Man, I cannot believe that crowd.
You just had to change the bass line, didn't you?
Yeah, but it made it better though, didn't it?
I think you're trying to kill me. 10-minute drum solo? My arms are killing me.
At least your guitar playing has gotten better.
Did you have burritos tonight?
Only food I know of.
That's what that smell was.
Yeah. Sorry about that, wild child.
Dude, do you not realize these drums are weapons? And if you do that in front of my set one more time, I'm going to use them.
Oh, come on. It didn't smell that bad.
Is that why the first row passed out?
So, you think that was a good show?
Didn't you?
You know, Miss Lilith, you've been riding us for like 3 years now. We just sold out
A 200-seat club. Big deal. I told you to step it up.
We did step it up.
A notch. One lousy notch. Give Philbin and me a minute, will you guys?
Hey, Miss Lilith, don't you think...
Not one word. I need your A game tomorrow night. I need you to step it up 1,000 notches.
Yeah, well, what's so special about tomorrow night?
Brian Jackson from KGM Records is going to be here.
Wait, the Golden Ear himself?
Well, he's under contract too. Anyway, I played him your demo. He wants to see you guys live.
Have you already told the others?
Hell no! And don't you say anything either. The contract was with you, not them.
Hey, wait a minute. I mean, they are my band.
Then say goodbye to them. When Brian hears you, he is going to want to sign only you, not them.
Well, that stinks.
Hey, you wanted to be the greatest musician alive. Tomorrow night, you get your chance. Don't screw it up. You call that playing? I've heard better playing in a grammar school band. $12 million sold, and you think that is good? You better do something or your soul is going to be sold. Your next album will be hitting the bargain bin the second day out. I don't care if you sold out to Shea Stadium. If the next single doesn't hit big, you are finished.
Gonna keep your face in that newspaper all night?
Yep.
Oh, you mean you're not gonna ride me like you've been doing?
Nope.
Okay. So what did I do wrong now?
Nothing.
What is going on with you?
You really don't know. Ugh! That is one thing I will not miss.
Yeah, sorry, burritos again.
Jeez. Ugh! Will you please open the window? And I thought brimstone smelled bad.
There, is that better?
It will have to do.
So what is up with you?
You really don't know.
No, I really don't know. Why don't you tell me?
At midnight tonight, I will finally be rid of you.
Hey, wait a minute. It hasn't been 10 years. It's only been 7.
10 years from the day you signed the contract, and it's about 5 minutes to midnight. Hope you've enjoyed your run.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't sign the contract with the music label until 3 years after I signed with Tobias.
You humans will never learn. You think that you make the rules? We make sure that you adhere to them.
Philbin sits down heavily, waiting for what will happen in the next few minutes. Lilith smiles as she waits for her employer, Mr. Tobias. And you should wait for me to return with Act 3. Henry Ward Beecher once wrote that all men are tempted, provided that it is the right temptation and the right time.
Thank the lower region.
It is time, Mr. Philbin.
Now, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. It hasn't been 10 years.
10 years from the date that you signed the contract.
But that's not fair. I worked my butt off for 3 years before...
You humans! A deal is a deal. Is it our fault that you had to work for 3 years? Well, is it?
No, I guess not.
Then, are you ready to go?
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now, don't forget about our little wager.
I was so hoping he wouldn't remember.
Hey, like you said, a deal is a deal.
Fine. As I recall, you were to give me a physical task of which I could not perform. So, Mr. Philbin, what is this task?
Well, let me ask you something first. This is a pretty big world we live on. Is there anywhere on this planet that you have never been?
Mr. Philbin, I was here when the words, "Let there be light," were uttered. I have been in the deepest and darkest corners of Africa. I have been to the frozen tundra. There is not the slightest bit of earth that I have not tread.
So, I guess everyone in the world.
I know the hearts and souls of everyone. I simply wait for them. Some, like you, call me. Others I seek out.
So you are known everywhere, and there is nowhere on this earth that you do not know or have not been.
I told you! I am the Dark Angel, the all-powerful ruler of the underworld. I've been everywhere. There is nothing and no one that I have seen. Enough of this! Give me the task! Give me the task!
Well, all right. That's all I wanted to know. I suppose I win.
What are you talking about? What do you mean you win?
I specifically requested to redeem my soul should I come up with something that you cannot do.
I can do everything!
Then I propose that you get lost.
Get lost? What do you mean?
It's Johnny and that stupid golden fiddle all over again. Did you not learn your lesson? That's how you lost that fiddle. You can't take advice from anyone, especially since this time I was trying to help you.
I don't understand the task.
Hey, it's really easy, man. Go out and get lost.
I'm the all-powerful, all-knowing on this planet. I cannot get. No.
So, is that it?
That's it. You beat the contract. Now he's going to be impossible to live with.
Hey, Lilith, why don't you just stick around?
Philbin, I'm a demon as well. I have a contract that I still have to fulfill.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm no longer the greatest musician alive.
Philbin, you always were. You always had the ability to play. That was one thing that Tobias could never take away from you. Go on. Hit the stage for that late night crowd. Just you and the guitar.
Hey, what about you?
Maybe I'll see you around. You got lucky this time, kid. Remember, always read the fine print.
See the shadow of your smile. In your eyes I see 1,000,000 miles. In your sleep you have rocking all streams. All is not exactly as it may seem.
While Philbin didn't have the success that he longed for, he is still playing in small clubs and seems to be much happier now.
Butterflies are not always free. Sometimes lovers don't always agree. In your sleep you have rocking all dreams. Where time stands still for you and for me.
You return with us shortly.
And that's the way it goes, round and round.
Most, if not all, religions have some sort of devil within their ideology. But as a wise person once said, be careful who you trust. The devil was once an angel. Our cast included Robert Jackson, Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, William Stafford, Carter Sheriff, and Brenna Faith. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Okay, Fred. Is there anything that you would like to tell us?
Well, you see, the rules clearly state...
Enough with the rules. Just tell us what happened.
Okay, please don't be angry with me.
Fred!
The party wasn't my idea, I swear.
Idea or not, those ghost hunting people are gonna be here with their stupid cameras soon. Stan, what are we gonna do?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. Do you live in a haunted house? Have you seen something that you cannot explain? Shadows lurking in the darkness. Unexplained noises.
Okay, Fred. Is there anything that you would like to tell us?
Well, you see, the rules clearly state...
Enough with the rules. Just tell us what happened.
Okay, please don't be angry with me.
Fred!
The party wasn't my idea, I swear.
Idea or not, those ghost hunting people are gonna be here with their stupid cameras soon. Stan, what are we gonna do?
Our mystery drama, Haunting Has to Host, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast includes William Stafford and Crimson McKenzie. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Stan and Dorothy Peters welcomed Frederick Washington Davis into their home some time ago. Oh, did I happen to mention that Fred is a ghost?
Is there anything that I could help you with, Stan?
No thanks, Fred. I'm good. Just finishing up painting in the living room. I hope Dot likes this color.
Does this make the second or third time you have changed the color?
Fourth.
Oh, Stan! This is perfect! Thank you so much!
Anything for my beautiful wife.
Oh, you two make a great couple. I wish my wife and I...
Please, Fred. Don't even talk about that. Well, never mind. We already had one incident with her. Let's not do that again.
Hear, hear.
Stan? Fred! What's that mist in the corner?
I don't know.
I don't know. Uh-oh.
What?
Hello, everybody! Oh, where has my little ghost gone?
Drew! Is that you?
Hiya, Freddy! Oh, pal, oh, kiddo, so-and-so. Say, you got some really nice digs.
Fred, who is this?
Allow me, Freddy. I am Archibald Drew Stanwyck of the Southampton Stanwyck, late of Virginia. And who might you be, you delicious looking hunk of female?
Hey, that's my wife.
Oh, pardon me. I did not mean to offend.
Hi, I'm Dorothy. This is Stan, my husband. This is our house. Now we know who you are, so tell us what you're doing here.
Oh, just visiting my good old friend, Freddy. Hey, Freddy. You really got it made.
Oh, Drew, please.
Oh, Freddy. Why don't we go and have a discussion in the kitchen?
would you care to explain the presence of whatever that is out there?
Well, he is sort of a friend.
What do you mean by sort of a friend?
Well, he did stay with me in the last house I was at. He's what you might call a roving spirit.
You mean like a homeless person?
Well, sort of. From what he told me, he was hitchhiking across the country when he was hit by a truck. That's why he doesn't look all that presentable.
He could certainly use a makeover.
Okay, I get it. So why is he here?
Well, you see, there is an article in the paperwork that states I have to host any ghost, spirit, boogeyman, werewolf, vampire, or entity when they decide to visit or need a place to stay. It only applies to the roving ones.
Wait a minute. You mean he can stay here?
Who made up these rules?
Oh, well, it all comes from the head office.
Okay, so he is just visiting, yes?
Oh, yes, just visiting.
Thank goodness for that.
Of course, his last visit was 3 years.
As in 3 years ago.
No, as in he stayed for 3 years.
There is no way that he is going to stay in this house for the next 3 years.
Oh, hey, Freddy. Tell Stan that he has good taste in Scottish.
My Scott! Fred.
Oh, I'll take care of it, Stan.
Oh, and sorry about the stain on the wall. Sometimes my ectoplasm gets a little thin.
My newest paint! Fred!
No, I'll take care of it, Dorothy.
Hey, you guys are really great letting me stay.
You are not staying.
Hey, Fred, did you explain the rules to your humans?
My hands are kind of tied, Stan.
Besides, there are a lot of worse things than me that could show up. Now, some of those werewolves, oh, brother.
I want you out of my house tonight.
Oh, come on. I just need a place for the night. I'm working my way down to Florida. Hey, Freddy, remember Flora Bell?
You are heading towards her? You're a lot braver than I am.
Yeah, she's haunting a place on the outskirts of Miami. Oh, and let me turn on the computer. There's a show starting soon on on the website with the play button and such. Yeah, that website. YouTube. Yeah, that's it. YouTube.
Now, what would a ghost want with YouTube?
To watch it, stupid.
Hey!
No offense, my favorite show is coming.
When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare.
Oh wow, Doorway to Nightmare. That's a heck of a program.
Turn it off! Now!
But it's a new story. Don't you like horror stories?
I do like them, but not while two ghosts are in the same room with me.
Okay, I'll shut it off. Wow, Freddy, she even scares me.
One night, Dorothy? Please?
It's against my better judgment. But all right. But only one night. Stan, we are going out to eat. Alone.
That was a great dinner.
I would have settled for Burger Barn as long as we were away from Drew. I wonder if he stays drunk all the time. And how does a ghost even stay drunk?
I don't know. But he better stay away from the brandy that I've been saving.
Stan? Is that coming from our house?
Sounds like a party.
You don't think...
Stan! God!
Fred! What is going on?
I swear I had nothing to do with this.
Hey, guys. Come on in. The owners went to dinner. Sorry, no brandy, but plenty of vodka. Have a great time.
My paint job? Oh, Fred, if you only knew what I was thinking.
I guess you guys are a little angry.
Believe me, Frederick Washington Davis, you have yet to see me angry.
The author Sue Grafton once wrote about a character who did not believe in ghosts. Her answer was that some people do not see the color red. It doesn't mean that it does not exist. I will see you when I return with Act 2. John Malkovich once said that the ghosts that you chase, you never catch. Stan and Dorothy Peters did not have to chase the ghosts that have invaded their home.
What a mess.
I'm sorry, Stan. I'm trying to clean it up.
What was that?
That is known as a ghost with a massive hangover.
Gee, I sure hope that his head doesn't hurt.
Oh, poor Drew. And just look at my living room walls!
Oh, knock it off, Drew!
Hello? No. It was just a party. No, you can't come over. No, you do not have my permission to...
Stan, who was that?
Someone that I was really hoping would never come over again.
Not my wife again.
No, someone much worse.
Oh, hello, Mr. Carson. To what do we owe the pleasure?
Millie drove me over here.
Well, where is she?
She's talking to your neighbor, Nellie, Ellie, Shelley, I'm not sure. She said she'd be right back.
I told you the last time that I felt a ghostly presence here.
Mr. Carson, Mrs. Carson, please do come in. And away from our other neighbors.
Stan, I'm sorry about this.
I would offer you a drink, but...
That's okay, Stan. Millie, why are we here?
Mrs. Johnson across the street happens to eat at the same restaurant that I do. Today at lunch, she described the strangest party that took place in this house last night.
Oh, well, yes. We did have a bit of a small party last night.
She said that when she looked over here, there were strange lights going on and off and weird noises. There were things floating in the air.
Balloons? I mean balloons. We were only celebrating.
Balloons shaped like furniture and lamps?
Oh, we bought the fun balloons.
Oh, no. Not her again.
Hey, Freddy, who is this?
It's Stan's boss's wife, Mrs. Carson. They came for dinner one time, and she swore the place was haunted.
Isn't it?
Well, we convinced her otherwise.
Oh, I see, I think.
After hearing about this...
Millie, what did you do?
I called an expert in these things, that's what.
Oh, no. Please tell me you didn't do what I think you did.
Mr. Carson, what are you thinking?
Millie started watching Ghost Watch on TV. They investigate hauntings.
Yeah, them and about 1,000 others. You know, they really give us ghosts a bad name.
I'm getting a little nervous.
I called the producers of the show. They were delighted.
Uh-oh.
They should be here tonight. Cameras, equipment, the whole thing. Isn't this exciting?
Fred, why are we meeting in the bathroom?
The most private place in the house?
Well, it's supposed to be.
Where's Drew?
Well, that's why I wanted to talk to you guys. You see, we may have a small problem.
Now what?
Well, Drew reminded me of another rule.
I am sick of all these rules.
Oh, you're gonna be even sicker.
Just tell us what's going on. And where is Drew?
Probably on his way to Miami.
At least he's gone now.
Yes, but you see, I'm still here.
But you've always been here. So what's the problem?
According to the rules, a ghost, while still on the ethereal plane, can't be proven to be a ghost.
I don't understand.
Well, it's okay if some people see us, you know, like you guys, but we can't appear before the entire world, especially on some TV show.
Okay, so what if it does happen? I mean, they have video of other ghosts, right?
And you never see them again. They get banished.
To where?
I really don't want to find out.
Okay, Fred. What do we do now?
I don't have the slightest idea.
It seems that our resident ghost has a bit of a problem. Perhaps a solution will present itself when I return with Act 3. Stan's employer, Jack Carson, and his wife, Millie, came to the Peters home at the insistence of Millie, courtesy of the nosy next-door neighbor that has validated Millie's haunting theory.
Millie, Stan's home is no more haunted than our own.
Explain the basement door that opens on its own all the time.
Loose fittings, which I have since fixed.
What about the light in the bathroom that always shuts off when I take a shower?
I would call it good taste on the ghost's part, but it was just a loose bulb.
Jack, I know that their house is haunted, and I intend to prove it.
Okay, so, Fred, let me make sure that I have this correct. You told us that we're the only ones who can see you because you're part of the household.
That's right.
And the only thing that other people can hear are your ghostly tricks.
Yes.
So how did the neighbors hear and see the other ghosts during the party?
Well, you see, if a spirit comes around, they're not part of the household.
Which means that anyone who happened to look over here could see what was going on.
Exactly.
And that puts you, Fred, at risk.
Oh, very much so. Oh, Dorothy, what am I going to do?
You are going to do what you do best. Stan, go to the basement and dig out that old tape recorder.
And do what with it?
Hide it. Oh, and get some of that fishing line. Fred, do you think you could string some around, say, the lamp and the table?
What are you planning?
Nightmares, Fred. Nightmares. We're going to show them a real haunted house.
Hello, Mrs. Peters. This is Chad Shepard. He's the producer and star of The Ghost Watch.
Very pleased to meet you.
The pleasure is all yours.
And you're right, Mrs. Carson. I can feel the spirits here. I'm going to get the camera set up and all the other equipment.
Now, just a minute. I didn't agree to...
It's okay, Stan. I'm sure that Chad will get everything that he needs.
Should we turn the lights out?
Yes, the cameras have infrared lenses. We have everything tied into these monitors. We can see every inch of the house from right here.
Did you hear that?
I sure did.
Oh, look at that.
That lamp. It's floating in the air.
Have you ever had anything like this happen before?
Well, once in England, I investigated a thing.
Look, the table. It's floating too.
Oh, that happens all the time.
What was that awful screech?
A banshee. Does it all the time. Sometimes Stan and I go to sleep hearing it. Don't you find it soothing?
This is fantastic.
You should be here when things really get going.
I think you guys have got a genuine poltergeist. This'll be the highest rated show ever.
Wait a second. Look at that.
What is it, Mrs. Carson?
On the lamp. Is that...
Hey, wait a minute. That looks like... Is that... fishing line? You could have done a better job of hiding the tape player.
Oh, darn. Woe is me. I guess the gig is up, Stan. We have been discovered.
You mean it was all faked?
We were just getting ready for our next Halloween blowout and things got a little out of hand. That's what the neighbors heard and saw.
I really like Halloween. Last year, we had the best haunted house in the neighborhood.
Millie, is there something that you would like to say?
I'm sorry. I promise I won't mention ghosts again. Oh, listen to that nosy Nellie.
Thank God. Stan, I apologize for all of this. See you at the office.
I can't believe.
Just because you don't believe in ghosts doesn't mean we don't exist.
Hey, was that?
It's very nice meeting you. Please get your equipment out of my house. I'll be watching for the next episode. Bye-bye. Did we pull it off?
I think so.
Fred, please, for all of our sakes, no more guests.
Oh, it's a deal.
It better be. And help Stan paint the living room. Again.
Stan and Dorothy allow the production team to remove the cameras. After a quick exit, they all settle down to watch a good old-fashioned horror movie. And if you have never watched a scary movie with a ghost, I highly recommend it. I also recommend that you join me back here shortly. Bess Truman once said that she was sure that the White House had ghosts, but she was not half as alarmed in meeting them as she was meeting with the live nuts that she had to meet every day. For Stan and Dorothy, they have grown to accept their resident ghost, Frederick Washington Davis. Our cast included William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Robert Jackson, Annie Mick, Dave Arkhipov, and Ezra J.D. Emmons. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Don't you get it yet? We shouldn't have come in here.
It's just an old house. There is nothing in here. It was either this or stay out in the storm.
I don't mind the storm compared to this.
Compared to what, Matthew? It's just an old house. Nothing more than that.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan.
Season 3 is here.
And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. Do you ever think of the undead? The ones that lie under the ground, the millions that wait patiently. Perhaps you think of the ghostly ones, the ones that walk among us, unseen and jealous of our lives.
Don't you get it yet? We shouldn't have come in here.
It's just an old house. There is nothing in here. It was either this or stay out in the storm.
I don't mind the storm compared to this.
Compared to what, Matthew? It's just an old house. Nothing more than that.
Our mystery drama, Keep Out, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars, Brenna Faith, Raven Adams, and Robert Jackson. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. I am quite sure that somewhere in your city there is a house that seems not to be quite right. The house that has been empty for years, that people avoid at all costs. Perhaps this house is right in your neighborhood. A house that even in the daytime appears ominous and foreboding.
The storm seems to be getting worse.
I know. I've never seen one pop up so quickly.
Where are we, anyway?
Oh, I was hoping that you would know, Erica.
Matthew, are you kidding?
I think I took the wrong exit off the highway. God, I don't recognize anything.
Why don't we just turn around and head back to the highway?
That's what I've been trying to do. If you haven't noticed, there are no other houses or driveways down this road. I haven't seen a place to turn around yet.
The storm is getting worse.
Yeah, well, we have another problem.
What?
We are almost out of gas.
Please tell me you're joking. So now what, genius?
Well, we could sit here, or we could walk to that station I passed about a mile ago.
In this weather? Are you nuts?
Or maybe that house over there has a phone. I could call someone.
Best idea you've had so far.
Oh, now, isn't this just lovely? A private cemetery.
You said that we should try this house.
Yeah, well, I didn't see the cemetery.
At least the storm's passed.
Ooh, they're coming to get you, Erica.
I think we can do without that, don't you?
You mean you don't think about the undead? The ones that we are probably walking on right now?
Oh, ha ha.
Ooh, you should listen carefully. Perhaps you can hear them whispering on the wind.
Let's just get to the house.
Aren't you even scared?
Yes, I am. I'm petrified that I'm going to catch a cold.
But just listen. Don't you hear those ghostly creatures that are lurking?
Jeez!
It's only a cat. Oh, you should have seen yourself.
Well, I wasn't prepared for it. Stop laughing or I swear.
Okay. But you gotta admit, it made you jump.
Yes, I admit it. Happy now?
Wait a second.
What is it now?
Just wait. Erica, don't turn around.
Don't do it. Don't! Are you serious?
I'm telling you, don't turn around. I think I see something behind you.
Matthew, will you stop trying?
I'm not kidding. Don't turn around. It looks... Oh, God. It looks like something that's been dead for a long time.
This is childish.
I can't take my eyes off of it. I'm not sure what the hell it is, but just don't turn around.
Matthew, please stop it.
It's getting closer, Erica. I'm afraid to run. Just don't turn around.
Please, Matt, just stop. You stupid idiot!
It was just an owl.
I should just leave you here. I'm going up to the house to see if they have a phone.
Some people do enjoy being scared. Others like to give a good scare. But there are some places where it is not such a good idea. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Matthew and Erica have found themselves at the front door of a rather foreboding house. They are hoping that there will be a working phone inside and not something else.
Storm is picking back up.
Let's just stay here on the porch.
Until the sun comes up? Are you nuts?
I don't think anyone is at home.
That's not a good sign.
That's okay. I'll just stay out here and get wet.
Come on. How bad could it be? At least it's dry inside.
Right. Dry. Not a serial killer or maniac in sight.
Oh, stop. Let's go in. Hello? Is there anyone here?
No answer. Let's find another house.
Yeah, well, this is the only house we saw. Let's just try to find a phone.
Very funny, Matthew. Now open the door.
I didn't close it. I can't get it open.
Don't lie! Forget it. We can find another way out. Let's look for a phone.
Hang on. I got my lighter. I think there are some candles over there. There we are. See? It's just an old house. Nothing more, nothing less.
Look up there, over the fireplace.
Now, that portrait is enough to scare you.
I wonder who it is.
Silas Green.
And how do you know that?
Oh, I know all about this place. Silas Green was a doctor who did a lot of unnecessary surgeries. He bought this place, and they say he experimented on people that he brought here. You know, no anesthesia. They say you can still hear the screams of his victims.
You're making that up.
Okay, maybe I am. But the old boy in that portrait, yeah, that really is Silas Green.
Again, how do you know?
I can read the nameplate below the portrait.
Oh, I didn't see that. Ah! That thing nearly killed me!
It's an old house. We have to be careful. Come on, let's go this way.
This doesn't look like a dining room to me.
More like a doctor's exam room.
You were only kidding about Silas Green, weren't you?
No, I swear, I just made that up.
Well, obviously this was some sort of doctor's house. What's that stain on the floor?
That looks like dried blood?
Hey, there's an old book over on the table.
Look at this. Well, I'll be.
What is it?
I guess I wasn't making it up. Old Silas really was a doctor. A surgeon, actually.
Matt, look at the dates.
I guess we don't have to worry about Silas. This is dated 1890. Oh my god.
What is it?
I was only joking, but according to these entries, he really did do experiments on people. Look here. Removed the vocal cords. Screaming is annoying. Preparing to remove the right lung. Patient still stable.
No! That's horrible!
I'm not even gonna read the later ones. He removed someone's brain while they were still alive.
Let's just get out of here.
Hey, Erica, wait for me. Erica? Where are you?
Most towns have a story or legend associated with an old house, especially one that no one has lived in for a long time. The sort of house that everyone avoids going near. You come near shortly when I return with Act 3. Matthew finds himself alone in the mysterious house. Erica has disappeared somewhere within. She finds herself strapped to a table. Beside her, a collection of ancient surgical instruments.
Matthew! Matthew, where are you?
No need to scream, my dear.
Who are you?
I'm the doctor assigned to your case. I've recommended surgery. And I can assure you that it is going to be very, very painful. Scream all you want. No one can hear you. You should have paid attention to the sign.
You maniac! What sign?
I believe it is time to begin. I think that we will start with the scalpel. An incision at the breastplate down to the midsection. I shall be removing your lower intestine.
No, please, no!
Get away from her!
Get out of here! You're not sterile!
Get me out of this! The candles!
Look, let's get out of here. This whole place is going to go up.
No! There is still the operation to perform. Stop!
How do we get out of here?
The door has to be this way.
Matthew, the fire is getting closer.
The operation must go on. Come back here.
God, so is he. Come on.
Come back here.
I can't get it open. I'm gonna try to break it down.
Forget the door! The window, now!
No, you must not leave. I am the doctor. Surgery is necessary.
At least it stopped raining. Why did we have to come through the graveyard again?
It was necessary.
As long as we're out of that house, I don't care where we have to go to get back to the road. Good thing is, it's burning down. Matt, look. The house is still there. What happened to the fire?
I don't know. It's like the flames just disappeared.
I wonder what he meant by not seeing the sign. I mean, what sign?
Aren't you forgetting something?
Matthew? Matthew? Why did you stop walking? Matthew, you're changing.
I told you, the operation has been scheduled.
Oh, God, no. Matthew, stop it! Stop it!
And it will be very, very
no.
painful.
Matthew, stop it! Stop it! No.
Damn! No, not now! Not. Come on, baby, come on. Hi, honey. No, I'm okay. It's the car that is having problems. Yeah, if you can. Look, I'm stuck out here by the old Silas place. I know. Oh, I don't care if a hurricane comes through. I can read. I can definitely read the keep out sign, and if it's one thing I know how to do, is to keep out of that place.
As the song says, sign, everywhere a sign. But do we really pay attention to all of the signs? You pay attention, as I'll be back shortly. The next time that you see an old deserted house that is at the end of a dimly lit road, what will you do? Are you the kind of person that would go inside, explore, and possibly ignore the warning signs? I certainly hope not. I do hope that you will join me again behind the doorway to Nightmare. Our cast included Brenna Faith, Raven Adams, and Robert Jackson. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Naturally. You never think about me.
Darling, I always think of you.
Oh, yeah. Spend all your stupid time in this worthless garden. When, Stuart? When do you think of me? When you're talking to all these weeds?
Please, Nora, not so loud. Negativity is very detrimental to the growth of my babies.
What about my growth? What about me?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these plays, please hit that like button. That way we know. Don't forget to subscribe and share it with all your friends.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. The artist Claude Monet once said, "My garden is my most beautiful masterpiece. A well-cultivated garden of flowers, shrubs, and trees can be a wondrous and delightful place to spend a few cherished hours in. Well, for most of us.
Naturally. You never think about me.
Darling, I always think of you.
Oh, yeah. Spend all your stupid time in this worthless garden. When, Stuart? When do you think of me? When you're talking to all these weeds?
Please, Nora, not so loud. Negativity is very detrimental to the growth of my babies.
What about my growth? What about me?
Our mystery drama, Yard Work, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and Mark McLean. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. If you happen to be driving through the outskirts of the town known as Barrettsville, you will notice the well-trimmed lawns, the care given to the flora and fauna of the landscape. If you happen to turn down Willow Lane, you will find one of the most magnificent gardens at number 133, owned by one Stuart Williams.
And how are my babies today? I'm sure the rain last night did you a world of good. I must remember to get some of that plant food that you all seem to enjoy so much. Oh, and there she is.
I thought I'd find you out here.
Oh, please, Nora, not so loud.
Oh, afraid your little babies or the neighbors might hear.
My plants, they pick up on negative energy.
You haven't even begun to see negative energy yet.
Oh, please, Nora.
Spend all your time in this stupid garden. When have you ever had time for me?
My garden is my quiet place. A place to let my soul heal.
And what about me, Stuart? What about my soul? You're at the office all day, and when you get home, you're out here. Do you think you can just grow another one of me?
Maybe I could get some peace.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing. I said nothing.
Just what are you? A big, fat nothing.
Nora, I'm home.
Well, it's about time.
I'm sorry that I'm late, but I had a few contracts to finish before I left.
Oh, sure you did. I suppose you don't want dinner, do you?
Oh, I had a bite at the diner.
Naturally, with that redhead that you are so fond of, huh?
Oh, there is no redhead. I simply got a sandwich. Now, what's for dinner?
I had a steak. Your steak is still in the oven, and hopefully the consistency of a leather shoe. Would you like steak sauce or shoe polish? Bon appetit! No! Stuart! I can't stop the water! What is wrong with this thing? Stuart!
And how are my precious roses today? Oh, you are looking wonderful. How about a little water for your petals?
How did I know I would find you out here?
Nora, what's the trouble now?
The trouble? The trouble? The toilet backed up and overflowed again. Didn't I ask you to fix that 2 weeks ago?
Yes, Nora, and I was going to fix...
Don't say it! You were going to fix it after you piddle-paddled around in this swamp.
No, please, Nora, please, keep your...
And what about the living room door? It still creaks. And the washer? When were you going to leave your precious little flowers to fix the washer?
Nora, I will get to it all after
After you're done playing with your stupid little weeds. Maybe this will get you out of your stupid garden.
Nora! Nora, not my children! Stop it!
Stop you!
The actress Helen Mirren once said that gardening is always learning, that by having one, you are always learning. Stuart is learning just how much his wife detests his own garden. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. An old Chinese proverb says, "He who plants a garden plants happiness." Nora is far from happy with Stuart's obsession, as she calls it.
What did you call it?
An obsession! Who do you think cooks around here? Cleans the house, washes your clothes? Do you think your precious flowers and trees can do all that? Admit it, Stuart. You are obsessed. Well, well, well. The great gardener is home early. Wait, did you get fired?
No, I didn't get fired. I want you to come outside, to the garden.
I've seen that weed factory already.
Oh, but not like this.
Ugh! What is that thing?
That is a statue of Friar Thomas. He was a monk who kept the gardens up at his monastery.
It's hideous! It's borderline terrifying. Are you trying to scare your weeds to death?
Well, I think it gives the garden character.
He's scowling. He looks mad at some... Wait a minute. Stuart? How much...
He tended the garden so well that people came from other countries just to view the...
You spent over $1,000 on a gazebo. Hundreds and hundreds on flippin' seeds. Seeds! Not to mention all the gardening tools and food you said that your preciouses have to have. How much did this scary, weird thing cost us?
Oh, well, not much.
How much?
It was really a steal at $700?
$700? Are you mad? Please tell me you're just joking.
There's a new stone and sculpture shop that opened last week. I was supporting our local business.
They make gravestones. Stuart, what is wrong with you?
Oh, but look how it makes the garden so much more...
grotesque? Outrageous? Terrifyingly horrible than it already is?
Well, I was thinking... stately.
Return it. Get my money back.
Oh, but Nora, please.
I want that thing off my property.
Oh, please, it really makes the garden...
You are lucky that I even allow you to have this infestation of weeds. Don't you forget, Stuart, this is all my property. My money that lets you pitter-patter about in the yard every weekend.
Yes, dear.
Take it back. I want it out of here immediately. Can't believe he would do such a thing. Naturally, he puts it right in front of the living room window. God, what a horrid... Wait a minute. Stuart? Stuart!
Yes, Nora?
Did you move that monstrosity closer to the house?
It weighs more than 200 pounds. They brought it in on a dolly with 3 rather large men to put it into place. Besides, I've been in my study working on a case file.
Then please explain to me how it got there.
Oh, well, that's funny. I had them place it in the center of the garden.
And now it's practically looking into our living room window?
Statues and sculptures represent many aspects of our society. They serve as reminders of what was, what is, and what could be. Let me remind you to return for Act 3. Michelangelo once said that every block of stone has a statue inside of it. It is up to the sculptor to discover it.
Another night, another dinner, ruined. Why did I ever marry such a... Why, it's gone. The monstrosity is gone? Hello?
Oh, I'm very dreadfully, terribly sorry, darling, but...
Oh, you. Thank you.
Well, you are welcome, I think.
You know what you did, and I honestly appreciate it. I really do. You know, sometimes you can drive me straight up the wall, but for some unknown reason, I married you, and in my own way, I do love you.
Well, Nora, I love you as well. Now, will you please tell me what I did?
I know I can be hard to live with, but, well,
Well,
seeing
Nora,
that monster statue gone really shows me that you can do what I tell
Nora.
you, and that will make it so much better here.
Nora,
now,
please
just
listen.
get rid of that ugly garden.
Nora! I only called to tell you that I am working late and won't be home until midnight. As for getting rid of the statue, I haven't touched it. Oh, I'm sorry, but I have yet to call the mason works to come out and pick it up. So, what are you talking about?
But it is gone. It's not in the garden. Oh, Nora, stop it. You're just freaking yourself out. What is that? The statue? It's standing at the kitchen window. No, 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 no! Where did you go? I know you're out here! I know I saw it by the window. Ah! What are you doing in here? How did you? No! Stop moving! It's impossible! Stop it! Get away from me! No! 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 Oh! 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 Oh, my chest! I can't breathe! It hurts! No!
Detective, what happened?
Heart attack. Pure and simple. I'm sorry for your loss.
She did have a heart condition. I tried to get her to do something about it many times. She was just so stubborn.
I understand. Something definitely frightened her.
Why do you say that?
The look on her face. Heart failure? Yes. But something froze her face like that. That is the look of pure terror.
I wonder what it could have been.
Well, looking at that garden and that statue out there, that's enough to scare anyone.
Oh, please, Detective, you don't really believe that a piece of stone could have caused her to die from a heart attack, do you?
No, but something sure did.
Hello, 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 my pretties. You are looking wonderful today. Getting enough sunlight? Oh, I must remember to order those seeds I saw in the catalog yesterday. Yes, my dears, you no longer need worry about the yelling and the screaming from Nora. Well, our good friend Friar Thomas took care of that. Well, a replica anyway. Isn't it amazing what a bit of styrofoam and some fishing line can do to someone with a heart condition?
Stuart looks up at the statue and smiles. He gathers his gardening tools and takes them to the shed, where another statue, made from styrofoam, stands in the corner. I'll be back shortly. Is it possible to be scared to death? According to science, the release of adrenaline during a stressful situation can cause damage to the heart, even death. It is rare, but it does happen. Our cast included Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and Mark McLean. The story was written by Winslow Swan and Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
Hi, this is Winslow Swan, and here we are at the end of Season 3, something that I thought would never actually happen. I could have never put this series together without the help of some very special people, let alone do 3 seasons. We made a few changes, and we welcome back a voice actor who really knows how to capture his character. First and foremost, I must thank Crimson McKenzie, who believed in this series right from the start and who pushes me to do better with each episode. She is my muse, co-writer, editor, and a wonderful friend. I would also like to give a special thank you to Carter Sheriff, who filmed our new opening and who has also participated in some of the plays. We are thankful also to welcome back Mark McLean this season, and we hope to hear from him many more times. So with that, thank you again to the voice talents of William Stafford, Mark Wheeler, Raven Adams, Annie Mick, Mark McLean, Dave Arkhipov, Ezra J.D. Emmons, Brenna Faith, Robert Jackson, Carter Sheriff, and Crimson McKenzie. And thank you to everyone, and especially you, the ones who listen and support us, the ones who dare to step through the doorway to nightmare. We're working on Season 4, and we can't wait to see you there.
Doorway to Nightmare was brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Through the Doorway to Nightmare. Have you ever felt trapped in the life that you are in now? The routine, mundane existence of trivialities that seem endless? Some would say that this is what life is, simply a day-to-day stream of conscious thought. Others would call it a waking nightmare.
Alani, I'm sorry, but I'm leaving you.
No, you're not. I mean, Gerald, I love you. And I will always, always continue to love you.
I just can't keep going on and on.
I should have been more careful. I should have taken things slow. But, well, you know me, always wanting things in a hurry.
Alani, I love you. I'm just no longer in love with you.
But you will be. I promise.
No, I don't think so.
With the right spell, you will be. Even after I'm dead.
Our mystery drama, Every Day, was adapted from the short story and written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Ezra J.D. Emmons, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Our story tonight is neither new or old. It is about, on the extreme side, living each day the same way. We have all gotten into that rut in life where we seem to wake up and do the same things over and over again.
6 in the morning. Well, another day, another... what is it now? 27 cents. Well, shave, shower, and then downstairs to breakfast. And there she is. My beautiful wife, Alani, standing at the stove, the bacon frying in the pan. Look at her, she's wearing that see-through nightgown I bought her for her birthday. Or was it for me? I just wonder what her flesh would sound like in that hot grease.
Morning, babe. Gerald, what are you doing? No!
Well, 6 in the morning already. Feels like I just went to bed. Oh well. Shower, shave, then down to breakfast. And there is my beautiful wife, Alani. Look at the sweet curves of her body. I can smell her perfume over the bacon. I wonder what her blood would look like on top of the stove.
Good morning, Gerald. What are you doing with that knife? What are you doing with that?
I'm telling you, Peyton, it's really starting to get to me.
But they're just nightmares, Gerald. You said it yourself.
The same one. 2 nights running. And each one more graphic than the last.
So how are things with you and Alani?
Oh, never better.
That was a quick answer. No arguments?
Well, that's just it. She never argues. She never disagrees with me. It's like having some sort of a slave or a yes person.
And this is a bad thing.
I almost wish there really was an argument clinic.
You mean like on Monty Python?
Yes, I could just go and pay someone to have an argument with, because I really think that Alani doesn't know how.
Well, you're just stupid.
What?
You heard me. You're just stupid and ignorant.
Peyton, what are you trying to do?
I thought you wanted to have an argument.
No, that was abuse, not argument.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it... Oh, I see. No, not going to do the Monty Python routine with you.
Well, I tried.
Not helping. So, what am I going to do?
About what?
Well, the nightmares.
Oh, those. Well, maybe you shouldn't eat before going to bed. I've read somewhere that certain food can cause nightmares.
What, and give up my foot-long subs? No way. Think of something else.
Warm milk?
Ugh, how vomitable.
Okay, well, and how about a stiff drink?
No, already doing that.
Then stop doing that. Look, I don't know. So you had 2 nightmares in 2 nights. Big deal.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Now, if I'm in your nightmare, please, just keep it to yourself.
6 in the morning. Again. Well, time to get up. Take a shower, shave, and go down for breakfast. Wow. She is really beautiful. I could make love to her right now, right on the kitchen floor.
Morning, Gerald.
But
Gerald?
maybe I'll just drown her in
Gerald?
the sink.
What are you?
Die! Die! Die!
Most people wind up in life doing the same things over and over again. The occasional break in the monotony of a career or a home life makes living much more interesting. However, I've never met anyone who does the same thing in a nightmare. I'll return shortly with Act 2. I believe that we have all found ourselves in a situation that seems both hopeless and endless. While most of us are able to find an exit, Gerald is only beginning the journey.
Gerald, Jesus, you look like a wreck.
Oh, yeah, it's called not getting any sleep.
You mean for the past 2 weeks, you were still having the same nightmare?
Every night.
And you kill your wife in all of them?
No, not just kill her, Peyton. I slaughter her.
When did they first start?
Oh, I remember when this nightmare began. It was on the night that I told my wife, Alani, that I was leaving her.
Gerald, babe, you can't be serious.
Alani, I'm sorry. I just cannot continue living this way.
What is wrong with the way we are living?
How did we meet?
What?
I asked you, how did we meet?
Oh, Gerald, you know as well as I do.
Do I? I barely remember even dating you. So I ask you again, seriously, how did we meet?
We met while you were at a conference in Boston. You bought me a drink when I couldn't find my wallet.
Well, then why can't I remember that?
Oh, honey, it's okay. There are a lot of little things that you probably don't remember, and really, it's okay. The fact that you are my husband. And I love you so very, very much, is all that matters.
I do remember one very important fact.
Yes?
I only knew you for less than a week. And then we were married. How do you explain that?
Oh. You swept me off my feet, silly. You went screaming into the ballroom of the hotel and yelled, "Someone, anyone, marry this lovely creature to me or I shall go mad!" Don't you remember that?
All that I can remember is that I woke up in this house with you beside me.
Perhaps you should go and see a doctor.
Perhaps I should leave.
Now stop being like that. You don't want to leave me.
No, Alani, I don't want to, but I believe that I have to.
All right, Gerald, I admit it. I probably moved too fast, but then that was always my problem. I suppose the spell I used on you was just too strong.
A spell? What are you talking about?
Please, Gerald, just listen to me. I've always gone after whatever I wanted. I saw you in Boston and decided that I wanted you. So I used a spell on you and I got you. Only I think the spell worked almost too well.
So what you were saying is that you were a witch?
No! Not the Halloween kind. I am a follower of the old ways. I was born with sort of a gift, and I have used it throughout my life. Oh, Gerald, don't you understand? I can give you anything you want.
No, not that way. I don't want any part of it. I made arrangements to move out. She begged me to stay at least one more night so that we could talk more about things in the following morning. I agreed, but I slept on the sofa. She woke me up around 3 a.m.
Gerald, I have the solution.
What? Alani? What's going on?
I understand now why you were leaving me.
Again with this? I thought we were going to wait for the morning.
It is the morning. I'm too extravagant. I know that I tend to overspend, and you probably think that you don't make enough to support me.
Alani, that is not why I'm leaving you.
It's all right, my love. I have it all figured out. I just have to let the spell take its course. You have nothing to worry about.
Oh, so we're back on that again.
It is a rather complicated spell and does require a sacrifice, but I'm sure that you'll be able to complete the task.
I told you, I don't want any part of...
You have no choice now, Gerald. The spell has already began. And don't worry, Gerald. We will be together again very soon. I'm sure that you will find the right way to murder me.
Did I just understand Alani correctly? She did use the word murder. And what exactly is the right way to murder someone? Or is there a right way at all? Perhaps we shall all find out when I return with Act 3. A month has passed by, and Gerald is still having the same nightmare of waking up, going down to breakfast, and murdering his wife, Alani. He is currently in his office, talking with his friend, Peyton, about the murderous dream.
So, the nightmares began after you told Alani that you were leaving her.
Exactly, Peyton. And they're still going on. I don't know how to stop them.
Sort of a weird Groundhog Day scenario.
Yeah, but in that movie, the character made everything right and basically changed his life. I mean, how do you stop a nightmare?
Have you left Alani?
I'm not even sure about that. I don't even know if all of this is real.
Of course all of this is real. I'm here, and I'm very much real.
Are you so sure?
Well, what do you mean?
Peyton, exactly what do we do here?
Oh, come on, man. What kind of a question is that?
Just answer the question. What exactly is my job here?
Well, we work in an office. What more do you want?
Okay, yes, sure, but what kind of office? I mean, is it a law firm, some technical computer office? Or is all of this...
Is all of this what?
Just answer me. What exactly do you and I do for a living?
I really don't know.
Again. I'll shower, shave, go downstairs, see Alani by the stove, and then I will kill her, yet again. I wonder how to do it this time.
How'd you do her in this time?
I found myself in the kitchen, holding an axe. I walked up behind her and buried the thing straight into her head.
What happened after that?
You know, that's the funny part. I simply find myself here, talking to you.
So basically, you kill your wife, then you lose time. Look, why don't you just stay in bed? Don't get up and take a shower. We run down the stairs and out the door. Break the cycle.
I wonder if it will be that easy. No. Oh, no, this time I will stay in bed. I won't get up at all. I shall lie here and go back to sleep.
Gerald! Oh, Gerald! Are you forgetting something?
What am I doing in the kitchen?
Well, good morning, my love. I made your favorites.
Of course you did. Every morning. Every day.
What are you doing?
Stop it!
No, please. Not this way.
Quite obviously
Not
choking
this
to death.
way.
Gerald, buddy, you're looking worse and worse.
It didn't work, Peyton. I tried to stay in bed. It didn't work. Nothing works. I'm trapped. In the morning. Shower and shave. And then go and kill Alani. Just another day. I walk down the stairs slowly. I look into the kitchen. I hear the bacon on the stove. I can smell the aroma of coffee mixed in with her perfume and the bacon. I'm holding a gun. And there she lays, on the kitchen floor, the hole in the back of her head spurting blood. It pools around her long, beautiful hair.
Really? Gerald? Really? I told you. The spell has certain specifics, and you were just not doing it right.
You were dead!
Again, Gerald. We will just have to try again, and again, and again, until you
get it right.
It's been 10 years now. Every day, the same thing. Wake up at 6, shower, shave, go down to breakfast, and murder my wife. Every day. For 10 years. For God's sake, help me!
Oscar Wilde once wrote, "They have promised that dreams come true, but forgot to mention that nightmares are dreams too." For Gerald, the nightmare simply goes on and on until he makes it right. I shall go on a bit more when I return shortly. I was asked once if my dreams had come true. I replied that most of them had, but then so did some of my nightmares. Our cast included Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and Ezra J.D. Emmons. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Jenny, are you crazy?
No, Brad. I've made up my mind.
He's just an old carnival magician, and not very good at that.
I thought he was wonderful. You're just jealous.
Jealous? Me? Of a 200-year-old looking has-been magician? You really are crazy.
I'm gonna be his assistant, and that is final.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit the like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
and please share it to all your friends.
Everybody.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. The magician, the fakir, the one who does the tricks, has been around for centuries. Only the props and techniques have changed. Magic has become more sophisticated, and the art of manipulating an audience can be quite enjoyable and entertaining. Sometimes.
Jenny, are you crazy?
No, Brad. I've made up my mind.
He's just an old carnival magician, and not very good at that.
I thought he was wonderful. You're just jealous.
Jealous? Me? Of a 200-year-old looking has-been magician? You really are crazy.
I'm gonna be his assistant, and that is final.
Our mystery drama, The Magician, was based on a story by John Allen and written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Crimson McKenzie, Mark Wheeler, and Mark McLean. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The world of magic at one time was regulated to traveling magicians who would entertain small towns across the country. It would be many years before the large stage shows that you can see today.
Oh, Brad, look! A magician! Let's go.
Oh, come on, Jenny. Once you've seen one magic act, you've seen them all.
But I really want to check him out. You know, the carnival only comes through here once a year, and I don't even remember the last time there was a magic show.
Probably some old man doing card tricks that my grandfather knows.
Oh, it'll be fun, I promise.
You really want to go?
I really do.
Okay, let's go.
Yay!
And now, madam, would you please think of a card? Any card.
I told you he would be an old man doing card tricks.
I think he's wonderful.
Are you kidding?
And now, think of the card very hard. Now, let me see. Aha! Is this your card? No! Perhaps I should remove the curtain above my head. Is that your card?
Even I can do that.
Brad, be quiet.
And now, my lovely assistant will join me. Ah, Esmeralda, you are looking very beautiful.
Geez, she looks young enough to be his great-granddaughter.
She doesn't look very happy.
Why, Esmeralda, you must not lose your head. That is up to me. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, I have placed my young assistant into what is commonly referred to as a guillotine. With a wave of my magic wand, I release the razor-sharp blade and...
Oh my gosh, that was incredible!
Yeah, I wonder how he did it.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention. We shall have another show in 2 hours. We hope to see you all again very soon. May the magic be yours.
Well, come on, Jenny. Let's go hit some of the rides.
You go ahead, Brad. I want to wait for the next show.
Are you kidding? You heard what the man said. It's not for another 2 hours.
Yeah, but I want to sit in the front row this time.
What is so fascinating about a 2-bit magic act?
I don't know, but don't you think he was mesmerizing?
Oh, sure. He hypnotizes his audience into spending $1 per ticket.
Even you didn't know how he did that last trick.
Okay, you got me there. That one, I have to admit, was pretty good.
Did you notice his assistant? She really looked unhappy to be up on that stage.
If I had to work for that old man, I wouldn't be happy either. Now, are you coming?
I told you. I want to see the next show.
Tell you what, ride a couple of rides with me, and I will make sure that we are back in time to sit in the front row.
Really, Brad? No fooling?
Scout's honor.
This is not your card, madam. Let me remove the curtain above me, and is this your card? And now, here comes my lovely assistant, Esmeralda, my dear. You should not lose your head. That is my job.
She almost looks scared, Brad.
It's just part of the act.
I beg your pardon, young man. Did you say part of the act?
Who, me? No, I was just saying...
Perhaps you would like to come and face the guillotine.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it is your act and I don't...
Are you, perhaps, afraid?
Go on, Brad. Maybe you can figure out how it works.
A very brave young man. Now, what is your name?
Brad Majors?
Tell me, Brad. Are you in high school?
Senior this year.
And based on your size, I would say that you are on the football team.
Quarterback.
So, you would consider yourself brave?
I suppose so.
Esmeralda, show our young, brave lad the terrors of the guillotine. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, our young football player is firmly strapped into the mechanism. With a wave of my wand, I press the trigger in. Please, a round of applause for the brave, very brave, Brad Majors.
Come on, Jenny, let's get out of here.
Brad, are you all right?
No, not really.
What is it?
That girl, Esmeralda, while she was strapping me in, she slipped something into my pocket.
What was it? Her phone number?
No, here, read it.
Please help me. What do you think it means?
I don't know, but there's something very strange about Merlin the magician.
Some magicians are more theatrical than others, while others lean more towards the comedic side. Merlin seems to be more sinister than dramatic. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. The great Harry Houdini once said, "I am a great admirer of mystery and magic. Look at this life, all mystery and magic."
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for this next illusion, I will require a man's wallet.
Here you go.
Well. Good to see you again, Mr. Brad Majors.
Wow, you remembered my name.
I remember everything. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I shall take this wallet and prove that the hand is truly quicker than the eye.
Hey, you're burning my wallet.
Have no fear, young man. And abracadabra. Here is your wallet. Esmeralda, please return the property to the young man.
Whoa.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, my lovely assistant, Esmeralda, will be facing the horror of the guillotine.
Hey, what's this note? Meet me at the haunted house after the show. Well, you actually came.
I cannot stay long. He will be expecting me back at the trailer in a few minutes. Please, you must help me.
That's what your first note said. What is Merlin doing?
He's a horrible man. His magic is dark.
He's a has-been magician working at a carnival. How dark could it be?
You don't understand. He's a very powerful wizard. The guillotine is one of his most terrible spells.
The blade sure looks real.
Believe me, if he did not whisper the right words before the blade falls, it would slice through my neck like butter.
Are you serious?
Deadly. Please, you must get me away from him. I feel he's growing tired of me and is looking for a new assistant. I'm so afraid of what will happen to me if he finds someone.
You could go home, couldn't you?
He won't let me.
Can't you just run away?
Don't you think that I have tried? He always finds me and brings me... Hey, isn't that the girl that you were with last night?
Who, Jenny? I was going to take her to the movies tonight, but she said that she was busy.
But isn't that her, waiting for the next show?
Jenny, what are you doing here?
Brad, I thought you were going to the movies.
Well, I was, but I didn't want to go by myself. What are you doing here?
I don't have to answer to you.
Hey, hold on. I was just asking.
If you must know, I was hoping to meet the great Merlin.
Oh, now he's the great Merlin.
What? You jealous?
Of an old dried-up magician? Are you kidding? Why do you want to meet him?
That's none of your business.
Jenny, you're not thinking of trying to be his assistant, are you?
Brad, I'm stuck in this town where the only prospect is marrying you and working the farm. I want something more from my life.
Jenny, please, just come with me. Let's get out of here.
No, Brad! I want to meet the magician.
I've got a really bad feeling.
Brad sees the look of determination on Jenny's face. The feeling of dread that began earlier is growing inside of him. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Donald Wills Douglas wrote, "Dream no small dream. It lacks magic. Dream large, then make the dream real." Jenny, a poor farm girl, is dreaming of a new life with a magician. If what Esmeralda has told Brad is true, Jenny's new life could turn into something much darker.
May I help you?
Mr. Merlin? My name is Jenny, and I think that you're the greatest magician in the world, and I would love to be your assistant.
Jenny, eh? What a pretty name. What a pretty girl. And you say that you would like to be my assistant? Come in, Jenny.
Oh my! What an interesting... oh wow.
Please, look around, my dear.
These paintings. 6 eyes? 4 arms?
These are the paintings of the old ones, my dear. The gods who were here long before man crawled out of the ooze.
What is that? It looks like a bat.
It is, my dear, it is. Now, if you will forgive me, I must have a talk with Esmeralda. You have been a bad girl, haven't you, my pet?
I won't stay here any longer.
That's 1.
I won't be your assistant anymore.
That's 2.
What are you going to do?
I will be with you in a moment, my dear.
Jenny! Get out of here! Run away while you still can!
That's 3! Well, Jenny, you have heard of pulling a rabbit out of a hat? What do you think of a cat in the hat? That's enough, Esmeralda. Into the hat! Would you rather be a cat or a mouse? Now, my dear Jenny, what was it you were saying?
Can't open the door. It's locked. You terrible, horrible man! How could you do such a thing? I wouldn't be your assistant if you were the last magician on Earth!
Would you rather be a cat or a mouse? That's one.
Jenny's face becomes ashen white. She realizes, a little too late, that she is now trapped under the magician's spell. I shall return shortly with a final word. One of the first rules of magic is to never reveal a secret. Assistants have been sworn to secrecy, even after leaving the show, not to tell someone how a trick or illusion was accomplished. The great Merlin, traveling around the country in a carnival, has found a rather unique way to keep his secrets. Our cast included Mark Wheeler, Crimson McKenzie, Brenna Faith, and Mark McLean. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. And now, a preview of our next tale.
In less than 3 hours, I will be escorted down that hallway where I will be strapped into a chair, and several thousand volts of electricity will kill me.
That was the order of the court. There isn't anything that I can do about it. So what I want to know is why you were so insistent on seeing me.
Because, Doctor, I'm in love with you.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
I'm not. The first time that we met, when you told them I was fit to stand trial, that everything I had told you was completely made up, I fell in love with you.
So, hours before your execution, you confessed this love. Why?
Because I don't want to see anything happen to you.
And what could possibly happen to me?
Something very, very bad.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit that like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. The scariest monsters are the ones that lurk within our souls, wrote Edgar Allan Poe. We have all but forgotten the monsters that frightened our parents and grandparents, such as Dracula, Frankenstein, and the Wolfman. They have been replaced by real monsters with the names of Gacy, Manson, and Geen.
In less than 3 hours, I will be escorted down that hallway where I will be strapped into a chair, and several 1,000 volts of electricity will kill me.
That was the order of the court. There isn't anything that I can do about it. So what I want to know is why you were so insistent on seeing me.
Because, Doctor, I'm in love with you.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
I'm not. The first time that we met, when you told them I was fit to stand trial, that everything I had told you was completely made up, I fell in love with you.
So, hours before your execution, you confessed this love. Why?
Because I don't want to see anything happen to you.
And what could possibly happen to me?
Something very, very bad.
Our mystery drama, The Confession, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, Brenna Faith, William Stafford, and Annie Mick. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. We take you now from the kind people that make these productions possible to the monsters that will make it impossible for you to sleep. I hope. Dr. Emily Mason enters the office of Thomas Lansing, warden of the state prison. She is there at the request of a monster who is awaiting execution in the electric chair.
Come in, Doctor.
Oh, Emily is fine, Warden.
And I insist on you calling me Tom. So I wanted to talk to you first before you saw the prisoner.
Can we call him by his given name, please?
If you insist. I wanted to find out why Paul Drake was so insistent on seeing you.
I won't know that until I talk to him.
And you are aware that he is to be executed at midnight tonight.
Very much aware.
I understand that you were the psychiatrist who found him fit to stand trial. Did you follow the proceedings?
No, but I was kept abreast of what was going on by the DA. After my testimony, I went back to my private practice and forgotten about Paul Drake until...
Yes?
I received this letter from him last week.
I see now why you wanted to come. According to this letter, he wants to confess something to you.
The DA always thought that there were other victims. Perhaps Paul is ready to show us where they are to give closure to the family.
I must confess that I am not comfortable with you seeing him alone. However, against my better judgment, we have a private room for you to meet Mr. Drake. Naturally, we will be monitoring the interview.
I understand.
I hope so. This man, Paul Drake, is one of the coolest killers that I've ever met in my life.
Mr. Drake, I'm Dr.
I know who you are. Sit down.
So, why am I here?
Don't happen to have a cigarette, do you?
I quit a year ago.
Shame.
However, since the circumstances are rather unusual, the warden has allowed me to bring you a pack.
I don't suppose he gave you a lighter as well?
Yes, he did. But I had to promise not to give it to you.
Nice. Calming.
You don't seem overly excited.
Because I already know what's going to happen. In a little over 2 hours, I will be escorted down the hallway to a very special room. I will be strapped into a very special chair, and 12 very special people will witness the execution of one Paul Drake, killer.
It's what the sentence was. You had a trial and were found guilty of...
Murder, Doctor. The word is murder. But I am not a murderer.
Then, what would you call driving a wooden stake through someone's chest and removing their heads?
Do you think I wanted to do that? For Christ's sakes, it was my wife and her brother.
And what of the third person you murdered?
It was because of him that I did what I did.
And how many others have you killed in this fashion?
Oh, I see. The DA must have some unsolved murders, and wouldn't it be nice to wrap everything up and put them on Paul Drake?
Have you killed others?
Is that the reason you thought that I wanted to see you?
Your letter only stated that you had to see me.
And you thought that was the reason?
I'm still waiting for the reason.
Because, Emily, I love you.
What?
I love you. I fell in love with you at that very first meeting.
What? Why are you telling me this now?
Because I don't want anything to happen to you.
What do you think is going to happen?
Tonight, after my execution, there is going to be a bloodbath. And no one will be able to stop it.
There have been a number of death row inmates who, for some reason or another, have been contacted by people who have professed their love. Prison marriages happen all of the time, but I don't recall one that happened a mere 2 hours before an execution. I'll return shortly with Act 2. The world seems full of good men, even if there are monsters in it, wrote Bram Stoker. While Paul Drake, convicted killer, has professed his love to Dr. Emily Mason, does this make him a good man or a monster?
You are facing the death penalty, Paul. You are simply wanting to cling to what little life that you have.
Spoken like a true psychiatrist. You did just call me Paul, though.
I was being civil.
And you don't feel anything for me?
Mr. Drake, I listened to you 3 years ago. The story that you told me was fantastic and obviously contrived, but you displayed all of your mental faculties. I had no choice but to find you fit to stand trial.
Is that why you came here today? Fine. Then let me tell you the story again.
And what of this proof that you talked about in your letter?
Did you bring the crime scene photos? And the ones from the medical examiner?
It took some doing, but the DA agreed.
After I'm finished telling you my story again, you will have your proof.
All right, Paul. Tell me again why you murdered 3 people.
Because they were vampires.
You can see that I am not laughing.
And I'm not trying to be funny.
Vampires. Oh, really, Mr. Drake? Can't you do a little better than that?
I tell you, Doctor, that witches exist, that warlocks exist, and yes, vampires do exist. They are among us working and feeding, which is why I had to drive a stake through the heart of my wife, her brother, and that other man.
That would kill anyone, Paul, as well as cutting off their heads. If the police had not shown up when they did, you would have burned those bodies as well.
It had to be done. Burning the remains is the only way to ensure that they wouldn't come back.
I don't think that you're going to have to worry about them coming back anytime soon.
Are you so sure? What happened to the bodies after they were taken away?
I assume that your wife and brother-in-law were buried in the cemetery near your home. The other man was probably kept in storage until family could be found to claim him.
He was never claimed, and his body was never buried.
And how do you know this?
I have my sources.
And how do you know that they were vampires?
I thought you didn't believe me.
Humor me, Paul.
All right. My wife met this man, this Lance something or other, at the diner where she worked. That is where it all started.
What'll it be?
I believe that I will have the special tonight.
One special coming up.
And your company when you end your shift.
That's a new one.
Oh, I'm very serious.
Yeah, aren't you all? Look, I don't date the customers. Besides, you see the ring? Married. My husband doesn't even like me working here. But since the factory closed down...
Deborah, I insist that you accompany me.
Look, I got other customers.
They no longer matter.
They no longer matter.
Trust me, Deborah. Your husband will no longer matter. Nothing will matter anymore.
Her brother was staying with us. I found out a week later that she had quit her job. She was seeing this Lance character every night. Her brother slept all day, and then both of them would disappear. It was then that I found out what they had become.
Paul? Paul! Wake up!
What is it? What time is it?
I want you, Paul. I want you to join us.
Hey, what are you doing?
I want you now.
Hey, stop that! What are you trying to do?
Join us.
Get off of me!
There is no use in fighting it, Paul. You will be one of us. Debbie won't leave without you.
What the hell are you?
I think that you already know.
Just give in, Paul. There really isn't anything that you can do.
And that was when you killed them?
I was ready for them. I had followed Debbie one night and saw... Lord, I saw Lance bite her, drink her blood. I was ready. I made the stakes. I surprised them. I'd cut their heads off when the police burst in.
Your neighbor had heard someone screaming and had called them.
But don't you see? I didn't get the chance to burn them. They were buried with their heads. The ME removed the stakes. They came back.
You spoke of proof, Paul. Where is your proof?
Look at the photos. Look closely at the faces of Debbie, her brother, and Lance.
Okay. What am I supposed to see?
But don't they look familiar to you?
I thought that vampires couldn't be photographed.
There are a lot of myths, mostly due to all the films and TV shows, as well as the books. Stoker came closest with Dracula. And that was more of a love story than horror.
Why do you say that?
Dracula wanted Mina Harker. Lucy Westenra was only a means to an end.
And the part about turning into bats?
Oh, another myth. However, they cannot go out into the sunlight. And they need the blood of living humans to sustain themselves. That part is very, very true.
So why do you think I should see something in the photos?
Look close. This one. My wife. She is now the secretary to the warden. This one, my brother-in-law, is the guard that escorted you here. And this one, Lance, is the warden now.
I really don't see...
Okay then, where is all of the blood?
Blood?
Well, if you drive a wooden stake into the heart of someone, there's going to be an awful lot of blood, correct? Those pictures show only the bodies on the floor. So where's the blood splatter?
Paul, if you drive a stake into anyone's heart, it's gonna stop the blood flow. That's why there wasn't a lot of blood. Perhaps you even moved the bodies before the police...
I didn't have time. There is no blood because when a person dies, any blood in the system coagulates. It doesn't flow anymore. Vampires do not bleed.
Paul, no one does when you stab a stake through their heart. This obsession with...
Emily, something very bad is going to happen at midnight. I love you, and I don't want you to be here when...
What is going to happen?
According to Nietzsche, whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process, he does not become a monster. And if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you. Paul Drake fought back and is now paying the price. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Dr. Emily Mason sits across a table from Paul Drake and listens quietly. The photographs of his 3 victims lie in front of her. In another half hour, Paul Drake will be executed.
Paul, I want you to listen to me now.
Don't you understand? They came back. They are here.
Paul, there is a resemblance to each of them, but I can assure you that they are not vampires. Let me tell you what I believe.
I'm listening.
You say you followed your wife one night and saw Lance Henderson?
Henderson?
Yes, that was his name. The police tracked his identity down. Now you say that Lance bit your wife and drank her blood, turning her into a vampire?
But I did.
Just listen. I believe that you did follow your wife. I believe that you saw Lance and her together. Seeing your wife making love to another man set something off in your mind.
So why was Lance in my house while my wife was trying to bite me?
I believe they were there to tell you that she was leaving you. Her brother was there to make sure that all went well.
Which obviously it didn't. Emily, please, just leave before they electrocute me. I'm not sure what those 3 have in mind. I do know that after leaving their graves, they're probably very hungry. And there will be 12 victims in the viewing room.
Paul, I'm sorry that I cannot help you. While I am not a religious person, I will pray for you.
Just promise me that you will take a close look at the 3 people that I told you about.
I will, Paul. Goodbye.
So, what happened?
I don't know. I left before the execution.
Do you think that he was telling the truth? About the vampires, I mean.
I know that he was.
How do you know?
Because of what happened. You see, I watched the news after the execution. Something did go wrong. There was a fire, and everyone burned alive.
That's horrible!
At least that's what was reported. Obviously, they could not reveal the real story.
Haven't you finished yet?
I was just finishing. Cheryl, I would like you to meet my husband, Paul.
Not Paul Drake. That would be impossible.
You still haven't told her, have you?
Patience, my love. You see, Cheryl, Debbie really wanted her husband to join them. They planned it out very carefully.
Planned what?
They had been feeding on me until I finally turned.
So you see, Cheryl, Paul was already dead. However, he was very hungry.
12 people, 12 meals, 3 for each of us. Of course, we can't have a world full of vampires. What would we feed on then?
Paul, I'm getting really hungry. I'm so glad that we met, Cheryl.
I'll be missed! Too many people know me. I could get you victims.
Oh, we like to refer to them as donors.
We would only take a small amount from you. You would forget about it. However, I found Emily and turned her just the other day. So, as you can see, she is very, very hungry.
Cheryl watches in horror as her hosts descend upon her. She feels the teeth bite into the soft flesh of her neck and hears the slurping noise that Emily makes as she drinks her fill. I'll be back shortly. I leave you to the horrors of your own imagination with a quote from Primo Levi. Monsters exist, but they are too few in number to be truly dangerous. More dangerous are the common men, the functionaries ready to believe and to act without questions. Our cast included Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, Annie Nick, Brenna Faith, and Mark Wheeler. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh, come on, Dad. You can't be serious.
Deadly serious, Mark. It's been exactly 10 years since the last sighting, and the strange occurrences around here have begun again.
Dr. Coleman, do you really believe that there is some sort of entity that haunts that field?
My dearest Evie, I know that there really is a Shadow Man.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these plays, please hit that like button. That way we know. Don't forget to subscribe and share it with all your friends.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. I have always been fascinated with the ghost story. Not only the ones that were written down and published, but the legends that seem to be a part of every culture and province. The stories that are handed down throughout the years to each generation.
Oh, come on, Dad. You can't be serious.
Deadly serious, Mark. It's been exactly 10 years since the last sighting, and the strange occurrences around here have begun again.
Dr. Coleman, do you really believe that there is some sort of entity that haunts that field?
My dearest Evie, I know that there really is a shadow man.
Our mystery drama, Something Strange on Crawford Lane, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast includes Dave Arkhipov, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The Ghost Story. Literature that has been around since the dawn of man. From the Bible to Shakespeare and beyond, the tales of a spirit coming back from the dead are prevalent in all cultures around the world.
How much further, Mark?
Oh, I think I missed the turnoff. There's another one up here somewhere.
Is your dad okay? I mean, living out here all by himself? He must get lonely.
I have never known my dad to be lonely.
How long has it been since your mom and dad divorced?
Oh, over 20 years.
And he never remarried? Why not?
Yeah, that's something you're going to have to ask him.
Oh, Mark, do you think that he'll like me?
I'm sure that he will love you. Just as much as I love you, Evie.
So, do you tell him, or do I?
Don't worry, I will tell him we are getting married. I just have to do it in my own way. You see, he has certain ideas, some of which that I don't particularly agree with.
How much of this does he own?
Oh, he owns all 7,000 acres.
And he lives in the middle of it?
That's right.
He must have been very successful.
No, not really. He was a historian at the museum. With 23 doctorates, what else would he have done?
Well, so how did he acquire so much property?
I think I will let him tell you about it.
Mark! Watch out!
Oh, damn! Almost missed the turn. It's okay. I think this is it.
I saw a sign that said Crawford Lane.
Yeah, I think that's it. Hey! Did you see that?
See what?
I thought I saw...
What is it?
Over there, in that field. I swear I saw someone standing out there.
I don't see anything.
That's funny. He was standing there and then... nothing. Dad! It's great to see you again.
Good to see you, too. And you must be the lovely Evie that Mark has been telling me about.
Very pleased to finally meet you, Dr. Coleman.
Please call me Edward. Now, I've already fixed up the guest room, and you will find clean towels and sheets. I've also made a small dinner in case you're hungry.
Oh, Dad, you really didn't have to.
Now, it's okay. Get yourselves settled in, and I will meet you in the dining room.
That was a wonderful dinner, Edward.
Thank you, Evie.
Where did you learn to cook like that?
Well, after I divorced Mark's mother, it was either learn how to cook or live off of sandwiches.
Well, it was marvelous.
Dad, is there anyone else here on the property?
There is the occasional hiker that treks across the place. Why do you ask?
Well, when we were driving up here, I thought I saw someone in one of the fields.
Mark, which road did you take to get here?
Well, with the storm, I missed the first turnoff.
We came down a strange road that was marked Crawford Lane.
Person that you saw, can you describe him?
Yeah, it's going to sound a little strange. He was very tall, thin, wearing a sort of old-fashioned hat and a cloak. I couldn't make out the features, though. It was too dark.
Then he has returned.
Do you know him, Edward?
I wish that you would come down the other way. Yes, Evie, I know him. Well, I know of him.
Well, who is he, Dad?
He's only known by one name. The Shadow Man.
The author Ruskin Brown said that ghosts are all around us. Look for them, and you will find them. He never suggested what to do when you see them. I'll see you when I return with Act 2. There has been a resurgence of interest in the ghost story. Tours of haunted places around the country happen all the time. Local legends of mysterious happenings are reported by people everywhere.
Oh, it's so beautiful tonight.
Yes, I often sit out here after dinner and simply watch the stars.
Dad, you're avoiding the subject.
Mark tells me that you own over 7,000 acres. How did you manage to come by all of this land?
What about this Shadow Man?
Please, both of you. I can answer both questions if you'll just give me a chance.
Fine. Evie, may I present Dr. Edward Coleman, my father.
Very funny, Mark. Now, this entire section of the county was once owned by Thaddeus Crawford sometime in the late 1700s. He was a very prosperous man, but also very strange. He invited people to come and build a town. He would sell or lease acreage to people to work the land. He was also a very powerful witch.
Oh, my. Now, you must be joking.
Believe me, I'm not. By 1810, there were almost 300 people here. And that is when the mysterious things begin to happen.
What sort of things?
Most significantly, children began to disappear.
How awful!
Did they ever find any of them?
Not a trace. Several drifters were caught and tried in what could only be called a kangaroo court. It wasn't until the spring of 1811 that the truth came out.
What happened?
A young girl by the name of Letty LeGros had disappeared. She was found 3 days later out on what is now called Crawford Lane. She told of a demonic ritual held out in the field where she was to be sacrificed. She managed to run away and hide.
So how does that explain the Shadow Man?
I'm not finished. The town, infuriated by what they heard from the girl, stormed the mansion. They found Crawford at some sort of altar to the devil. They dragged him out and burned him alive. With his dying breath, he cursed the town and swore vengeance.
Are you saying that this man Crawford is the Shadow Man?
Possibly. According to the legend, every spring the Shadow Man appeared. And every spring, someone would disappear without a trace.
So, how did you actually get all of this land?
3 years after Crawford died, the town simply dried up. Everyone left. For all those years, no one could do anything with the land. Many tried, and all failed. The county was willing to let it go for any price. I made a rather feeble offer, which they accepted.
And this Shadow Man still appears?
Oh, yes. I've seen him every year. But I think that you are the only other person who's witnessed his apparition.
Well, Edward, that was a great, awesome, spooky story. I'm going to go take a bath and head for bed.
I'll be up in a bit.
Take your time, love.
She is a very lovely girl, Mark.
Thanks, Dad. Yeah, I think so, too.
Have you set a date?
For what?
Oh, come now. I'm not blind. I saw the engagement ring.
I could never pull one over on you, could I?
Why would you try? Now, are you going to go the traditional wedding route?
You mean in a church? Dad, you know my feelings about organized religion.
I blame your mother for that.
No. I wasn't all Mom. How many theology books did you give me and tell me to make up my own mind?
I suppose you were right. How is your mother?
Oh, you know, the same, I guess.
Mark, I want you to keep a close eye on Evie.
Now, why do you say that?
Because of the part of the legend that I left out for her benefit.
I don't understand. What part?
And I want you to be extra careful this weekend.
Dad, what are you talking about?
I told you that the Shadow Man would appear each spring. What I didn't tell you was that each spring someone has disappeared without a trace.
Oh, come on, Dad. This is the 21st century. Everyone leaves some sort of a paper trail. You can't just simply vanish.
Last year, it was one of the hikers who frequent this part of the state. She was a college student who went hiking with her boyfriend. They saw the Shadow Man, and the next morning, she was gone.
Well, maybe she got tired of her boyfriend and...
That was the general consensus of the police. They never found a trace of her.
So, what you're saying is you think that Evie and I may be in danger of disappearing? Dad, I'm sorry. I just don't believe it.
Just watch yourself this weekend, please.
What a horrid story. I know that I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Oh, it got so cold in here. Who's there? Mark? Is that... No, it can't be.
Mark, hearing Evie screaming, rushes up the stairs, only to find the bedroom empty. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Dr. Edward Coleman, after searching the house with his son Mark and not finding a trace of Evie, has driven to the closest town to enlist the aid of the police. Mark awaits impatiently for the search party to arrive.
Well, come on, what did they say?
They said that they could not do anything until she's been missing for at least 72 hours.
3 days? Are you serious?
My boy, that is the law. She's over 21 and capable of making her own decisions.
We're miles from the nearest to anything. She couldn't have just left, not on foot.
I warned you about the Shadow Man.
Oh, damn you and your blasted Shadow Man. I'm going out to find her, now.
You may want to take this with you. If you're planning on walking, you may need it.
A bottle of water?
You need to stay hydrated. I will take the car and go toward the north end. Keep in touch with me and let me know the minute you find her.
Don't worry, Dad. I will.
And Mark, you may want to head toward Crawford's Field first thing.
Evie! Evie! At least there's a full moon. Evie! Where are you? Evie!
Mark! Help me!
Where are you? Oh my God. What is that?
Mark! Help me, please! Please!
I'm coming! Just hold on!
The Shadow Man is real! He's trying to take me!
Where are you? God, those eyes. Those red glowing eyes. I can't move! No! You won't take her!
Mark, are you all right?
Where am I? Where's Evie?
I'm here, babe. I'm here.
Tell us what happened.
I saw him. The Shadow Man. I saw his eyes. I heard Evie call out, and I just wanted to find her. But something seemed to grip me, hold me, and I couldn't move.
But you did move. You threw something at the thing. There was a large bolt of lightning and a huge burst of flames.
Well, that much I know. The only thing I had in my hand was that water bottle that you gave me, Dad. I don't know what I was thinking, but I threw it at him. He burst into flames and then disappeared.
You're not a religious man, Mark, but I am. After I stopped by the police station and was told that there was nothing they could do, I went to the church. The priest there is a friend of mine. I asked him to do me a simple favor, and he obliged.
What did you do?
He blessed the carton of water bottles that I had in the back seat. It was from there that I gave you the water to drink. What you threw at the Shadow Man was holy water.
Mark Coleman looks at his future bride, Evie. She smiles at him as they embrace. Edward is only relieved and wonders if the Shadow Man has been defeated, or will he appear again the next year. You reappear when I return shortly. I suppose our story cannot be considered a ghost story in the classical sense. It was neither gothic in nature, nor was it a cautionary tale. It is the sort of story that, I hope, will give you chills in the days to come. Our cast included Dave Arkhipov, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
That's my life. I mean, every day. For 5 years I have lived with that. I'm just so tired.
So what would make you happy?
To sleep. Just to sleep. And never worry about what might happen when I wake up.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit the like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
and please share it to all your friends.
Everybody.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. Happiness is not something that is ready-made. It comes from your own actions, according to the Dalai Lama. Ah, sweet happiness. It is something that today seems somewhat rare. For what makes one person happy can be a torturous hell for someone else.
What would make you happy?
You saw my wife. That's my life. I mean, every day. For 5 years I have lived with that. I'm just so tired.
So what would make you happy?
To sleep. Just to sleep. And never worry about what might happen when I wake up.
Our mystery drama, Happiness, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Robert Jackson, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Film director David C. Hill once said, "Happiness is largely a choice, not a right or entitlement." I have met people who live in squalor, but are happy. I have met some who are extremely wealthy, but are very unhappy. So we can say that it is possibly your state of mind that really makes you happy.
So, Oliver, I find you at last.
Amy, please, it's only one drink.
Oh, sure. And who are you meeting?
No one. I am meeting no one. I only stopped in for one lousy drink.
And you expect me to believe that? Really, Oliver, what do you take me for? A complete fool? If you think for 1 minute that I'm gonna go home, cook your dinner, and wait up until all hours of the night for you to come staggering in?
It's only one drink!
Don't you yell at me, Oliver Bradley Morris. My parents were right about you.
Must we do this here?
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I embarrassing you in front of your so-called friends? Maybe one of them will let you sleep it off.
I'll be home within the hour, I promise.
And we both know how much weight that holds. If you can manage to find the keyhole of the door, heat you up whatever you like. I'm going out!
That's my wife. That's my life.
Looks like a very ugly woman.
Excuse me?
Oh, not a disparaging remark, I assure you. Merely an observation. Her inside does not match her outside. Now, if you don't mind me making another observation, you do not look very happy yourself.
It's that obvious, huh, Sherlock?
Matthew Smiley, at your service, sir.
Ollie.
So I gathered from the way that your wife spoke so vehemently.
Oh, she opens her mouth the minute she opens her eyes in the morning and doesn't shut it again until she goes to bed. And even then she talks in her sleep.
So why did you marry her?
I've been asking myself that ever since I said I do. Oh, I don't really know. I suppose there was a time when, yeah, we were in love.
Yes, but were you happy?
Good question.
So what would make you happy now?
Maybe another drink?
That's easy. Bartender, another round.
Well, thank you, Mr. Smiley?
It really is my name. Perhaps it was destiny or providence that I was born into the family.
And do you smile all the time?
I am only human. No, there are days that the rigors of life tend to catch up to even me. However, I have found that strange and elusive creature known as happiness.
So what do you do?
Unfortunately, we all still need to make some sort of a living to keep the body healthy, and I am very fond of eating. So, to make my meager ends meet, I have a part-time job.
What's that?
I sell hot dogs outside during games at the stadium.
And that makes you happy?
Well, I never go hungry. I do have something else that makes me very happy.
Really? And what could that possibly be?
Why don't you find out for yourself?
Yeah? How would I do that?
Here, this is my card.
Reverend Smiley. Listen, no offense, I just don't do the religion thing.
Ollie, it isn't about religion, but about you. What's inside that makes you happy?
Now, well, no one has that answer.
Why don't you come to a meeting?
Believe me, that is not what I'm looking for.
Then tell me, what would make you happy, besides another drink?
For real?
Yes! What is that one thing that is missing in your life?
Well, to be completely honest, sleep.
Sleep? I don't
She never, ever lets me get any sleep. She keeps me up practically all night, just griping at me. I go to work and fall asleep there. Do you know I've lost 6 jobs this year alone? So if you really want to know what would make me happy, I would just like to sleep.
Simply sleep?
No, not just sleep. But knowing that I would never have to worry about waking up at a certain time. I could just sleep.
Come to the meeting, Ollie. Perhaps you will find the answer to your happiness there.
Ask yourself whether you are happy, and you cease to be so. Perhaps John Stuart Mill was on the right track. If you have to ask if you are happy, then perhaps you truly are not. Ollie doesn't seem to be on the right track, but perhaps the Reverend Matthew Smiley can help. You be on the right track for Act 2 shortly. It has been a week since Oliver Bradley Morris met the Reverend Matthew Smiley. He has yet to attend a meeting, and Ollie has not seen the happy Reverend since their first drink together.
So, going out again? Sure. Don't think about me. Stuck here in this drab house all day, waiting all night for you to finally come home. Usually drunk out of your own mind.
I have been here for hours, and this is the first time that you are acknowledging my existence. So yes, I am going out.
Don't you get smart with me.
Amy, you know that I only have one cocktail when and if I stop by the bar.
Oh, sure. Just one drink. Why can't you be a real man for once? I just wish...
Wish what, Amy? Do you want me dead?
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't have to.
Who is she?
Who?
The woman you've been seeing.
I can barely stay awake when I'm with you. Do you really think that a mistress would put up with that?
You don't fool me, Oliver Bradley Morris. I know that you are seeing someone else, and I want to know who.
I'm going out.
Fine. Go see your little Jezebel. I won't be awake when you get home.
Ollie, great to see you. Glad you came.
Yeah, I don't really know about this.
Oh, it's like nothing that you have ever seen. Come on in.
Well, I mean, what do you do here?
Wait and see. Now over there is the coffee. Julie brought some brownies for tonight, and believe me, she makes the best.
Oh, I get it now. She makes the special brownies, right? Look, just to let you know, I don't do brownies.
Oh no, nothing like that. Julie owns a bakery. That's what makes her happy. She came to us a couple of years ago and we helped her find her smile again.
Really?
We just try and help others, including ourselves, a way to let them be happy.
Now, I don't do anything weird either.
What do you mean?
I mean, none of that, orgies sort of thing.
Don't knock it until you try it.
Oh, that's it. I'm out.
I'm kidding. No, we do not do anything like that here. I mean, unless that's what makes you happy. I'm sure we have some eligible and willing women here. Unless you prefer...
Forget it. I'm good.
But are you
What?
I mean, are you really good?
Had another row with my wife, if that's what you mean. Maybe I should ask one of your eligible young ladies here. Hell, Amy is thinking that way anyway.
Ollie, I am here to tell you that is not the answer.
Yeah? Then what is?
Why don't you find a seat, stick around for a bit, and perhaps you will discover the answer on your own.
Yes, my beloved desired, loving husband. Oh, did you wait up for me? Oh, such a wonderful wife.
Ugh! What are you doing?
I'm giving my wife a kiss.
Well, stop it! What's got into you? Vodka or scotch?
Happiness!
Must be one heck of a woman.
Yes, but she doesn't cook. I'm kidding. I love you. Amy, I swear, I'm not seeing anyone. I have found something wonderful.
Your blankets and pillow are on the couch. Oliver? Have you given this Reverend what's his name any money?
Well, no, not yet.
Yet? You had better not. Sounds like some sort of a cult to me.
They didn't brainwash me. They just listened.
As if you had anything interesting to say. I bet he isn't even a real reverend. You've been had. You're a bigger fool than I ever took you for.
He wants you to come too. He really wants to meet you, and I think that you should come.
I'm perfectly happy right here in my own home.
Are you, Amy? Are you really happy?
An interesting question, and one which I think that is asked of everyone at one time. But can a person be truly happy? Perhaps we will find out when I return with Act 3. Gandhi once said that happiness is what you think, what you say, and what you do are all in perfect harmony. But how often does perfect harmony happen? From the way that Ollie was talking to his wife, Amy, that harmony has already happened for him.
Is this where I meet her?
Who?
Your girlfriend, your lover, whatever the heck you call her.
You are going to meet a lot of happy people, I promise.
I still say this is some sort of a cult.
Would a cult let me leave?
If it meant getting other recruits, yeah.
It's not a cult, I promise.
You keep saying that. I promise. You promised to fix the dryer, and yet I'm still hanging out clothes. You promised to take me somewhere exotic. Has that happened? The most exotic place we have been is to the Chinese buffet.
All of that is going to change.
Please don't say it again, Oliver. I think if I hear you say it, I may just jump out of the car.
Ollie! And this must be the lovely Amy.
I was right. Completely insane. If you think that we're giving you any money...
Please, Amy, that's not what this is about.
Of course not. We just want everyone to be happy.
You are completely mental. People, regular people, like my worthless husband, are not meant to be happy.
Oh, but you would be surprised, Amy, if I may call you that.
Is that her?
Who are you looking at?
The voluptuous woman that's swaying her hips into the doorway. Who is she, Oliver?
Oh, that's Julie. She's prepared a wonderful buffet.
Doesn't look like your type, Oliver. Young, beautiful, way out of your league.
I'm not.
Oh, deny it all you want. I know you too well.
Amy, what would make you happy?
Getting out of here would be a start.
Fine, you are free to leave, if that would truly make you happy.
What are you talking about?
Ollie and I, as well as the rest of the group, already know what would make Oliver happy. I'm curious, what would really make you happy?
No one has ever asked me.
I'm asking now, what is the one thing, deep down, that would make you truly happy?
To never see Oliver Bradley Morris ever again.
Ollie, are you ready? Are you truly ready to be happy?
Oh, yes, Reverend. I am truly ready to finally be happy.
Wait! What are you doing? Oh my God! You killed him! You killed him!
We simply gave him what he wanted to be happy.
By being dead?
He wanted to sleep, to never have to worry about waking up.
You really are insane!
But now are you happy? You will never, ever have to see Oliver again. Doesn't that make you... happy?
The Reverend Matthew Smiley puts the gun away. The body of Oliver Bradley Morris is taken out, and Amy, still stunned and in shock, can only look at the blood of her husband on the floor. I'll be back shortly. Even a happy life cannot be without a measure of darkness, and the word happy would lose its meaning if it were not balanced by sadness. I believe that Carl Jung had something there, and I wonder if anyone can be truly happy. Our cast included Robert Jackson, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I must have fallen asleep at my desk.
No, Mr. Ward, you didn't fall asleep. You are wide awake.
Ms. Malone, I'm so sorry for not getting those reports to you, but I promise...
Will you shut up, Henry? Look at your hand. Don't you see?
Huh? What's this gun doing in my hand?
Look on the floor, stupid.
That's... Oh, God, what have I done?
Quite obviously, you have killed me.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit that like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. Murder. The final solution. The cruel act of taking the life of another human being. For some, it comes as easily as answering a phone or turning on the radio. For others, it is a desperate attempt to alleviate an unbearable situation.
I must have fallen asleep at my desk.
No, Mr. Ward, you didn't fall asleep. You are wide awake.
Ms. Malone, I'm so sorry for not getting those reports to you, but I promise...
Will you shut up, Henry? Look at your hand. Don't you see?
Huh? What's this gun doing in my hand?
Look on the floor, stupid.
That's... Oh, God, what have I done?
Quite obviously, you have killed me.
Our mystery drama, Speak of the Dead, was adapted from a short story and written by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast includes Annie Mick and Raven Adams. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. There was a time in this country when people would work at a profession until they retired. It seems now that retirement is no longer an option. The cost of living, or trying to live, has spiraled to the point where most people do not have the luxury of retiring. But then, there are other ways to make money.
Friday night, 6 o'clock. Oh, what the hell was I thinking? How could I have thought that I could get away with murder? Well, she did deserve it. Nora Malone, CEO of the accounting firm, but so much more than that. A pretty good accountant yourself, embezzling all that money. Wait, maybe you're not dead. No, you are definitely dead. Strange, I didn't think that I could shoot so well, let alone directly in the forehead. Ugh. The blood on the floor, that one thin line of red trickling down the end of your nose. You look so surprised. I'm sure the mortician will have a heck of a time changing that look on your face. Okay, so you are definitely dead. And I have definitely killed you. I suppose I really didn't think this thing all the way through. Oh, now what am I supposed to do?
You get rid of the body, stupid.
Miss Malone?
Wow, he remembers my name.
But, where are you?
Are you kidding? Look down on the floor. See the mess? Now, can you see me?
Oh, maybe I have fallen asleep and...
Heck of a shot. Right into my third eye. Who knew you could shoot like that? What are you doing now?
I am trying to wake myself up. Ouch.
Serves you right. Besides, you are not asleep. Will you look me in the eye when I'm talking to you?
But those eyes, those cold, dead, white, milky eyes. Oh, I think I may be sick.
Don't you dare throw up in here. This carpet cost a fortune to import.
But you're bleeding all over it.
Don't change the subject.
I'm truly sorry, Miss Malone.
I'm truly sorry, Miss Malone. You couldn't just turn evidence over and put me in jail. Oh, no. That would have been the sensible thing to do. It was only a few $1 million. But no, you have to put a bullet in my brain.
No, just a minute. You were going to kill me first, remember?
Well, of course I remember. What did you think I was going to do? Throw you a party? When I found that note that you left on my desk, I didn't really have a choice now, did I? And by the way, why did you only ask for $5,000?
Actually, it was $4,132.78.
Damn accountants. Always have to have the figures right to the penny.
That was the cost of repairs to my car that you smashed into a few months ago.
Are you serious?
If that weren't bad enough, it was you who made sure the insurance company would not pay it off by making it look like the whole thing was my fault.
Well, it was your fault.
Just shut up, or I'll...
Shoot me again?
It wasn't just the money.
Oh, really? It's always about the money.
You murdered my mother.
I don't even know your mother.
The money that you embezzled. One of the accounts was her entire life savings. She had no choice but to go to a nursing home. She was such a vibrant woman. But being in that place, it's what killed her. I hold you responsible for that, Miss Malone.
Why couldn't you have taken care of her?
Oh, no, she was too proud for that.
Then why is it my fault?
How many others have you killed? How many other lives have you destroyed?
Only the stupid ones. Only the ones who handed me their money and the knife to stab them in the back with. Only the idiots who have no idea how the world actually works when it comes to money.
You really are a cold and heartless woman.
Oh, you just had to change a decimal point or two, and then I was a little bit richer. It really was quite easy until you started poking your nose into my business.
And where did it get you? Lying on the floor of my office with a bullet in your brain.
Okay, genius. Now what do you plan on doing?
I hadn't really given it much thought.
Another brilliant deduction from Henry Ward. Okay, it's Friday night. That works in your favor.
How so?
Think about it, dummy. You have all weekend to clean up.
Clean up?
You don't really want everyone coming in Monday morning and seeing a gun on your desk and you talking to a corpse, do you? You might as well just stick your foot in a bucket of water and put your finger into a light socket. Save the state a lot of money.
Oh, not helping.
Oh, you want my help? You do realize that I was going to kill you when I saw your little note. Not the way you did me in, but more subtle.
What do you mean?
I was going to force you to write a suicide note, confessing to the embezzlement, then make you jump out the window. Simple, no fuss, no embarrassing questions. You were going to be my fall guy.
I don't believe you.
Go and look on my desk. Using my vast knowledge, I already made it look like you were taking the money.
You don't have it in you.
Oh, but I do. I even have your pitiful $5,000 sitting there, along with the evidence that would have convicted you. Don't believe me? Go down to my office and see for yourself. I am not exactly going anywhere.
Henry looks at the corpse lying on his office floor, blood pooling around its head. He begins to walk down to Nora's office to find out if what she has told him is true. You come back and find out what happens when I return with Act 2. According to the statistics, someone who commits the act of murder makes 31 mistakes, which can easily lead to their capture. Henry is now wondering if his first mistake was pulling the trigger.
Satisfied?
Yes, everything you said is true. The evidence, the money, everything.
I told you, Henry, this is not new to me.
You mean...
Yes, Henry, I have killed before. I am not the amateur that you appear to be.
So... now what am I supposed to do?
Do I have to do all of the thinking? Don't answer that. The dumb look on your face tells me everything. I think that your first course of action would be get rid of the body.
How am I supposed to do that?
You could carry me downstairs, stuff me into the trunk of your car, and bury me somewhere far away.
Oh, no good.
Why not? Haven't been working out lately? Don't you own a van or a station wagon?
Well, I did have a very nice van, but I traded it in for something smaller that got better gas mileage. A 2-door sedan.
Why am I not surprised?
Hey, maybe I could just chuck you out the window and make it look like a suicide.
Oh, yes. That is just marvelous, Henry. Fantastic. Great. And how do you explain the bullet hole in my forehead? A passing bird assassin shot me on the way down? And how, pray tell, am I supposed to be able to write a suicide note?
I would write the note. Type it anyway. And forge your signature.
Oh, this I gotta see. Not bad, Henry. Not bad at all. You do have a way with words, for being an accountant.
Now, all I have to do is sign your name.
Henry, I realize that you could always make a copy of the suicide note. But don't you think it might be wise to practice my signature first?
Oh, I don't know. Let me try it on this paper. There. Now how's that?
You think you could bend down and let me actually see it? I can't exactly turn my head right now.
I'm sorry. There. Any better?
Not bad, Henry. Not bad at all. Although I do a small loop at the end of Nora.
You mean, like, that?
A little better. Of course, it really doesn't mean anything. We have already established that I can't jump.
Well, perhaps you were writing a confession, not a suicide note. When, as you were standing by the window, a burglar came in and shot you. You tumbled out, and then voila.
I may have underestimated you, Henry Ward. That actually sounds doable. Okay, prop me up by the window.
Let me just get the window opened here first. Oh, you are a little heavier than I imagined.
I'm dead. It's called dead weight. Hey, watch the hands.
Why do you care now?
Oh, that's just sick.
There we are. It propped up against the window. All it'll take is one little push, and then you drop 26 floors to the alley below.
Going to make a heck of a mess. I sure hope that you don't hit someone when you land.
You mean that you hope that you don't hit someone?
No, Henry. I mean you.
What? Miss Malone? But how did you get over there? You are dead.
No, Henry. You suffer under a terrible misconception. In a few minutes, it is you who will be dead.
Henry Ward looks at where he thought that he placed the corpse of his employer at the open window. As he turns around and sees her standing in his office, very much alive, holding a gun on him, he wonders if he is losing what sanity he had. Don't you lose out before I return with Act 3. Henry Ward thought that he had killed his employer, Nora Malone. His plan was to simply push her out of the window, saying that she must have been shot by a would-be burglar and tumbled out from the force of the bullet. Imagine his surprise when he sees her standing in the middle of the room, holding a gun, and very much alive.
But I shot you. Right in the head.
I don't know what you are talking about. As soon as I walked in and told you that no one, absolutely no one, tries to blackmail me, you fainted dead away.
This can't be real.
When I found that note demanding money from me because you discovered my secret, I knew that it was you. After you passed out, I thought that I would just throw you out the window. But I needed to stick to my plan. You nearly scared the life out of me when you jumped up, but then I noticed that your eyes were closed.
I must have been sleepwalking.
You really helped me out. I followed you to my office, where you found the evidence that I was talking about, waiting for you to wake up. You even typed out a suicide note, signed your own name to it.
Can this be real?
Oh, yes, Henry. It is very real. I'm actually a little sorry that I have to kill you. I don't think that the gun is necessary. First plan was fine. Now just stand right there, and I will give you a little push.
I couldn't believe it. I closed my eyes, waiting for that fatal plunge.
Just one little...
Just before she reached me, I managed to step out of the way, and out the window she went. I heard the sickening thud as she hit the alley below. I looked back into the office, and I found the note. The evidence that she had so cleverly pinned on me. With just a few alterations, she was now incriminated. I found the $5,000 that I had asked for, and put it into my pocket and made my way down to the street. For a city as large as this, there were hardly any people out. As I passed by the alley, I thought that I heard a faint groan.
Henry?
Perhaps she had somehow managed to survive the fall. I hurried into the alley and...
Henry, is that you?
I thought the bullet wound to the head was bad, but this?
How bad is it?
Well, you hit the dumpster, and it seems to have cut your body right in half. Oh, I think I may be sick.
You picked a good place to do that. Who would know?
Now, stop that.
Where are you going?
I'm going home. The number 14 bus should be here any minute.
Henry, aren't you forgetting something?
You tried to kill me. Instead, you went out the window.
Think about it, Henry. If you can hear me, don't you think that the police will be able to as well? I can always tell them that you pushed me.
No, you are dead.
Am I, Henry? Am I really dead?
No, you are dead. You are... Where am I?
Where do you think?
Ms. Malone?
No, your guardian angel. Of course it's me.
Where are we?
In the alley. Remember? I fell out the window when you...
What about me?
You were just hit by the number 14 bus. Hit you so hard, you came flying back into the alley and landed right next to me.
So, now what do I do?
I have no idea, Henry.
The twisted body of Henry Ward lies motionless on the street as people from the bus begin to gather around, waiting for the police to arrive. You arrive right back here when I return with a final word. Tonight we have presented a cautionary tale. I believe that everyone thinks of murder at least once in their life, but I also like to believe that very few of us would actually commit the act itself. At least, I would hope so. Our cast included Raven Adams and Annie Mick. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
And you are telling me that your security system is the best?
Absolutely the best, sir. It has been proven 100% effective.
I've had 3 systems installed so far, and burglars are still able to break in. I've lost almost $10,000 in valuables.
Trust me, Mr. Spivey. We have installed this same system in over 300 homes and businesses. It has never failed.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit that like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. The word security may mean different things to different people. There is the security of a favorite toy for a child. There is the security of finding the one person to truly love. There is even the safety and security that you may feel in your own home.
And you are telling me that your security system is the best?
Absolutely the best, sir. It has been proven 100% effective.
I've had 3 systems installed so far, and burglars are still able to break in. I've lost almost $10,000 in valuables.
Trust me, Mr. Spivey. We have installed this same system in over 300 homes and businesses. It has never failed.
Our mystery drama, Home Security, was adapted from the short story and written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast includes Annie Mick, Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, and William Stafford. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. When World War I ended, an increase in crime followed. As a result, Americans became sensitive to security needs and were eager to find ways to protect themselves and their property. The first home security system, a group of night watchmen who shook door handles to make sure that they were locked, was invented.
And this, Clive, is a genuine Rembrandt.
Most impressive, Richard. Did you have it authenticated?
Oh, naturally. The insurance company wouldn't have covered me otherwise.
Well, you have a unique collection of antiquities.
Thank you, Clive. But don't sell your own collection short.
Now, I may have a few trinkets, but nothing compared to the museum-quality pieces that you have. I hope that you have all this insured and secured.
Well, the finest one I could find. You have no idea how expensive a home security system costs nowadays.
You should do what I do. Get yourself a dog.
Oh, sure. That way the thief could feed it as he is wiping you out.
Nothing's happened yet. And I've had Bull for over 3 years now.
And what happens if Bull attacks you?
Now, with me, he's a sweetheart. With someone else, he's a killer.
Thank you for the advice, Clive, but the last thing I need around here is another mouth to feed.
Here's your drink, darling.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Anything of interest in the newspaper tonight?
Same old thing.
I don't know why you insist on upsetting your stomach over things that you have no control over.
Another break-in.
What?
Oh, no, this item in the paper. They had another home broken into last night.
How dreadful.
And a bit frightening.
How so?
It was only a few blocks from here. According to the paper, the owners were away when the crime happened.
Good thing we have our alarms in place.
It didn't deter these burglars, and they were able to get past the system, cleaned out the house of almost everything.
Richard, please don't tell me any more.
Oh, Elaine, don't worry, my dear. We have the most sophisticated security system ever invented.
Wasn't it a magnificent play?
I must admit, they put on quite a performance.
Thank you for taking me, dear.
I must take you to the theater more often.
You never know what may happen afterwards. Richard, the house!
I don't believe it!
Oh, Richard!
Now, don't panic. Call the police while I make a list of what those thieves took.
How much did they get?
All of the silver, the electronics, and any jewelry they could find.
Well, lucky there weren't art connoisseurs.
No, still, as I added up, I've lost almost $7,000.
And what did the insurance companies say?
Oh, I'm sure that they will try to find a way not to pay on the policy.
And you did contact the police?
Of course I did. I'm not completely stupid. Well, naturally, they said that they would investigate, but even I know what that means.
Right. Don't call us, we'll call you.
Exactly.
What about the security company?
They said that there was nothing wrong with their system. I then asked how anyone was able to break in at all.
And their answer?
Oh, they talked about a possible glitch in their system or some such nonsense.
So, are they willing to compensate on a system that you paid for from them?
But I'm not sure at the moment. I am sure that I will be shopping around for better security.
Being secure in your own home can be quite tranquil. But to discover that someone else has been able to break in creates a feeling of dread and insecurity. Don't be too insecure, as I'll be back with Act 2. The first video security system was, believe it or not, invented in the 1940s. In his book, 1984, George Orwell told of a frightening security system that monitored everyone.
Hello, yes, I saw your advertisement and I would like to receive an estimate. Oh, yes, I should be home at that time. The associate's name is Clara Selby? Well, I shall expect her then.
Mr. Spivey? Richard Spivey?
You must be Clara Selby from the security company.
Yes, sir. Here are my credentials.
Yes, they look in order.
You should always make sure with whom you're speaking with, especially a stranger at your door.
Oh, I always am. Won't you come in?
Very impressive, Mr. Spivey. Tell me, what prompted you to call our company?
We had a break-in the other night.
How dreadful!
Luckily, most of the antiques were left alone.
The uneducated burglar is the best kind.
Yes, thankfully. I have almost $100,000 tied up in paintings and sculptures. My wife Elaine is the real expert.
I'm sure she is a lovely woman.
Oh, she is a professor of art at the university, so she is, well, much more educated than I.
Wow. And I am sure that you would like to protect not only your home, but her as well.
Well, of course.
Which is why I've been instructed to offer you our most deluxe of packages.
I can almost see the dollar signs in your eyes.
It isn't expensive as you might think. But then again, can we really put a price on security? Okay, imagine if you and your lovely wife had been home when the burglars broke in.
Yeah, I'm trying not to.
It might have been a lot worse than just the taking of a few trinkets.
Why don't we just discuss this, deluxe system of yours?
Oh, the deluxe. It's unlike anything you've ever seen. Completely automatic and only takes a few hours to install.
Oh, wonderful. More holes in the walls.
On the contrary, Mr. Spivey, our system requires no additional wiring or mounting of any equipment.
No holes? How is that possible?
Well, we do have a few trade secrets that I'm not allowed to indulge.
We'll never mind all that. How effective is this system?
100%.
Now, wait a minute. Even I know that there has not been a system invented that is 100% foolproof.
Believe me, Mr. Spivey, we have yet to have one of our many clients disturbed in any way.
And how many clients have you so far?
Without giving away specific numbers, I can assure you that we hold the security of more than 300 homes and many other businesses in this city alone.
Quite impressive. And not one of them have been broken into?
Not 1.
Well, that's fine. All right, down to business. How much is this service going to cost me?
A mere half of your material assets.
I beg your pardon. Did you say half?
That will give you a lifetime of protection, no matter where you are. Suppose you sell this house and move to another. Our system will follow you without reinstallation or renewal of contract.
But half of everything?
As I said before, can you put a price on security?
Did I hear you correctly, Richard?
Yes, Clive. Half of everything.
Surely you didn't pay it. Richard, are you insane?
Well, after the second break-in.
You mean you had another break-in?
Yes, and what's worse is that Elaine was home when it happened.
And is she all right?
Oh, yes, perfectly all right. She heard them break in and hid in the closet. Of course, they got away before the police could actually get there. Elaine was scared, but she is okay. She went to visit her sister while I signed the paperwork and they installed the new system.
So, you did pay?
And like the sales rep said, you can't put a price on security.
The feeling of being secure can be most gratifying, but what price would you pay for complete security? Think about it before I return with Act 3. Franklin Roosevelt once said that if you want real security, go to prison. They will feed you, clothe you, give you a place to sleep. You will have everything, except freedom.
So is everything okay?
Oh, I couldn't be happier, Elaine. I was told that the system had been successfully put in place and that we are now completely secured.
That is great news. Now, they didn't put any more holes in the wall, did they?
Well, if they did, I can't tell.
What about the control panel by the door?
There isn't one.
Then how do they know it's us when we come through the door? It is an alarm.
Well, according to Clara, the entire system is automatic. It only recognizes our own biometric system and will act accordingly.
That must be one sophisticated system.
Yes, I talked with one of their other customers, and they told me that it was the best thing that they ever did.
I certainly hope so.
When are you coming home?
Not until Friday, if you can stand to be away from it.
Well, I shall be counting the minutes until your return, my beautiful lady.
Oh, how you talk, kind sir.
Hang on, Elaine.
Everything okay?
Well, I'm not sure. I hear something very strange.
You don't think someone is trying to break in, do you?
Oh, no, it's not that.
Oh, Richard, be careful.
What on earth?
What is it?
It's a mouse.
A mouse?
Yes, a small white one.
Call the exterminator first thing in the morning.
No, Elaine, you don't understand. The mouse is in a cage.
What?
Let me call you back. I'm taking care of this right now.
Richard?
What is this thing doing here? You won't be here for very long. There you go. Scamper away and stay out of this house.
Clara Selby, how may I help you?
Ah, Miss Selby, just the person I was hoping to hear. This is Richard. Richard Spivey?
Why, yes, Mr. Spivey. What can I do for you?
Well, you can begin by telling me what kind of a security company that you represent.
I beg your pardon?
I don't know what kind of games you are playing with me, but I just found your cage in my living room.
Well, yes, sir. It is part of the deluxe package. You are now fully protected.
Oh, so the mouse was supposed to fend off the burglars.
Oh, no. You don't understand. The mouse is simply an offering that we provide.
An offering? To what?
It is all explained in the papers that you signed. You did read our contract, didn't you?
Oh, yes. I read it. I couldn't understand most of it. The Old English was extremely confusing. And what was with all of the Latin?
Oh, well, it is just legal jargon that only attorneys can decipher. Wait, what did you do with the mouse?
I let it go, naturally.
You let it go?
Right out the door. And one more thing. Who gave you permission to carve up my oak bedroom door?
Again, Mr. Spivey, if you had read the contract...
That door was imported from Spain. Do you have any idea the cost?
The cost of complete security can be very high, Mr. Spivey.
Hang on, Miss Selby. I hear something.
Wait, Mr. Spivey, are you in the living room?
Oh, just hang on.
Hold it right there, buddy.
Who are you? What are you doing in my house?
Well, let me see. I've got this gun. It's pointing at you, and I understand that you have a nice, big, cozy safe somewhere.
Mr. Spivey! Mr. Spivey! Is there anything wrong? Mr. Spivey!
Cheap, common crook. I should have known.
Now look, unless you want a bullet in the gut, I suggest you proceed to the safe.
I will do no such...
I think that you will. Hey, what are you looking at?
Mr. Spivey, you must get to the bedroom. Now, Mr. Spivey, now!
Whatever it is behind you.
You think I'm gonna fall for that old gag?
No, I swear. It's right behind you. Like a dark substance. Forming out of thin air.
What are you talking? Hey, what the hell are you?
Oh dear God! It's ripping out his heart! I think I'm going to be sick. It's eating, gnawing the flesh off of his face. It's eating his hand. It's eating. What? Oh, I must have fainted. Maybe I dreamed the whole... No, the body, it's been ripped to shreds. Good Lord, blood is everywhere.
Mr. Spivey, please answer me. Mr. Spivey, please answer me.
Yes, the phone. Miss Selby?
Oh, thank the gods. Are you all right?
I am, but the man who broke in isn't. I need to call the police.
Mr. Spivey, are you still in the living room?
Oh, look, what has that got to do with...
It matters, Mr. Spivey. Richard, you must listen to me. You let the sacrifice go. You must get to your bedroom now. The symbols on the door should protect you from the demon.
What are you talking about? A man has just been killed by... I don't know how to describe it.
Now! Get to the bedroom! Even though the demon is fed, it might not be done.
Wait. There is something over in the corner. Red, fiery eyes. It looks like...
Run! Please get to the bedroom now, before it's too late!
Oh my God. It's no.
Yes, this is Agent 492013, Clara Selby. I have a cleanup. 2 victims in all, however one of them was the contract holder. Oh no, sir. He paid for the Lifetime Deluxe package. In full. So my commission is still intact? So what about the contract? Null and void now. That's all I wanted to know. I'll be back in the office tomorrow. Good night.
To have complete security, you must be willing to give up a lot. Richard Spivey gave up much more. I'll return shortly. We worry about our security every day. The reality is that we will probably never be 100% secure, no matter what we do. Our cast included Raven Adams, Annie Mick, Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Do you realize the cost of the special effects alone?
I don't care what the cost is. I want it.
Emma, the studio can't afford to...
Look, Leonard, how much are we really talking to produce my movie?
Nobody has that kind of money. Now why can't you just put another sequel out?
How much?
All right, with all of the effects, not to mention the actors that you want, we're talking at least $7 million.
Who do I make the check out to?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
hit the like button.
And if you want to hear more,
subscribe.
And please share it to all your friends.
Everybody.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. I have always considered myself a connoisseur of that genre of film that elicit emotions of fear and horror. In other words, the scary movie. Yet it seems as the years roll along, we are bombarded with reworkings of films, sequels, and continuations of stories that should have ended long ago.
Do you realize the cost of the special effects alone?
I don't care what the cost is. I want it.
Emma, the studio can't afford to...
Look, Leonard, how much are we really talking to produce my movie?
Nobody has that kind of money. Now why can't you just put another sequel out?
How much?
All right, with all of the effects, not to mention the actors that you want, we're talking at least $7 million.
Who do I make the check out to?
Our mystery drama, It Will Drive You Crazy, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars, Crimson McKenzie, Dave Arkhipov, and Winslow Swan. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. It can be the most thrilling ride that you have ever been on without ever leaving your chair. The horror movie. There are many different types, from the slow-moving, suspenseful film to the in-your-face, graphic showing of blood and gore. But essentially, they are all the same. A piece of film flashing before your eyes and scaring the wits out of you.
Set me up, Ray.
There you go, Miss Greenberg.
Here is to another banner year for Gateway Pictures.
That bad, huh?
Bad. My last picture only cost $10 million to make and brought $140 million at the box office, but, that was just domestic.
So, why are you so down?
Because it's the same old crap. Same storylines, same killers, the same special effects. I mean, how many ways can you dismember a body on film?
They can't all be bad, can they?
Name one.
What about Terror on Heathrow? That was pretty...
Crap! It's all garbage now. And God help you if you try to have an original idea. Oh no, it gets shot down quick. Oh, great movie. Now how about a sequel? We could take this to part 27. It's all crap that gets shoved down the throats of audiences.
As long as they keep buying tickets, who cares?
I care. Oh, God. Pour me another one, please.
So why don't you write a movie?
I'm sorry, I don't think that I heard you.
You keep complaining about the bad movies. Why don't you write one and make it?
Because I'm a producer. I find the money, I make sure the actors are happy, I check out the scenery and the music. It's all up to me, but will anyone remember my name?
So write a script and do it.
I'm not a writer! Not at all!
And what are you complaining about?
Great returns so far, Emma. The shareholders are very happy.
Yeah, whatever.
So, we need to start working on what part are we on now?
117.
You always can make me laugh.
I mean, does the public really want Slimebag Part 8? A new beginning.
Emma, they will eat it up.
Why not something original for a change?
Because originality is overrated.
And it's not guaranteed profits.
Exactly.
Leonard, what if I were to bring you an original script? Completely different story. Would the studio back me?
Gee, I don't know, Emma. I mean, we are very happy with your returns. Your last 15 movies have shown a profit every time.
But 13 of them were sequels.
I tell you what, you bring me a script, let me take a look, and we will see what we can do.
And you will read it?
Emma, have I ever lied to you?
Only when your lips are moving.
Yep. Always makes me laugh.
Now, to come up with a story. Who am I kidding? I'm not a writer! Now stop it, Emma. Emma Greenberg, you can do this. You just need a little inspiration. I mean, how hard could it be? Hey, set me up, Ray.
Hey, Miss Greenberg. Haven't seen you in here for a few weeks. Working on another blockbuster?
I suppose you could call it that. I actually took your advice and I wrote a script.
Hey, that's great. Any chance of letting me read it?
Actually, I was kind of hoping that you would. I need an outsider's opinion before I show it to anyone else.
So you're asking for my honest opinion?
I would not expect any lies from you.
Miss Greenberg, I consider you a friend. I wouldn't want to hurt your feelings if
it's not any good. When you're a producer, you don't have any go to bruise. Don't worry, Ray. No matter what you think of it, you'll still be my friend. I mean, of course, if you don't like it, you may have to keep the drinks coming until I pass out.
It's a deal.
Hello?
Emma!
Ray, what time is it?
It doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore.
Ray? It's 3 a.m. What's wrong?
I just wanted to warn you. Don't come down to the bar.
It's 3 a.m. I have no intention of...
Blood. It's everywhere. So much blood.
Ray, are you okay?
I read your script. It really got to me. It made me do things. Horrible things. I used an axe. I can't believe all the blood.
No. Ray, what are you saying?
Terrible, horrible things. I can't bear it.
No! Ray!
Emma looks at the phone in horror. She quickly begins to get dressed and heads to the bar to find out what has happened. You find out by returning with me for Act 2. The first movie that was considered to be horror was filmed in 1896 by French director Georges Méliès, titled The House of the Devil. It ran 3 minutes, and the genre of horror in films was born.
And you say he did all of this just by reading your script?
That's why he told me. Oh, Leonard, it was horrible. The police were all over the place. 27 people dead, including Ray, who shot himself in the head. No matter how they tried to cover the scene, you couldn't help but see the blood. It was flowing into the street like a river.
Wow. What a gimmick.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Emma, I think this is the best advertising gimmick that you have ever come up with.
It's no damn gimmick. Ray killed those people and himself just from reading the damn script.
Okay. Oh, don't get angry. I read it, and it didn't affect me.
That's true.
Yeah, the only problem is...
Why did I not see this coming?
Now, don't be like that. Have you considered the cost?
Of course I have.
Yeah. I mean, just the special effects alone will cost...
Don't worry about that.
Emma, it's the only thing that I do worry about.
What if I put the money up?
Do you have $7 million just lying around? I mean, that's the bare cost that we can come up with.
Wow. Who do I make the check out to?
Why do I feel stipulations coming on?
Of course there are stipulations. I retain all rights to this film, including any pay-per-view or home sales, and I get 50% of the take for the first run.
You must be out of your ever-living mind.
You said it yourself. It's the best advertising gimmick of all time. So, who do I make the check out to?
Come in, Emma. You want a drink?
Of course, but look, Leonard, I'm sorry I wasn't at the screening, but there were...
Never mind. It's okay. So, you don't know what happened?
They didn't like it?
Oh, no. On the contrary. It drove the test audience right over the edge.
That's fantastic! So when do we release?
We don't.
What?
We never will.
You can't do that. To me.
It's already been decided.
Leo! What happened?
I only saw the first few minutes of the film. I had a phone call that I had to take. Well, it lasted longer than I would have liked, but when I got back to the auditorium, I almost threw up.
Quit dragging this out and just tell me.
Everybody, the entire audience, they were dead. They had used whatever they could find, and they tore each other up. You wouldn't have believed the blood.
Then this is wonderful!
Wonderful? Have you lost your mind?
Think about it, Leo! I can see the poster now. We have the title, and directly under it, in blood-splattered letters, it says, "It will drive you crazy!"
We can't do that. I've already ordered all the prints to be destroyed.
What? I knew it! I knew that if anyone, including me, had come up with something original, you would find a way to shoot it down.
But calm down, Emma. I like making money just as much as the next person, but this film, there is something about it that, well, it really does drive people insane.
So based on one, count them, one audience reaction, you're ready to destroy something that I worked so hard on?
No, it's not just me. It's the studio, the shareholders, the other producers and directors that work here. Look, I have a responsibility.
No. Well, it's a damn good thing that I kept a print of the film.
What are you talking about?
Simply this, Mr. Leonard Stone. I'm gonna distribute the film myself. I paid for it to be made. So now I will pay for it to be released, and you and your studio can go to hell!
There have been stories about movies, music, books, and even plays that have seemingly caused a violent reaction in certain people. But I have never heard of a film making an entire audience insane. I'll return shortly with Act 3. The author Ray Bradbury once said that there was more than one way to burn a book, and the world is full of people with lit matches.
Just make sure that the billboards are correct. I don't want to have to drive down the street again and see "It will drive you hazy" again. Crazy! Crazy! Well, you take care of it! Come in.
Emma, is it okay? No firing squad waiting?
Leonard, come on in. It's okay.
I understand that you got your film into 120 theaters. Not bad.
Oh, after the premiere tonight, it's only going to get bigger.
And it's a pretty good gimmick. Not starting any premiere until midnight.
Exactly at midnight, across all time zones.
I don't follow.
Midnight on the East Coast, 11 Central Time, 10 Mountain Time, and 9 on the West Coast.
So no matter where you are, the film is going to start at the same time.
Exactly.
Emma, have you watched the movie?
I don't have to. I wrote the damn thing. Remember?
Oh, yes, I remember very well. Have you seen this?
What's this?
Apparently, some theater in Denver did not adhere to your rules of not showing the film until the designated time. They decided to have a special showing this afternoon for a select group.
No. That's bull. So...
Read the article.
30 people thought that they were going to see a simple horror film in Denver today. What they got was a bloodbath? 25 handpicked people were invited to a special showing of the upcoming film from Saturn Pictures, a new company headed by Emma Greenberg. All 25, including the manager and 4 employees, were slaughtered by what one person described as a frenzy of mass murder? What?
I tried to warn you, Emma. I did warn you. There is something about that film that actually drives people crazy. You've got to stop the premiere. Now!
Andrew, get me the marketing department. Marketing? Get me what paper is this? The Denver Herald, afternoon edition. There's a story in there on the front page. Now listen close. I want you to plaster that story everywhere. All social media, buy as much time on TV and radio as you can. Don't let up. Push this as hard as you can.
Emma, what in God's name are you doing?
Don't you see, Leonard? I have it set up so that it's going out at the same time in every time zone around the world, on every platform that the internet is connected to. They will all see it at the same time. The same time. Something original, something so terrifying that it will drive them insane.
Emma, have you lost your... Oh, Lord, no. No, Emma, no.
Think of it, Leonard. I wrote it, produced it, and now I'm distributing it. It's my baby. Mine, alone. And the audience, the people who are foolish enough to watch it for free, will pay with their lives and their souls.
God, what have you done?
We put killers up on the screen. Show people the inhumanity of murder in its most barbaric, basic form. Do people care? No. They just keep wanting more and more. More blood, more killings, more violence. I'm giving them exactly what they want. And this is a movie that will not have a sequel.
Leonard shakes his head in disbelief. He sees the insanity in the eyes of Emma Greenberg, and he realizes that what she is saying is right. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Is there such a thing as a film that drives someone mad? Police files say a boy and his cousin in LA, obsessed over a film, murdered his mother by stabbing her 45 times. A man wearing a mask shot and killed a woman in Florida. And in England, a pair of boys repeatedly stabbed a third one, claiming a film had prompted them. Perhaps it all is just a coincidence, right? Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Dave Arkhipov, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You people are insane. I didn't do it.
Do you deny that you were at the Harlan Ranch on Saturday?
I was nowhere near the Harlan Ranch. You've got to believe me. I had no reason to kill her. I loved her. You people, you can't do this.
Then, by the power vested in me, I sentence you to be hanged by the neck until dead.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit that like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. Pray, why are you so bare, bough of the old oak tree? And why, when I go through the shade you throw, runs a shudder over me? So begins the poem by Paul Dunbar. While trees give off the life-giving oxygen that our bodies so crave, they were also used for much more nefarious activities.
You people are insane. I didn't do it.
Do you deny that you were at the Harlan Ranch on Saturday?
I was nowhere near the Harlan Ranch. You gotta believe me. I had no reason to kill her. I loved her. You people, you cannot do this.
Then, by the power vested in me, I sentence you to be hanged by the neck until dead.
Our mystery drama, The Hanging Tree, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Mark McLean, Brenna Faith, Crimson McKenzie, Ezra J.D. Emmons, and Robert Jackson. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. They say that true love knows no bounds, that even in death, love will survive. And so, we take you back in time to the untamed West, the 1880s, where justice was meted out with a swift hand and a taut rope.
Oh, Rose, you know how much I love you.
I know, Jake. I know. But Father would never understand.
Yeah, right. Because I'm just some ranch hand who works for him and would never be good enough for you.
You have to understand. Bradford Harlan is not my real father. He married my mother, and after she died, he inherited, or rather stole, everything. This ranch, my family legacy, everything. I couldn't leave him even if I wanted to.
Well, you could. You should. You should come away with me, Rose.
Bradford would only hunt me down and bring me back. After all, he is the judge for the entire district. No matter where we went, he'd find us.
I could protect you.
I know you could. You'd try, my dearest, but I'm so fearful of what the judge might do. You must be careful.
Oh, don't you worry, darling. I can take care of myself. It's you that needs to be careful.
What do you mean?
Oh, I've seen the way that judge looks at you. I don't trust him one bit.
I'm sure he wouldn't do anything, Jake. Now you'd best go. Will you be here tomorrow night?
Of course. I have to ride to Bay City tomorrow, but I should be back in time.
Why Bay City?
Oh, there's something there that Judge Harlan's having me pick up.
You will be careful.
For you, my love, always.
Rose, is that you?
Yes?
You have been on your walk for quite some time.
Well, it's a beautiful night.
Where were you?
Just down by the old oak tree. I love to sit there and...
A daydream of young Jake Price, no doubt.
And what if I do? What if I were to run away with Jake? Tonight, for instance.
I would hunt you down and drag you back here. I would have Price horsewhipped before I brought charges of kidnapping.
You old fool! Only reason you keep me here is because you know about the money my real daddy left me.
That you do not receive until your 25th birthday? $120,000.
And you'll never see a penny of it.
Are you sure? As my wife, what is yours is mine.
You must be mad. I would never agree to marry you.
Even to save the life of your handsome young ranch hand.
What are you talking about?
He's going to Bay City tomorrow. Suppose I tell you that unless you agree to marry me. So he'll never make it back alive.
I knew you were mean and cruel, but this is even low for you.
Make your decision, Rose. We have all night.
All right. I will marry you. Just please don't hurt Jake.
Oh, don't worry, my dear. I had no intentions of hurting the young man. After you tell him of our engagement, you'll do that for me.
Oh, Judge, you are so naughty.
Of course I am. Now, come here.
Oh, careful. We don't want to leave any marks.
You delicious little tart.
Now, Judge, why don't we discuss the money?
Oh, you women are all like, always the money.
Well, you did promise to take care of me and get me out of this one-horse town.
And I keep my promises, sweet Mary. I'm working on a scheme that will get us $100,000.
Oh, my, Judge. Who are you going to kill?
Why? My wife, of course.
I thought that you said you weren't married.
Not yet. But tomorrow, I will be. And 2 weeks later, my poor wife will have an accident.
And you will be a lot richer, right?
The better to take care of you, my little tart.
I do wish you would not call me that.
Okay, my sweet little tart.
I want to talk to you, Judge.
What about?
I'm not going to marry you.
Then you forfeit your young man's life.
Not if I warn him first.
Oh, but I don't think you will.
And what's to stop me? You, old man.
Quit being so hysterical, young lady, or I shall be forced to discipline you.
I'm not a child anymore. I saw what you did to my mother. I know how you killed my father. Well, it won't happen to me.
You stupid little tramp. I've taken care of you for the last 15 years, and this is how you repay me?
Taking care of me? By holding me a virtual prisoner on this ranch? My ranch.
You are making me very angry.
I'm leaving, Judge. I'm going to tell Jake everything, and we're leaving.
I would not advise that.
Oh, no? Why?
Because I won't allow it.
You don't have a choice.
Oh, no? You will marry me. You will. You don't have a choice. Rose? Rose!
Judge, you okay? I heard something that?
Sam, it seems that Jake Price has just murdered Rose.
What do we do?
Go get the sheriff, then bring Jake Price to me.
Sam looks at the judge and then to the body of Rose lying on the floor. He shudders slightly at the implication of what the judge has just told him. I shall return with Act 2. The trial of Jake Price was carried out in the same study that the murder took place. The body of Rose was buried under the tree where she would meet with her lover, who now is tied with a rope around his neck, hanging from the same tree.
You're insane, Judge.
You heard the testimony of Sam. We both saw you strangle the life out of poor dear Rose. Kill him, Sam.
Yes, sir. I saw the whole thing. Jake came in like a madman and strangled her.
You're a liar. If anyone killed her, it was the judge.
You shouldn't say that about the judge.
I'll say anything I like.
Enough! You were tried, convicted, and now sentenced will be carried.
You low-life thieving bastard. Why would I have wanted to kill Rose?
Because you found out that she was going to marry me.
That's absurd. She would never... never...
And now you know the truth.
She loved me.
Hang him!
Oh, dear tree, it's just you and me. A soft moonlight doth glow, and through your branches and through your roots, my voice will grow.
Oh, Judge, this is so nice.
You really like it?
Oh, I do. I could get used to this.
And I want you to. I want you to live here.
Me? Live here? But you were going to take me out of this place, remember?
Well, there were complications.
So you are not getting any money, huh?
I'm still getting some money. It's just going to take a little more time.
Well, I haven't the time to waste on you.
What are you talking about?
There are plenty of nice gentlemen around who would love to have the opportunity to take me away with them. Did you really think that you were the only one?
You murdered me. Why not her?
Did you hear something?
What are you going on about?
I could have sworn.
You murdered Jake. Go on. Do her in too.
Shut up!
Now don't you talk to me like that.
I wasn't talking to you.
There isn't anyone here but me. Are you ill?
I'm here.
It can't be.
I'm here.
What are you doing out here, Judge?
Sam, have you heard anything strange?
What do you mean?
Oh, I don't know. Have you heard anything at night somewhere out here?
Judge, I think y'all might need to get away for a while.
Oh, just forget it. What do you want, Sam?
Well, Judge, I've been doing some thinking.
I don't pay you to think.
That's just it, Judge. You don't pay me to think, but you may want to pay me to keep my mouth shut.
What are you talking about?
Now, let's not be stupid, Judge. I know you killed Rose and then framed Jake for it. That wasn't no trial and you know it.
Oh, so it's blackmail, is it?
I figured $500 a week should cover my silence.
Why don't I just kill you?
Because I'm not as stupid as y'all think I am.
You feel that?
Don't try to change the subject. Now, I sat down last night and wrote out a full confession. I mailed it to some kin with the instructions that if anything happened to me, they were to open it.
Well, I guess you're smarter than I thought.
Can you trust him?
Did you hear that?
That's just the wind. Now I expect $500 in my pay on Friday.
That's an awful lot of money.
Will you leave me alone?
Hey, Judge, where are you going? Funny, he took off like he had seen a ghost.
Oh, that's what I need. A good, stiff drink. Just the wind. That's all it was, just the wind. I don't really hear Rose.
Are you so sure?
Leave me alone!
Why should I? It was you who murdered me.
No, you drove me to it.
You hung an innocent man.
No, you're dead. He's dead, and there isn't anything you can do about it.
You buried me under my tree.
And you will stay there. You're dead. Nothing but a voice in my head.
Really, Judge? What about Jake?
What are you talking about?
See for yourself. Look out the window by the tree.
No, it can't be!
I feel the rope against my bark, and the weight of him in my grain. I feel in the throe of his final woe the touch of my own last pain. Another quote from Paul Dunbar, and perhaps very apt. Is the judge only seeing and hearing the guilt of his own mind, or has something returned to exact revenge? You return here shortly for Act 3. The power of love versus death. The power of good versus evil. Most of us would like to think that good will triumph, that evil will be discovered, and justice will be served, whether in this life or the next.
Can I get you anything to drink?
Why did you want us here?
Yes, Judge. What are you up to?
I can assure you both that I'm not up to anything. I just wanted some company tonight.
Scared to stay in this lonely house by yourself?
What's the matter, Judge? Afraid of ghosts?
Of course not. I'm not afraid of anything.
Are you sure about that?
Not afraid of anything, eh?
Will you be quiet?
Now that's a fine way to talk to your guests.
Mary, I do believe the good judge is coming apart.
Ready for the loony bin he is.
Fine. Don't stay.
Oh, come on, Judge. We were only having a bit of fun. Of course we'll stay, won't we, Mary?
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Oh, midnight. Say, how long are we going to stay up, Judge?
I'm with Sam. I should have been home hours ago.
Please, just a little longer.
Judge, are you planning to kill them too?
Did you hear her?
Why don't you go upstairs and go to bed?
You don't hear her?
Who?
Rose!
But Rose is dead.
Is she? Is she?
Sam, I'm a bit frightened.
And look! Out the window!
Where?
There by the tree!
I don't see anything.
It's Jake Bryce, he's come back. Well, I'll show him. I'll show him.
Where's he going?
I don't know. Judge, what's going on?
You won't get me. You won't get me. You're both dead. Do you hear? I'll ride away from here. You won't catch me.
Judge, where are you going? Judge! Judge! Look out! That branch on the tree! Dear God. Better go get the sheriff, Mary.
It's awful. Did he not see? He rode right into the tree branch.
And it cut his head clean off.
Oh, dear tree, it's just you and me. A soft moonlight doth glow, and through your branches and through your roots, my voice will grow.
Hey, did you hear that?
Just the wind.
No. Something else. Like someone is laughing.
Sam and Mary shudder as the wind blows, and the tree shakes slightly as if in triumph of its deed. I'll be back shortly. I began our tale with a part from a poem by Paul Laurence Dunbar, titled The Haunted Oak. I will end it with yet another stanza. My leaves were green as the best, I trow, and sap ran free in my veins. But I saw in the moonlight dim and weird a guiltless victim's pains. Our cast included Mark McLean, Ezra J.D. Emmons, Crimson McKenzie, Brenna Faith, and Robert Jackson. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Isn't he the most beautiful man that you have ever seen?
Are you joking? Have you really taken a good look at that?
Oh, long black hair, chiseled face, and ooh, those masculine shoulders and arms. He really could take anyone's breath away.
Stan, I have a very bad feeling about this.
You and me both. Dot! Snap out of it.
And he asked me to come away with him. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit that like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Through the Doorway to Nightmare. The author Christopher Kennedy once said that when someone takes a picture of a ghost, it makes them smile. It is the fact that they don't know they are dead that appealed to him.
Isn't he the most beautiful man that you have ever seen?
Are you joking? Have you really taken a good look at that?
Oh, long black hair, chiseled face, and ooh, those masculine shoulders and arms. He really could take anyone's breath away.
Stan, I have a very bad feeling about this.
You and me both. Dot! Snap out of it.
And he asked me to come away with him. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Our mystery drama, Hauntings Uninvited, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Mark Wheeler, and Carter Sheriff. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The actor Sidney Poitier once said, "I always wanted to be someone better the next day than I was the day before." Frederick Washington Davis, the resident ghost of Stan and Dorothy Peters, tries to be a better spirit with each passing day.
Hi, honey. How was your day?
Brutal. Very brutal. I'm just thankful that it's Friday and I can sleep in tomorrow. How about yours?
Aw, apparently not as bad as yours. The meeting with the buyers went well, so now we just have to keep our fingers crossed.
That's fantastic. What in the world is that?
I'm all right. I'm okay.
Oh no.
Now, Stan, it's fine.
Don't worry, Mrs. Peters. I'll clean it up.
Sounds perfectly fine to me.
Fred just wanted to do a little something for us, and I think he's feeling a little unwanted.
If you recall, I didn't want him in the first place.
Oh, but Stan, it really has made life a little interesting around here.
So what is he doing?
Would you be quiet? He decided to make dinner for us.
What does he have in mind? Ghoul, osh, steak through the heart fillet, green eggs and brains?
Yes, with a side of fava beans and a nice Chianti.
Dot?
I'm just kidding. Look, he even set the table. Isn't it nice?
Wow. The good china, candles. Wait, it isn't our anniversary and I forgot, is it?
How could you? No, I'm just kidding.
Your birthday?
Will you stop? Fred just wanted to do something for us for a change instead of always causing problems.
Good evening, Madame and Monsieur. Welcome to the Café Le Fred. Your table awaits you.
Wow, you set a very nice table, Fred.
Thank you, Mrs. Peters. Tonight we have a very special menu. First, the appetizer.
Fred, what exactly is this?
Monsieur, it is the specialty of the house.
Yes, but what is it?
Risez-vous. It is a delicacy breaded and fried in butter.
Yes, but what is it?
In this country, it is known as sweet bread.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Dot, I've heard of them, but what exactly are they?
Mostly the pancreas. The pancreas. Are you nuts, Fred?
Oh, it is not to Mademoiselle's liking.
I'm not putting that thing in my mouth.
Oui. I shall bring on the next course.
Just remember, Dot, this was your idea.
I know.
That, perhaps you will like the foie gras. It has been prepared in a lemon sauce with just a hint of garlic.
I'm almost afraid to ask.
Goose liver. I thought it was illegal to...
But at Café de Fred, nothing can stop us.
How about we just move on to the main course?
Very well, monsieur. That would be the steak tartare.
Steak? Now you're talking my language.
Stan.
Just make mine medium well.
Stan, I don't think it's even...
And bring plenty of steak sauce.
It's raw, honey.
No, can't stand it rare.
No, not rare. Raw, as in raw meat. Fred, what is wrong with you?
No, I'm sorry. I thought that you would enjoy something different.
Different, yes. Perhaps shrimp or lobster or even something different with chicken, but this...
Don't you have a pancake or something in there?
Oh, I guess I goofed again.
Seems to be a habit with you.
I just wanted to do something special, and I guess the only thing I know how to do is mess up.
Oh, Fred. Hey, come on. It's okay. It just took us by surprise is all. I know you're new to the internet, Fred, but just because it looks expensive and may be expensive doesn't mean that everyone would want it.
I'm really sorry.
It's okay, Fred. I'll tell you what. I'll order us a pizza and we can sit and watch a movie.
I really am sorry.
Oh, it's okay. And yes, Stan, after seeing Fred work so hard, we all need a break. Pizza sounds great.
Confidentially, I wasn't wild about it either. And don't worry, Dorothy, the smell will go away in a little while.
Wait, what? My kitchen?
Dorothy, would you like me to get that?
Would you please? I always miss this part.
Peter's residence.
Hello, Fred.
Digger? Why are you calling?
We have a bit of a situation at the head office.
Oh, I swear, I didn't have anything to do with...
It isn't you this time. Miraculously, it has to do with control.
Control? What's going on?
It seems that he was suspended and is now missing.
The English poet Elizabeth Jennings once wrote, "Ghosts do not haunt with any face that we have known. They only come with arrogance to thrust at us our own omissions in a room." I'll be back shortly with Act 2. While some ghosts can be frightening, Fred is only trying to be a helpful spirit. But as Lewis Carroll once wrote, ghosts have just as good a right in every way to fear the light as men to fear the dark.
Who was on the phone?
Oh, well, you remember Digger Odell.
Of course.
And you know Control.
I have spoke to him a couple times. Why?
He's missing.
Who's missing?
Well, Control.
So why would Digger call here looking for him?
Oh, he's calling every spirit. You see, Control can be a little dangerous.
In what way?
Well, it's kind of hard to explain. He has something about him that women just fall for.
I don't think we have to worry about that. I'll get it. Oh, my.
You must be the lovely Dorothy.
Well, yes, I am.
How very nice it is to meet you in person, so to speak.
And you are?
My dear, don't you recognize my voice?
You are Control.
One in the same. May I perhaps come in?
Oh, yes. Do come in. Come on in.
Oh, you are even more lovelier than I could have imagined.
Why, thank you. I must say, you don't look like what I imagined.
Hi, I'm...
Yes, Stanley Peters, the owner of this humble home.
Control? Is that you?
Frederick Washington Davis. How nice it is to meet you face to face.
You don't look anything like what I thought.
I must say, I thought you might be taller.
Stan, don't be so rude. This nice gentleman came to our house for something.
Dorothy, are you okay?
I'm fine. Perfectly fine.
Dot, what's got into you?
And I see that I have interrupted your dinner. Do you perhaps think that I may partake of your delicacies?
If you mean the pancreas and the raw meat, have at it.
Please, let me get you a plate.
Stan, why don't you go with her? You know, to help?
I'm sure that she can...
I'll explain later. Just go. Do you want to explain to me what you were doing here?
I remember talking to Dorothy on the phone. I have to admit, I fell in love with that angelic voice the moment I heard it.
What about the rumors that I heard about you and that secretary?
Yes, well, that was why I was suspended from my duties.
She left you, huh?
Not really left.
And you just couldn't move on.
She was a little miffed when...
She found out what you really look like, didn't she?
All right! I admit it. I was just a little upset at the breakup.
And?
Let's just say that the office is in disarray at the present time.
In other words, you threw a fit.
In a manner of speaking.
That still doesn't explain why you are here.
Isn't it obvious? I'm in love with Dorothy Peters.
Dorothy, will you stop with the dishes and tell me what you were doing?
Isn't he the most handsome man? Oh, well, ghost that you have ever seen?
You're kidding, right? Tell me you're joking.
Long, flowing black hair, chiseled face, and those shoulders.
Are we talking about the same ghost?
Of course we are, silly.
Dot, I want you to peek out and tell me what you see.
Well, I see Fred talking to one of the most beautiful men I've ever seen in my life. Now, I must go and make our guests feel welcomed.
Fred, would you mind telling me what's going on?
I told you that Control had a sort of power over women.
Fred! He's 3 feet tall, if that. He looks like a garden gnome. The only thing missing is the pointy hat.
Yes, but that's not what Dorothy's seeing. Control has somehow fallen in love with her and wants to take her back with him.
Over my dead body.
Hopefully, it won't come to that.
I remember someone once saying that no one was perfect until you fall in love with them. Control is far from perfect, at least to everyone else. For Dorothy, she is under his spell. But for what purpose? Perhaps we shall find out the answer when I return shortly with Act 3. The household of Stan and Dorothy Peters has seen quite a bit of disarray since Frederick Washington Davis came to stay. But having a ghost fall in love with Dorothy and then manipulate her is something that even Fred has never seen.
Oh boy, I sure am glad you're here, Digger.
So am I. How far has it gone?
Oh, control such things you say.
Does that answer your question?
Worse than I thought.
So what are we going to do?
Stan, you may have to punch her.
Are you serious?
Oh, come on, Digger. There has to be another way.
Just kidding. Here, make her take a whiff of this.
Oh, that's worse than the dinner Fred cooked.
It should snap her out of it. Control has used his power over her.
And what if that doesn't work?
Then tell her goodbye.
May I get you some more?
Oh no, thank you. I believe that I've had my fill. Tell me, do you cook like that all the time?
Oh no, Fred made this dinner. Do you like it?
I didn't realize that he was such a marvelous cook.
But I do know how to cook.
I'm sure that you do. You are most beautiful, Dorothy. If you don't mind that I call you Dorothy.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Dot, can I see you in the kitchen?
All right, Stan. I'll be back in just a moment, love.
Love?
I shall be counting the seconds.
What is going on?
Isn't he the most wonderful?
Now, Stan!
Ew! What is that horrible smell? Fred, I thought that you threw dinner out.
Would you mind peeking out to the living room and tell me what you see?
Fred, I thought you promised no more visitors.
What did you see?
I don't know, it looks like a troll. Low to the ground with a beer belly? Who is it? Are they in the rules too, Fred?
That's all I want to know.
I feel strange, Stan. What's been going on?
You won't believe it.
And he fell in love with me.
That's right, Dorothy.
Oh, you just wait until I...
Now, Dot, watch yourself.
No! He had better watch out for me. You and Fred just wait in here, but be ready with that horrible smell if I start to, well, you know, just the nasty, grossest...
Stan, what is she about to do?
Now, Control, where were we?
I was hoping that you would want to come away with...
Come away with you? Tonight? Oh, that would be amazing. We could set up housekeeping right after the honeymoon.
Honeymoon?
Of course. I couldn't live with you without being married. That would be improper.
Marriage?
And we must find you another job up there. Your talents were obviously being overlooked, and of course, I'm sure Mother will want to come for a visit. Nothing long, mind you. Only a few months, we could get a guest house.
You see me now, don't you?
You're darn right I do. How could you do such a thing?
Forgive me. I couldn't help myself.
Control, I think that you had best come back with me.
I suppose so.
All charges were dropped against you. You have been reinstated.
That's wonderful. Oh, do please forgive me, Dorothy.
That's Mrs. Peters to you.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, so long.
Stan? Fred? Come out!
Is he gone?
Of course.
Yeah, we saw. You are a force not to be reckoned with.
Why, thank you, Fred.
And tomorrow night, I shall cook you both an awesome meal.
Oh, no.
Please, Fred. Let me do the cooking from now on.
Oh, no, I was thinking of something simple. You know, like hamburgers.
Now that I can deal with.
Oh, Fred, you truly are wonderful. And don't ever think that we don't want you here. Right, Stan? Stan!
I suppose so.
Stan and Dorothy Peters settle in for the night. Fred takes his place somewhere in the darkness. You settle in and return with me shortly. There have been times when even I have fallen in love with someone who was unattainable. The wonderful thing about love is that it is never too far away. You just have to look in the right place. Our cast included William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Mark Wheeler, and Carter Sheriff. The story was written by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh, you don't know how relieved I am.
Relieved? In what way?
Well, surely this is a joke on your part. I'm sure we'll have a good laugh over a bottle of beer at the bar.
I will. That's for sure.
So you're serious? But why?
You really don't know?
I must know why.
What sort of friend are you anyway? Makes love to my wife and then doesn't even speak to me? It's as good of any reason, don't you think?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit that like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. The great American author and poet Edgar Allan Poe wrote many stories of horror and terror. One such story was about a man who was deathly afraid of being buried alive. Poe had a similar fear of such an ugly way to die. To be buried in one's own tomb, scratching and clawing, trying to get out.
Oh, you don't know how relieved I am.
relieved? In what way?
Well, surely this is a joke on your part. I'm sure we'll have a good laugh over a bottle of beer at the bar.
I will. That's for sure.
So you're serious? But why?
You really don't know.
I must know why.
What sort of friend are you anyway? Makes love to my wife and then doesn't even speak to me? It's as good of a reason as any. Don't you think?
Our mystery drama, The Theater, was inspired by the Poe classic Cask of Amontillado and written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Ezra J.D. Emmons and Brenna Faith. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Permit me to introduce Victor Clemens, a rather average-looking man who had the good fortune of marrying a very beautiful woman. Unfortunately, he suffers from an affliction that can sometimes be fatal, the disease of jealousy.
I had no business being with Isabella. I was not handsome by any means. I was comfortable, not well off, but comfortable nevertheless. I would often ask her while we were dating what it was about me that she would consider taking me as a husband.
Oh, Victor, why does any woman want a man? I fell in love with you. There is no rhyme or reason. I just know that you captured my heart. Can't you simply live with that?
And so we were married. And it was a happy marriage. However, I found myself brooding more and more. I questioned everywhere that she went. I wanted to know who she saw, what she was doing at all times.
Victor, jealousy does not become you.
Do you deny it?
I have nothing to deny. If you cannot see that I love you, and only you, then we have nothing more to discuss.
No, but I could not let it go. I began to follow her around, watching her constantly. I slept little, and I began to lose weight due to lack of eating. And then I began to drink. All of the time.
Victor, why must you drink so much?
Because it makes me feel better. Feel better.
You mean feel better? Perhaps you should get some rest.
Rest? Since when do you think that I've had any rest?
Oh, Victor, what's happened to us?
I don't know. I wouldn't blame you if you left me tonight.
I promise to be with you until death do us part. I always keep my promises.
For a few months, we were happy again. I stopped drinking and was beginning to feel like my old self. Until Peter Van Doren came into our life. Excuse me, a soda, please.
A soda? Did I hear that correctly? You ordered a soda at the bar?
And what business is it of yours?
Oh, please, forgive me, I meant no offense. I just find it rather strange that someone would come into a bar just to order a soda.
Oh, well, I stopped drinking some time ago.
Now that is a crime. Never trust a man who doesn't drink. Are you trustworthy, sir?
Well, drinking has nothing to do with it.
Then please let me buy you something.
No, really, I don't...
Hey, Joe, pour this gentleman a glass of wine. Or burgundy, perhaps?
I really don't need it.
Oh, come on. It's just a glass of wine. Let me introduce myself. My name is Peter Van Doren. I just so happen to own this establishment.
Victor Clemens.
Well now, Victor, a toast to new friendships.
Well, it is quite good wine.
Only the best for my friends.
Show me the way to go home. I'm tired and I want to go to bed. I had a little drink about an hour ago, and it's gone right to my head.
Ooh, steady there. Let me knock on the door.
Oh, Victor, not again.
Hello, my beautiful wife. You must forgive me. My friend here has had a little too much wine. Yeah. I was helping him home, right, friend? Now, let me introduce. What was your name again?
Good evening, dear lady. I'm Peter Van Doren.
Isabella Clemens.
Charmed.
Isn't he charming, Isabella? Oh, pardon me. I don't feel so well.
Let's get him to bed. Would you care for something, Mr. Van Doren?
Won't you call me Peter?
All right, Peter. Would you like something?
Has he always been this way?
No. There was a time when we were quite happy.
Well, seeing him and seeing you. How did you ever marry him?
Would you believe me if I told you that I was in love with him?
No.
Believe what you like.
But he's a toad. And a drunken one at that.
I believe that I shall have to ask you to leave.
No, I don't think so.
What are you doing? Take your hands off of me.
You need a real man.
How dare you!
Oh, I dare to do it again.
Oh, Peter.
Oh, Isabella. How could you?
It seems that Mr. Clemens was not as passed out as he appeared, and now he knows that his wife is not the devoted spouse that she appears to be. What goes through a man's mind when his heart is being ripped to shreds? Perhaps the answer lies within Act 2. It has been 6 months since Peter Van Doren began to see the Clemens. There were dinners, the theater, and much drinking. And of course, Isabella was delighted to find such a proper gentleman.
A proper gentleman? No, there was nothing proper about Mr. Van Doren. I had seen them together that very first night. Isabella made excuses for going out, always making sure that I had something to drink before leaving. And I confess I found solace in the bottle until the night that a seed of a plan entered my brain. It coiled its way around my head, and when it fully grew, I laughed at the sheer deviousness of it.
Well, Victor, it's been a long time.
Come in, Peter, come in. Let me get you something.
And where, perchance, is the lovely Mrs. Clemens?
Isabella? Oh, she's visiting her family this weekend. So I thought that, well, it has been such a long time since you and I have had the chance to talk.
You know that you're always welcome down at the pub.
Oh, I know, but I thought perhaps a more private meeting is in order. I'm so happy that you could come out tonight.
Well, my business does keep me quite busy during the daylight hours.
Oh, I'm sure that it does. Now here, try this nice claret.
Very good. You have an excellent cellar.
Oh, you have seen my collection of wine?
Well, not personally. I was told by your lovely wife about your penchant for collecting only the best of wine.
Well, I thank you for that. Here, have another glass.
Oh, I really shouldn't, but if you insist.
Oh, but I do insist.
To your long life.
I have a better chance of that than you do.
Pardon?
Oh, just musing, talking to myself. I tend to do that.
A very good wine. But I feel as if...
Just can't hold your wine? Well, I shall take good care of you.
What is going on?
Oh, so, you are finally awake. I thought I might have overdosed you. Didn't want you to sleep through the whole thing.
Chains? Why am I chained?
Oh, well, I don't want you to get away, do I?
What are you doing, Victor?
Well, what does it look like I'm doing? I'm walling you up.
But why?
You mean you really don't know? I'm murdering you. And you don't know why?
I must know.
What kind of a friend are you, anyway? Makes love to my wife, then doesn't even talk to me.
You have no idea what I could do. I promise you, Victor, you will regret this.
The one thing that I will not regret is watching you take your last breath.
Victor, you seem distant tonight. Is there something wrong?
No, not with me, Isabella. Is there anything wrong with you, my dear?
No. I wonder what has happened to Peter.
Who?
Mr. Van Duren. I wonder why he hasn't come around.
Perhaps he never left.
What do you mean by that, Victor? He never left? And why do you spend so much time in the cellar? You just stare at this wall for hours. I've seen you do it. What could be so interesting about a wall that fascinates you so? A loose brick. Now we can see. Oh my God!
Isabella.
Peter, you're still alive?
Barely. I need something.
I'll get this wall down and let you out.
No. Don't do that. Not yet. I need something now. I barely have any strength left.
What can I do?
Make the hole a bit bigger, so that you can come to me.
Yes, my love.
Now make sure that you can put them back, so that Victor doesn't notice them.
But why?
Isabella, do you truly love me?
Yes, I truly do.
Then come in further, and kiss me.
Isabella crawls through the small gaping hole that she has made. She removes the chains from Peter as he wraps his arms around her, his open mouth moving closer to her lips and neck. We shall move closer to Act 3 shortly. I cannot think of a greater fear than being buried alive. The torture of trying to claw and escape, each breath possibly being your last. Perhaps Peter had these same thoughts until he saw Isabella.
Isabella was correct. I would spend hours staring at that wall where Peter Van Doren was chained. I wondered how long it would take for him to die. Had it been quick? Perhaps his heart gave out from sheer fright. Or had it been a slow and painful suffocation? I laughed at the thought of his demise. But then I saw it. It was almost hidden from view. One of the bricks was loose. Had Peter somehow found a way to survive? Not without help. That was for sure. What were you doing in the cellar?
Was I in the cellar?
Yes, my dear, you were.
I hadn't noticed.
Is there something down there that fascinates you? Perhaps something about the wall?
No, I don't think so.
Well, you have been going down there every night for the past 3 days. You really should get outside. You're growing very pale. I sincerely hope that you are not sick.
No, I don't feel sick.
Well, that's good. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Isabella, what are you doing?
It's 10 o'clock. I must go down.
But why? There is nothing, and no one down there.
I must go.
So, my dear loving wife, you must go down there. Perhaps you have found your dead lover and wish to be with him. Even in death, you have to be near him. Well, I can fix it so that you will always be near him. Permanently. Isabella, are you down here? I have a surprise for you.
I'm over here, Vincent.
What are you doing? Oh, I see. You've torn down the wall. My, Peter looks very well for a dead man.
Who says that I'm dead?
What? No, that's impossible. Unless... Oh, yes, of course. My wife must have been feeding you, keeping you alive.
In a manner of speaking, she was helping me feed. You see, it wasn't food that I needed, Vincent, but blood. Human blood.
What are you talking about?
He didn't want to take me before. He fell in love with me, and I with him. He wanted me to make the choice. You, dear husband, made the choice for both of us.
I don't understand.
I told you that you would come to regret your actions. A vampire can survive for quite some time, but without blood, he's doomed. Isabella saved me. Now, she needs something to sustain herself.
No.
Come to me, Vincent.
Come to me, my dear husband.
No.
Come to me.
Isabella smiles, her fangs extended. Peter smiles as she buries her teeth into Victor's neck, his blood flowing into her open, hungry mouth. I shall return shortly. Isabella and Peter feasted on the blood of Victor before sealing him up inside the wall. As far as I know, no one has ever found him. And remember the old legend? Those who feel the vampire's bite cannot come out into the light. I wonder how Victor is faring in the cellar. He must be very hungry. Our cast included Brenna Faith, Ezra J.D. Emmons, and Winslow Swan. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan, and the story was edited by Crimson McKenzie. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I swear that I saw something over there in the corner. Did you see it?
Elizabeth, it's only a shadow. Nothing more or less. The moonlight simply shining on that old bookcase and making a rather weird shadow on the wall.
No, Jason. I saw something moving in there. And I think it saw me.
Oh, maybe it was a spider, or perhaps a mouse.
No, the shape was larger than that. And when it looked at me, I felt sick inside, like it was something evil.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit that like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. Edgar Allan Poe once asked, "Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream?" Dreams are but shadows of our subconscious mind that only come to light when we are asleep. But what lurks in the shadows when we are awake?
I swear that I saw something over there in the corner. Did you see it?
Elizabeth, it's only a shadow. Nothing more or less. The moonlight simply shining on that old bookcase and making a rather weird shadow on the wall.
No, Jason. I saw something moving in there. And I think it saw me.
Oh, maybe it was a spider, or perhaps a mouse.
No, the shape was larger than that. And when it looked at me, I felt sick inside, like it was something evil.
Our mystery drama, Shadows, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast includes Ezra J.D. Emmons, Will Dorman, Madeline Lane, Crimson McKenzie, and William Stafford. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Our story begins at the end, in a police precinct where a young woman has stumbled in and is currently sitting in an empty office. The officer in charge is talking to his captain on this dark and dreary night.
I tell you, Captain, it's the strangest thing that I've ever seen. It's raining cats and dogs out there. No telling how long she was out in that storm. She just stumbled in here. I thought it best to keep her in your office. Come with me.
The shadow. It's in the shadow. The shadow. It's in the shadow. It's in the shadow. It's in the shadow.
Listen to her, Captain. I've already called the hospital, but listen to her.
The shadow.
She's completely out of her mind.
Don't you see it? It's in the shadow. The shadow. The shadow! Oh God, the shadow! You're actually spending money on this place?
Nope, I paid in chickens. Of course I spent money. What's wrong with it?
Well, Andy, would you like me to list in order or just start with A?
Very funny, Terry. Come on, guys. This is supposed to be a holiday. Beth, you don't think it's that bad, do you?
Oh, what's not to like? A cabin out in the middle of nowhere surrounded by the woods.
This sounds like the movie Evil Dead to me.
Not being helpful, Jason.
Please, for all that is holy, tell me that there are lights and running water.
I would have had to give them an extra chicken for that. Yes, Terry, you and Beth will have hot water, and yes, there are lights.
I don't see any lights coming on.
That's because I haven't started the generator yet. It's on the side of the house.
So that's what the extra gas is for.
Be prepared. That's my motto.
No, that's the Boy Scouts, which you never were.
Oh, yes, I was.
For one day. One whole day.
Okay, Andy, you go start the generator and I'll help the girls bring the supplies in.
Dinner was fantastic, Beth.
Aw, thank you. Just a little something that my grandmother used to make.
By the way, how's your grandmother?
Oh, you know. Still has her potions and spells. If it's a full moon tonight, she'll be out there dancing naked.
That will get the neighbors' hearts a-thumping.
Come on, you two. She's a sweet lady who still makes cookies and homemade biscuits.
So, Jason, how are things doing down at the law office?
Oh, you know, same old, same old.
Don't let him fool you.
Come on, Teresa, not now.
Why not?
What's going on?
Jason has been named the lead attorney on that Vasquez case.
You're kidding!
It's just a little case, no big deal.
That's not what the news department at the radio station is saying. I hear it's the biggest drug case in the city.
Oh, my. How can you defend someone like that?
Everyone is presumed innocent until found guilty by a jury of his peers.
That and the $100,000 retainer that the firm got.
All right, let's change the subject, please. Andy, how are things at the radio station?
Oh, you know, same old, same old. I'm the boss jock at the boss station, spinning the boss records that my boss told me to play.
What was that?
I don't know. Probably some animal outside. We are in the woods, you know.
Didn't sound like any animal that I've ever heard.
Coming from the girl who was born and raised in the city.
Hey, what's going on with the lights?
Generator probably needs more gas. I'll go out.
Hey, you started the thing, so it's only right that I go out and fill it up.
Hey, sounds good to me. The flashlight's by the door.
Please, be careful.
Aren't I always? Ooh, boy, glad I got this flashlight. No moon, so I guess Beth's grandma won't be dancing tonight. Okay, Andy, where did you put the extra gasoline? Andy? Is that you? I mean, don't you think I can handle pouring some gas into a generator? Hey, who's out there? Hey, who are you? No.
Stephen Hawking once said that there could be shadow galaxies, shadow stars, and even shadow people. My question would be, what would these shadow people want? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Four close friends are spending the weekend in a remote cabin miles from anywhere. Jason has gone outside into the dark of night to refuel the generator and has yet to return.
Shouldn't he be back by now?
Oh, you know Jason. He's probably trying to sneak around and come in through the back door.
Andy, why don't you go out and see if you can find him?
Come on, Beth. He'll be back.
Maybe he fell and got hurt, or there's something really wrong with the generator.
That's true. The lights haven't came back on yet. Good thing we brought those candles.
The other flashlight is in the car. And besides, Jason is a big boy.
Well, if you won't go.
I didn't say I wouldn't go. I'm just saying...
Maybe we should all go, in case he's hurt or something.
Good idea.
Bad idea. You two just stay here. I'll be back in a minute. Hey, Jason. Come on, man. It isn't funny. Where are you? You could have at least started the generator again. Hey, you in here. Okay, man. Get up, you lightweight. You don't pass out from just one beer. Hey. What happened? Your head. Oh my God. Your head.
Jason?
No, Terry, it's me.
Where's Jason? Well, come on. Where is he?
Terry, I'm sorry, but he's gone.
What do you mean, gone?
No, we didn't hear the car start.
No, not that way. He's dead.
Wait, what?
No. No. He's playing a prank on us.
This is not a prank.
No. What happened, Andy?
I don't know what happened.
I'm going to go find him, and
Teresa,
when I do...
Don't go out there.
I swear, he is going to regret.
Andy? What's going on?
I found him in the shed where the generator is. His head.
What about his head?
It was like someone had twisted it completely off.
Beth! It's Jason! His head is...
Is she going to be okay?
How would you be if you just found your boyfriend with his head twisted off?
I didn't mean...
Yes. Yes. She's gonna be okay. She's sleeping. What about the generator?
After I found him, I didn't think and try to start it.
Oh, God. Then we just use candles. You are definitely not going back outside. Any idea what could have done that?
None.
What is that?
I don't know.
Andy? What's that over in the corner?
Where?
Just beside the door.
How can you see anything? It's so dark over there.
No, Andy. This is a definite shape. Like within the dark.
Hand me the candle.
No! Don't just stay here by the light.
It's only a shadow. Here, I'll show you. See? Nothing over. Hey!
Andy, what happened?
Something knocked a candle out of my...
Andy! No!
Beth? Where's Andy?
It's gonna be okay, Terry. It's gonna be okay.
Why do you have so many candles burning?
Just be quiet now. We're gonna get to the car and get the heck out of here.
No, we can't leave Jason. He'll be back soon. You'll see. The lights will come back on and Jason will jump out and scare us and we'll all have some more to drink. And he's really dead, isn't he?
It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna go get help.
The candle! What happened to the candle? Another one! What knocked into the floor? It's getting darker in here. Let's get out of here!
No! Teresa! Don't go in the damn dark! Stay in the light! Stay in the...
Come on. We can get to the car and...
Teresa? No! No! No!
Of all of the things that go bump in the night, it is the unseen that terrifies the most. Of course, there is nothing in the dark that isn't there in the light, you say. But can you be so sure? Be sure to be back here shortly with Act 3. Sitting alone next to 4 candles, Beth shakes with fear. Her eyes try to adjust to the ever-growing darkness that is surrounding her.
Andy! Why did we come here? Why? Why am I alone? I don't like being alone. I was always left alone when I was growing up. I always had the hatred of the dark. Have to get out of here somewhere. Somehow. There has got to be a way to beat you! Just shut up! You're only a shadow! You're not real! I can hear you! I don't know what you are, but I hear you. I can see that dark shape in the shadows! What do you want? There is substance to you! There is substance to you! Otherwise you couldn't knock the candle off the table. So that means... that means you can be hurt as well. Only 2 candles left. Gotta think of something. Wait, those old curtains on the window. If I could just get a flame to them, maybe, just maybe. Now or never. Got it. See? The flames are glowing. You don't like the light, do you? There's something that you're afraid of. I've got to get out of here. What do I tell people? Who do I tell? No, 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 no! They followed me. They followed me? They followed me! The shadows. It's in the shadows. It's bad. It's horrible. It's in the shadows. It's in the shadows!
Well, miss, now don't you worry. Doctor's on his way. The hospital will take good care of you. The captain told me to put you in here until the ambulance arrived. Now, why don't you get some sleep?
No, wait, officer, please, God, don't turn off the light. Don't turn off the light.
Now, there's nothing to be scared of. Look, I'll show you.
Please turn it back on!
See? Nothing in the dark that isn't in the light.
Please don't turn the light off. The shadows.
Now look, miss, I've got my own problems. You just get some sleep.
Please, don't you understand?
There, you see? Nothing in the light that isn't in the... Oh!
When the captain returned, he found the bodies of his officer and the strange young woman. Both of their heads had been twisted completely off. Their souls not in their bodies, but now a part of the shadows. I'll return with a final word. Our story tonight reminds me of a short poem As I was walking down the stairs, I saw a man who wasn't there. I saw him again today. Oh, how I wish he would go away. Our cast included Ezra J.D. Emmons, Will Dorman, Madeline Lane, Crimson McKenzie, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
It's okay. It happens to the best of writers. What? You think we wake up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed with 3 or more stories already written before we can even consciously breathe? No, babe. The only person that does that is you!
You're awake then, too?
Only because I'm curious as to... Never mind, Swan. Dang it. Why you gotta do this to me?
I just don't seem to be getting any ideas. I don't know what's wrong with me.
You? The one who called me up at 2ish in the morning and said, "Hey, guess what? I wrote 3 plays last night," and now says I don't have an idea? Rubbish!
That's just it. I mean, what if I'm dried up? What if I can't write another word?
That's a whole lot of I mean, don't you dare. You know what? I think I know exactly what you need.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these, please hit that like button. That way we know. And share it with all your friends.
With this key, you unlock the world to your dreams. What lies beyond could be the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. The author Libba Bray once said that there is no greater power on this earth than story, the creation of words put together in a fashion that may elicit joy, happiness, sadness, or even horror, is something that many strive for, but few are able to accomplish.
It's okay. It happens to the best of writers. What? You think we wake up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed with 3 or more stories already written before we can even consciously breathe? No, babe. The only person that does that is you!
You're awake then, too?
Only because I'm curious as to... Never mind, Swan. Dang it. Why you gotta do this to me?
I just don't seem to be getting any ideas. I don't know what's wrong with me.
You? The one who called me up at 2ish in the morning and said, "Hey, guess what? I wrote 3 plays last night," and now says I don't have an idea? Rubbish!
That's just it. I mean, what if I'm dried up? What if I can't write another word?
That's a whole lot of I mean, don't you dare. You know what? I think I know exactly what you need.
Our mystery drama, Road Trip, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. Our stars include Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, William Stafford, Isabella Woogie, and Prince Titan. It is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The art of telling a story can be quite easy for most people. For others, writing a story on paper is actually simpler than voicing it. However, there is no greater hell for a writer when they are faced with that terrifying affliction known as writer's block.
Swan? I thought we weren't recording until tomorrow.
Do you mind if I come in?
Of course. Can I get you something to drink? I think I have some soda in the...
You got anything stronger?
Swan? Are you serious?
Very.
No, I know it's bad.
A double shot of anything.
Wow. This must be serious. Or is it a blue moon?
I can't do it.
Do what?
It just won't come. I've been trying for almost 2 weeks now and nothing.
Okay. Just slow down. Tell me, what the heck's going on?
Look, when we started this whole thing, I was really happy. I couldn't believe that we actually did it. But now...
Yeah, but I still don't know...
I'm dried up. I haven't had one single solitary idea in almost 2 weeks.
You're cute, kid. You're cute.
Oh, no, this is very serious. I mean, what if this is it?
Oh, Swan, you actually had me worried. I really thought that there was something deadly going on.
Crimson, look, if it had not been for you, this whole audio play thing would never have gotten off the ground. Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
You told me, go home, write a play.
Yes, and you did. And you brought me the script the very next day. The next day. And then, if that weren't enough, you just kept hammering them out.
Well, not anymore. It's been too long. I feel like I'm dried up.
You are not dried up. You just need... I think I have an idea.
Anything is better than what I'm coming up with.
You just need a change of scenery. Get away from everything, and I think I know exactly where to go. How you feeling?
A little better. Thank you.
My pleasure. Everyone needs a change of scenery every once in a while.
Any idea where we're going?
Yes! No, but I think it's this way. We are going to the most haunted places we can find. I've got a map and a list of places. Besides, we're way ahead of the shows and we can afford to take a little break. We need it. You need it.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. So, what's our first stop?
Well, unless you want to walk, our first destination is a gas station. Then, perhaps we can get our grub on.
If I haven't said it yet, thank you for this. Heck, thank you for everything that you do.
That's what friends are for, hon.
I mean, between the acting, the editing, and co-writing, and writing your own script, well, I just can't thank you enough.
Aw, ditto. And you are most welcome.
Hey, did you see that?
What?
Well, that sign. Something about the most haunted place in the world.
Durr! Why, you think I told you to come this way? Just watch for the signs on the left. I've always wanted to come here. I'm so excited!
So we're really going to do this?
That, my dear swan, is why we came. Wow! This road goes on forever!
There's a small shack up ahead. Maybe that's where you get tickets for whatever this is.
Turn back. Don't go in. Your very lives depend on it.
Oh, wow. He's great at this.
Sorry, folks. Part of the act.
How much to get in?
Well, we close at sunset. About an hour from now.
I'm sure that'll give us plenty of time.
$5 then. But listen, seriously. Make sure you're out of here before sunset.
Okay. I'll play along. Why before sunset?
There's evil here. It's always been here. And watch out for Josie.
Maybe this isn't such a good idea.
It's just part of the act. You folks enjoy yourselves. Just remember what I said about being out before sunset. It's important that you do that.
A veiled warning would tell me that perhaps moving onward may not be the wisest course of action. But really, we're only talking about a roadside attraction that must have been created for tourists. Aren't we? I'll be back with Act 2. The small roadside carnival. The out-of-the-way gas station with diner attached. The seemingly empty rest stop. All of these can be foreboding, creepy places, but to be warned about one should be taken seriously.
So do we just keep driving, or what is this?
Maybe just around this bend.
What the hell is that?
Just a monster of some kind. It was no big deal.
That is the creepiest thing that I've ever seen.
Hey, look up ahead. That must be the haunted house.
Okay, I take it back. That is the creepiest thing that I've ever seen.
Well, what do you want to do first? They have some rides over there.
Oh, look! They have some tables set up. Let's go take a look. I'll park the car here. Swan, look at this.
What is it?
Well, look.
Yeah, it looks like jewelry to me.
Oh, okay. Yes, but, now that I'm looking, I don't think it's exactly sanitary. Earrings, nose rings, tongue studs, but none of them are packaged. Ew.
Oh, that's weird. There's no prices on anything either.
Let's just walk the path and see where it takes us.
Sounds good to me. Hey, it's almost sunset. You heard what the man said.
You don't really think he was serious, do you?
I don't know. I'm just getting a feeling.
Oh, what's that building over there?
Where? Oh, you mean the one with the security tape across the doors and windows?
Yes, that one.
Well, apparently something they don't want people to go into.
But look, don't you see it?
Well, now what do you see?
It's a silver holographic backpack. So beautiful. I've got to have it.
We are not stealing a backpack.
I'm not going to steal it. I'll pay for it, obviously.
Yeah, well, first you have to get it.
Exactly. Just be my lookout, okay?
Fine, but be careful.
I can almost reach it. Damn! I'm gonna have to go under the tape. Let me know if anyone comes.
Just hurry up.
Okay, I got it. Ow!
Crimson, what is it?
Hi, you came to play with me.
What the? She's trying to take it away. She won't let it go. Swan, help me.
Who?
Swan!
What are you talking about?
It hurts. She's grabbing my wrist.
Just let it go. We're not supposed to be in here anyway.
Swan!
Crimson, where are you? Where did you go?
I'm so happy you came to play with me.
Excuse me, sir. You!
What are you doing here?
My friend, she's gone.
Well, she's smart. You should be going too.
No, you don't understand. I mean, she's just gone, like vanished.
Where'd this happen at?
Well, honestly, to the right of the kiosk. Look, I know it was roped off. She saw a backpack. She was going to pay for it, and now she's gone.
Come on. We don't have much time.
What do you mean?
It's Josephine. I just hope we get to your friend in time.
Where am I? Swan!
Hello, pretty lady.
Hi?
What's your name?
I'm Crimson. You?
My name is Josie.
That's a very pretty name.
Will you play a game with me?
Why is it so dark in here? Where are your parents, honey?
Play a game with me. I'll play a game with you, Josie. No, Sam, I want her to play a game with me.
Okay, what do you want to play?
Hide and seek? I'll hide, and you try to find me. I love that game. I want to hide next. No, Sam, I'm playing with Crimson. You never play with me.
I don't think that's a very good game to play here. You might get lost. It's so dark.
I won't get lost. You might get lost.
That's probably true. Why don't we play... Hey! That pack!
Do you like it? I got it yesterday. Now let's play hide and seek. You find me.
Josie! Wait! Where did she go? Josie! Where are you, hun?
Come and find me.
Oh, no. This isn't creepy at all. How the hell do I get out of here?
See anything?
No, nothing yet. What's going on?
I warned you about being out here after sunset. Come on.
Look, we've looked everywhere.
One more place. I just hope that this works.
Nietzsche once said, "When you look long into an abyss, the abyss looks into you." Has Crimson looked too long into an unknown world? You look into Act 3 when I return shortly. Crimson and Swan have found a small roadside carnival that features the most haunted house in America. And now, Crimson has disappeared.
What is going on? Where's Swan? Why do things look so different? There's the kiosk, but it's on the opposite side. Why is everything flipped upside down and backwards? Why does everything look different?
You didn't look for me.
Oh, Josie! I was looking for you. I told you that you might get lost.
I never get lost. You got lost.
What do you mean?
Play a game.
We already did that. I need to find my friend and...
Play a game with me!
I really can't, Josie. I need to get back on the road.
You have to play a game. You have to play a game for all time to get back to your time.
Back here, in the stable.
Where are we going?
Not we, just you. Go through and find your friend. I'll wait here and lead you back. Find her quick. You don't have much time.
Now look, I don't have time to...
You only have time. All time. You have to stay and play.
Crimson!
Swan?
Crimson, come on! We've got to go!
No! She can't leave!
Come on, Crimson. I'll buy the stable.
No! She has to stay. She has no choice now. Let them go, Josie! One!
What is happening?
I don't know. Just run.
This way. Hurry.
No!
Would someone please tell me what's going on?
Here. Take a look at this.
Swan, look at this. Josephine Darren. That must be the little girl I saw.
Yes, ma'am. That was Josie.
This isn't even writing. Only a bunch of weird symbols.
Wait. What's that say?
It's the only thing that is written. It says the carnival came to town. What does that mean?
All I can tell you is what my grandfather told me. This land is cursed. I don't really know who Josephine Darren was, but I do know that she lures people to wherever or whenever she is. Quite a few people have disappeared from here.
And you almost became one of them. Well, let's get out of here.
Let me go open the gate for you.
Swan, look. Over there.
Oh, come on, Crimson. Let's go.
It's that backpack. I have to have it.
Crimson, no, don't!
I want it. I need
it! Won't you play a game with me?
It has been said that time heals all wounds. The wounds remain. In time, the mind, protecting its sanity, covers them with scar tissue, and the pain lessens, but it is never gone. So said Rose Kennedy. Consider that some wounds transcend time and space. I'll be back shortly. You will be happy to know that Swan and Crimson are headed home with a renewed inspiration to bring you, the listener, more terrifying nightmares. See you soon. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, William Stafford, and introducing Isabella Woogie and Prince Titan. The story was written by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.